Good evening, everybody. What is up, folks? What is up? What's up? My man, Duke Fleet in the house. What's up? What's good, Dan?
Hey, how's it going, Rubén?
It's going good. Thank you for being here, pal. Thank you for being here. Always, as you know, trying to get you back onto the show. And so it's nice to have you back after what, like 3.5 years-ish or so.
Right.
So it's fun since we did that the first appearance on the first episode of a Comic Art Roundtable. Good to have you back. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this.
Sure. One quick second.
Actually, to be fair, yeah, you do what you gotta do. To be fair, everybody, I gotta give it up to Dan. Dan reached out to me and said, you know, he's got some time, and if I wanted to, you know, he could finally spend some time with us here. And, you know, we were talking about a few, you know, we talk from time to time anyways, but, you know, he had some things on his mind, whatever he was talking about related to the hobby. I'm always interested in talking about that kind of stuff. And he said, you know, if you want to talk about this kind of stuff on the show with everybody else, yeah, that'd be great. So figured we'd set up a show to do that. And that's why we're here. So, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you all for tuning in. Let me just jump in and quickly do the, well, first of all, the thanks to the subs. So shout out to the new subs, Paul Martini, I'm going to call you double A because I don't know how you go by A. So I'll call you double A. And 2 or 3 anonymous among you who subscribed in the last, I think, 24 to 48 hours. So welcome to you guys. Thank you. And I hope you see something that you enjoy. And from there, I'll go directly into a couple of quick promos. All right. So Carl's channel, Carl Sodergren put out a new video a couple of days back. The top original comic art buys of 2025 for him, of course, not for the hobby at large, for him. All right, so that's fun. That was a fun video. I already watched that myself and commented. So yeah, so let me put the direct link for that in the chat. Okay, here you go. That should be working. Then, last but certainly not least, I want to tell you all that I've got Nicky B. He's going to be doing his show this Friday, and I know you guys probably are going to have a hard time believing this, but he told me to tell you guys, that's not looking good, Dan, by the way. You're sideways and frozen now. He told me to tell you guys that this Friday on his show, which I'll be missing, unfortunately.
Yeah, I got it now, yeah.
I'll be in Mexico. But he's going to be doing a giveaway or giveaways. But not only is he going to be doing giveaways, he wants you to know he's going to be doing at least, in his words, at least $1,000 worth of published art giveaways. So yes, in his words, he will give away at least $1,000 of published art away for free. So that sounds pretty exciting. I have no idea what he's going to be giving away, so don't ask. But yeah, it's pretty exciting. So why don't I pop in the direct link for that? So those of you who are not subscribed, then you should be. But if you're not, you can at least bookmark. All right. So here is the direct link for that. All right, there you go. And here, look, he's so excited about it. Let me show you what his thumbnail looks like. A huge giveaway, and Nick opens the vault. So there you go. All that. That's his actual at-home vault. Apparently, that's what I've heard. So that's word on the street. So please do check it out this Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific, as always. All right. Awesome. All right. Now, real quick. Yeah, go ahead, Dan. Yeah.
I didn't hear you say it was Nick giving the giveaway. I didn't think you said it was Nick giving away. I thought you said it was Carl Soderbergh giving away $1,000. And I was like, what's his motivation? But now I understand.
No, I was just doing a promo for Carl's video on his YouTube channel.
Right.
That's it. I'm telling you, go watch his best of 2025 video that he did.
Yeah, I was like, he's gonna give away Superman art because that's $1,000 of Superman art. It would have to be, right?
You would be wrong. You'd be wrong because okay. Yeah, you would be wrong because Carl is as he says it in his words, he's constantly curating, and part of curating means selling off stuff, bringing in new, selling off more, bringing in new. So he doesn't really have a Superman art collection like everybody seems to think, even though he loves, you know what I mean? He loves he loves the death of Superman era. That's really what he truly loves, But if you look at his collection, just go to his gallery, you'll find out pretty quick. He's more than anything. I think people think of him more as a Energon, Transformers, G.I. Joe type universe type art guy. Because that's more of what he's been kind of more modern stuff. Oh, and art from independent books, contemporary independent books. So yeah. So that's how I think of him now, even though I know he loves his Death of Superman era Superman stuff. But art-wise, I think
he gets Derek Krabby with all of the Transformers stuff.
What's that?
He's competing with Derek Krabby for all these Transformers.
Derek Crab. Yeah.
Crab, sorry.
Yeah. Actually, I think he's got more than. Well, Derek has more of the older stuff. He goes more for the sort of somewhat older stuff, But yeah, with Carl, he's really into. He got energized by the new Energon universe a couple of years ago when it started and it kicked off, and that's what sort of kickstarted re-kickstarted his love for Transformers and G.I. Joe. And so yeah, so that's because that's why he's sticking to that the more current titles or whatever, So yeah, so let me just say hello really quick to everybody, and then we're gonna get right into our topics for tonight that I hope all of you guys in the chat also get in on as well, which I know you will. So bye Kavi, obviously. We already spoke earlier, and I know you can't stay, so enjoy it on rewind. I hope you do. And so Tom, what's good? Who else? Marcus, good to see you as always. Robert Berman, of course, Mike Asbill, Jason Ladwig, what up? And who else? We have Vivian, look at that. Best wife ever. All right. And who else? We got the same people making many comments. Hard, my buddy Hard. It's been a while. I was just going to email you tomorrow before I left for Mexico. What's good? Good to see you, man. It's been a bit. Yeah, we're due for a chat. So good to see you. I hope you can stick around at least for a little while. CJ, what's good as always? Good to see you. Thank you. And Marcus, everybody's saying the hello. Rickster, what's up, Rick? Everybody's saying hi to everybody. And then we got, who else? Anybody new? Marcus, Jason, Vivian. Newell's in the house. Ahoy to you, Newell. The Stingray himself. What's happening? And I hope everybody has a better 2026, especially with your health, everybody. That's really all I care about. I hope we're all healthy going into 2026 and for the rest of it. Marcus, last game was a banger. Yes, great stuff this weekend, but we will not be talking too much about that. I haven't seen or heard anything after the Jaguars Bills game, so no talking about anything that happened after that. Good evening, fellow Compulsed One, Peter. What's good, Peter? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in. And who else do we have? Anybody new I haven't said hello to? Hey, here we go. John Brown, as always. Every week he's here. Good to see you. Good evening. Lovely to have you. And there's another friend. Lovely to see you, as always. Hyder. Are you sticking around, Hyger? It's been a long time since you've been able to stick around for a full episode. Jeff Wedding, what's good? Greetings to you. What's up in sunny Las Vegas? And holy crap, look how many tags Peter's done. Holy crap, that's a long one. I can't believe there was enough characters to fit all those people. Full house tonight already. Yes, sir, Tom. Yes, sir. You guys are all excited. Duke's never making appearances, so when he does his rare appearance, you guys tune in. It makes sense, you know. Right then.
I make appearances like every week behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes, yeah.
You know, it's funny because I understand why people don't talk when they're on your show now, right? Because when I'm watching the screen, I feel like I'm watching the show. I don't feel like I should need to participate. You know, I can just enjoy watching the screen, right? It feels weird, yeah. So
yeah, I get you. Dwayne Payne, what's up? And who else? Peter, CJ, Noy, Southern Comic Geek in the house. Oh yeah, you got some Kool-Aid action going on there. SCG, yes sir. Who else? AA might be art addict. Potentially. It could be my daughter as well.
It's anonymous earlier. You were talking about anonymous. It could be anonymous.
Anonymous artwork. It doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Okay, forget it.
Anonymous. A guy named Martini and then anonymous. Oh, that's a good one. That's actually really great. Wow. It's not like funny, Jason, but it's like really clever. That's a good one. Martini followed by
the tricky joke.
Anonymous. That's Alcoholics Anonymous. That's really awesome. Welcome. Yes, welcome to AA. Thank you, Peter. Oh, look at that. Carl Choi in the house. Yo, what's up?
I think it should be ACA for Art Collectors Anonymous. Right?
Art Collectors Anonymous. That's what it should be. Yes, exactly. Triple X in the house. Carl. Anybody else? My man, Duke Fleet says, Carl, just so you know, that's Carl Choi, 247 Comics.
Oh, nice. Okay.
We got Mike in the house.
The gathering to show off.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Arizona Department of Transportation, ADOT. Oh, because ADOT, right? But there was two ADOTs. See, that's the thing. I don't think anybody would want to call themselves. Yeah.
So Carl, I think, is running something with Eranga tomorrow. That's going to be for a Kickstarter. So I don't know if he wants to mention that. He can mention that, but I think it's tomorrow, maybe at noon or something like that. I can't. Feel free to mention it, Carl.
Oh, you mean it's going live tomorrow?
Tomorrw. Something's happening tomorrow.
Yeah.
Online with Eranga. So
you mention it, Carl. Yeah. I think it's going live. So next week I can do a promo of that when I'm back next week from Mexico. Okay. Because I believe that's what it is. It's starting. The Kickstarter begins. You know. Yeah. So.
Just don't eat tamales, sir.
What's that?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Burritos. I'm not sure what you're gonna eat in Mexico. Tacos, probably.
I don't know. It's on a resort, so I've never been to one, so I've heard that it's like everything and anything you can imagine. Apparently, they have as a selection. I'll find out.
You got fried ice cream. That's all you need.
Yeah. Hey, that's not bad actually. I'll report back next week. I'll let you guys know how it all went. You know. Nick will be on time. Who knows? I would hope so. If he's giving away $1,000 worth of free art, we'll see. You know. But I would guess not. I would guess he still won't be on time. But you know,
is that? I wonder if the art value is based. It's like Cool Line's pricing. You know, it's worth $1,000 someday in the future, or today Cool Line's the same value.
You can maybe ask. You can maybe ask because one of the brothers is oftentimes watching, and he's in the chat sometimes.
Oh, okay, cool.
You can ask him directly.
It doesn't matter for me personally. I'm not a fan of free stuff, but I got it.
Yeah, well, that's why I with the free stuff, I always on these channels, I do enter, but only because if I win, I give it away to somebody. I like to be able to take it and then give it to somebody, you know. So yeah, I don't. Otherwise, I don't want it for myself. I don't care, you know. But just to give to somebody else, why not? It's fun.
Then you let someone else get it who wants it directly. Save the middleman.
Yeah, but I still like the feeling of winning. right? And I don't win contests very often at all throughout my life, you know.
Sure.
So I feel like, okay, at least this way, if I get to win, I get the little thrill of winning, and then I get the, you know, good feeling of, hey,
Okay, you like the thrill, but you don't like the stuff. Got it.
yeah, I just like picking
So if
somebody.
it was just free stuff for every person, you would just skip it.
If what?
If he said everybody watching gets a free thing, would you just skip it because there's no thrill of winning, right? It's just strictly something you have to take.
I'd still do it. Well, no,
Oh,
if he was giving it to everybody, then nobody would need to enter.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
No, I'm agreeing. I'm just talking about free stuff in general. I'm not talking about contests.
Oh, if it's free stuff, listen, I'm like utilitarian. So if somebody wants to give me something free and they go, here, you want this? If I don't need it, I'll say no, thank you, but I'm good. Right? Like I won't take something just because it's free, you know?
That's what I do. Yep.
Yeah. So I'd rather somebody else have it. If they want it, fine, you can have it. And that's how I look at it, you know?
Right.
It's always nice to give to others, right? So it makes you feel good. And yeah.
Fleeing from the Mounties. Nice. Thank you, CJ. I don't even know you, but you already discovered my secret.
CJ's a longtime viewer and friend. Yes, I'm going to escape. And guys, you should know it's a direct flight. So I'm skipping over the entirety of the United States of America. So I don't have to have any risk of being transported to El Salvador. You know, so it's good, man. I'm skipping all the way over. So
it's funny because like last week, I think one of my friends went to Cuba, you know, during Christmas time, and now like Trump is threatening Cuba. So like, you just don't know where you're gonna be safe. You have no idea where you're gonna be safe. Yeah.
That's true. And actually, you're right.
You could go after Mexico, right?
Yeah, he did say he's going to do a land war in Mexico to get rid of the cartels.
I mean, that part would be okay, but maybe not the way he's doing it.
Yeah, I don't know. So we could still be in danger. We'll see. You'll see. You know, hopefully his Mexican plan is like still, it's, you know, not planned out quite yet. So if the attack comes, at least it'll be, you know, we'll be back in Montreal by the time.
It's all about you, right, Rubén?
Huh?
It's only about your safety. Nobody else matters.
Oh, yeah. Listen, if it's about life and death, if I can help somebody save their lives, I will.
I'm just teasing. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
But ultimately, I don't know anybody in Mexico. So yeah, let me get out of there alive.
Hey guys, what if I should use my hands more? Just let me know.
You should.
Okay. I'm too close to the thing to use my hands, you know.
Hang on, you know, like, it's okay, you know. Thank you, Mike Curtin. So Mike Curtin, and he had, see, I love that you told us, Mike, although I suspected it was you, but I'm glad that you told us it was you because Mike-JN5JW, so bizarre, I wouldn't have known for sure, right? So I appreciate that, pal. Good to see you, by the way. Who else? Anybody new? Mikhail, what's up? Evening. Look at this. Yeah, everybody's talking Spanish all of a sudden. Evening, hombres.
Hola.
Carl, no, G.I. Joe Transformers guy. That's right. Who else? Show us the Funkos. He's got plenty of those, Mikhail. Don't ask him. Kenneth Bird, what's good to you? Stanley in the house. Duke helped start the channel. Yes, sir. He kicked it off with that early appearance he did. Indeed. Superman's dead. Well, he's not dead. He was dead 30 years ago for about 5 minutes, though.
But there was no warplanes or warships or tanks involved, so don't worry about it. It's not for you.
Yes, exactly, Peter. I don't think Derek has any newer stuff. That's right. He's not a fan, like Marcus says. Derek is not a fan of the Energon stuff. Exactly. What's shaking? And anybody? Oh, Scott's in the house again. What's good, Scott? Good to see you. I see you haven't gone into your account to try to change your name back to what it used to be, to your normal name instead of the Scott_H_1. So crazy what YouTube keeps doing, man. I don't get it. Like, what's the point of all that? Dynamic Fleet Forces. He loves Lonergan. That's true. Jesse Lonergan. And he shows in the video that I promoted, he shows those two great Lonergan pages, that consecutive pages from that book, Kaya. And fantastic pages. Outstanding. You should watch the video just to see those two pages in case you've not seen them before. No root beer float deliveries. Nope. We'll be in and out. Okay, that's cool. Appreciate that, Hydra. Does Duke still defend thigh gaps? Do you still defend them?
Yeah, I think they're misunderstood completely. We can discuss it if you want for the first hour.
I never knew that anybody had to defend a thigh gap.
You want? Yeah. We can go into it if you want to. Otherwise, forget about
it. I guess. I'm curious that if you can tell us a little bit about how you defend the thigh gap. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about defending, but I think it came up because we had early during the pandemic. There was a calf show, and we each got to pick some art from. The rule was you had to pick some art from that week that appeared on calf, and pick one that you liked. And I picked one, and then Fish accused me of the only reason I picked it was because it had thigh gap. This is the first time I heard this term. Oh. Right, so I had to look into it. He was right. There was thigh gap. I'm not against thigh gap. It looked good, but that was not the only reason for liking the drawing, I guess. But since then, I feel like the word has been misused, overused. I could do a drawing to explain it, but in general, yeah, it's overused. In order for a thigh gap to happen, the thighs have to be together. The thighs cannot be. You can't have your legs spread apart like a Superman pose. That is not a thigh gap. That's space between your legs.
Yeah, you're standing there with the legs together.
If the legs are together and there's a gap, that's a thigh gap. If the legs are apart, that's not a thigh gap.
Of course not.
Right. But a lot of people misuse that term. They call it a thigh gap. So just you know, I've corrected you now, so use it correctly.
Thank you. Exactly. There you go, fellas. Right. And by the way, Marcus, El Salvador is a great destination according to CBS News. CBS News is now basically Fox News. So, you know, yeah, that's what I got to say about that.
Didn't they put away 2,000 criminals or whatever?
Huh?
They put away like 2,000 criminals or something, right? All the guys with the tattoos got put in jail. Is that El Salvador, or am I getting confused with the country?
Yeah. El Salvador has the MS-13 gang and the La Trece. You know, they have multiple gangs, and so all their members. Huh?
I heard they saw that their new president Bukele or whatever took care of it.
Yeah. Like that's it. Like he went crazy over the last few years and started rounding everybody up, throwing them all into this prison. Whether they were being caught in the act or not, it's just like, you got tattoos? You're in prison, baby. And so he's got that prison like jam-packed. You know how they treat people in those countries, right? It's like way more packed than it should be for human rights or whatever. Like so packed that nobody in the cells can actually lie down to go to sleep. Like it's or if they lie down, you can lie down, but like half your body is lying on top of another guy.
Okay, I did not know that, but
everybody's overlapping each other and stuff.
Yeah. Interesting. I've never seen video of the prison, so.
Oh really? Oh shit! It's easily findable online. You should check it out. Look at that, Stanley. He's already loving the Duke Rubén dynamic. Look at that.
Can we just call him Stan? Dynamic. Right. Oh, dynamic. Yes.
A dynamic
fleet forces. I heard. Yeah.
Huh? Not the dynamic force.
Dynamic fleet forces.
Just the dynamic fleet force between you and me. Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Waiting for beachwear pics when I get back and share my experience. Not so sure I'll do that. Hart, we'll see.
It'll be like a spiky bikini with spikes. I can imagine with you. It'd have to be like metal spikes.
Or one of those classic 70s era styled Speedos, perhaps?
I don't. Well, for you, I don't know. But no, it has to be spikes. I think you would go with spikes.
Yeah.
Just based on your jewelry choices and hairstyle. I can't prove it.
What's up, Lee? I don't think you'll be seeing that, Dan. I think we'll
That's good. That's good. I don't need that or the jail pics. I don't need to see either one of those. Yeah.
Steve Mussolino in the house. Buonasera.
Hey, Steve.
Come stai, Steve Arino? Ruben the Cancun swim. Yeah, exactly. Just to escape, I'm gonna have to. No, Superman no longer dead. He's absolute. Yeah, I can tell you, Carl. I read up to the 13th issue. I think they're on issue 13 or 14 by now. I read up to 13th issue. I enjoyed the first 6. Didn't love it, but I enjoyed it. And then from 7 to 13, I thought, like, I don't know, it's just not going anywhere. So I think I'm done with Absolute Superman. Yeah, I'm going to give Absolute Batman a second chance, though, and when I get around to it. Right now, I'm still working on my all-star Western featuring Jonah Hex, which I'm enjoying. Not great, but I'm enjoying it. I love the Western. So, Maki Poo, what's up? And Stephen Lee. What about Stephen Lee? Steve Lee? Steve Lee? Why are you talking about Steve Lee? Who's Steve Lee and why are you talking about him, CJ? I don't know.
John Lee's younger brother.
Huh?
John Lee's younger brother.
John Lee's younger brother? Okay.
I have no idea. Could be Mike Lee's younger brother.
Hi, John and Mike Lee. Rich Danny's. I've already read Dan's thesis paper on the subject. Wow, nice.
I don't remember where I wrote this, but thank you.
Do you defend underboob as well?
Describe that to me.
You don't know what that is?
Underboob? No.
Come on, are you being serious? You can't be serious. You're
Are you saying where you could see a boob underneath a bikini?
Or anything else they're wearing on the top. So the bottom 1/3 of it might be kind of sticking out, kind of thing.
Okay, so you could be completely dressed for a thigh gap. That one there actually has nudity. So
would you defend women's right to show their underboob? I guess is the question.
I defend people to do whatever they want as long as it doesn't harm other people, But
Look, Sean.
we're just discussing I guess form, yeah.
Okay. Oh, look at that. Comic Art Boston, I'm afraid I can only stop by to register my like. Wow, what a shock that is. But it's good to see Duke in person. Congrats on a great collection, and thank you for always taking the trouble to comment on my pieces. Look at that. That's why he's the gentleman of this hobby.
We comment on his pieces all the time.
Yeah. Thank you, Cab.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
You need to buy less good art, though. You're taking it all up. And no more gunfighters.
Hello, back and forth. Hello. User Rinsler is back. Their new president doesn't play. Don't get reported there. Yeah, no, deported there. Yeah, I know. Hello. What's up? What's good? It's called El Salvadorian Twister. As Peter taught me, it's El Salvadoran. You get rid of the I. You don't put the I in there. It's not El Salvadorian. It's El Salvadoran, which does make sense. You take care of yourself as well, Cap. Thank you. Mankini, back at you. We're almost caught up. Mickey, what's good? Joining late, no worries. The bro. I'm dropping by to post my like, and I can't stay more than 3.5 hours. Thank you, Sean. You're awesome. I know you've got to go soon, man. No worries. We'll speed this up. Ian, Mr. Jewish Dragons himself. Do you know Ian by any chance? Do you know? You would know him by Jewish Dragons if you know him at all.
I do not know him.
No. So Ian's a wonderful man, very friendly guy. Made his first appearance on my channel recently.
I've seen him on the channel.
And he's Asian, but Jewish as well. You don't see that too often.
There used to be, back when I was a kid, there was a restaurant. It was called Wong and Ginsberg.
Wong and Ginsberg? Really?
Yeah, it was like a combination Jewish-Chinese restaurant.
Really?
It did not last, so that will give you a sense of how good the food was. But Wong awesome. And Ginsberg.
That's interesting. Yeah, you never know what you find out there, these combinations, right? That's pretty cool. Appreciate you letting me know that, Lee. Lee, are you going to give it up, though, the absolute Superman, like me? Or are you going to continue with it?
Or you can just not start it.
Huh?
Just not start. That's the simplest.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
I love Ruben's taste, because I'm not 100% on Absolute Batman either. Very marketable and innovative, but hasn't fulfilled my personal expectations. Right. Yeah, but I'm going to give it a second chance, like I said, Carl. So we'll see. And I'll let you guys know what I thought after I've read. I'm going to try to read at least 6 issue kind of thing, and we'll see how it goes. At least give it a fair shot, Everyday Adams Comics. Don't corrupt this guy with thoughts of underboob. Well, I just figured, like any other male, he'd probably be a fan of it and therefore would be absolutely willing to defend women's rights to show it. That's kind of what I was getting at. So, yeah.
I don't defend guys' rights to show it. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. When will I visit the States? Probably not until something changes with the craziness that's going on in your country. But you never know. But hopefully not anytime in the near future. That's for sure. I don't see myself doing it anytime soon, Stanley. And it's like, as you know what I feel about you guys. You know, like the United States, it's like a second home to me. I know way more Americans than I do even Canadians. So it's just whatever. It's just it's sad what's going on and whatever. I hope it gets turned around at some point, and I'd love to be able to go back and visit you guys. You know, so hello, and you just stopped. You stopped it too. Okay, probably stopped that. So Batman also interesting. So you're not a big fan of that one either. Interesting. I'm looking more forward now to reading the Batman just to see how it compares to what you think. You know. I'll do a reread with you. I'll pick up the trade tomorrow. Well, understand, Carl, I've made it clear before. With Absolute Batman, I only ever read the first double-sized issue, and that was it. And I didn't stop there because I thought, oh, I hate this. I was kind of indifferent about it. And you know me, it's just, I never have time to catch up to all my reading with comics. And I have so many other comics I want to read. So that's the only reason. I fully intended after reading the first issue to continue reading it. It's just I haven't gotten around to it yet. All right. So I've only had the first issue to judge by. And like I said, I thought I was good enough that I want to keep going with it. So we'll see. I just need some time. And I got to be in the mood, right, for reading certain things. So right now I'm in the mood for Western. I'm doing the Jonah Hex thing. We'll see what happens afterward. Underboob is better than Plumber's Crack. That's for damn sure, Rick.
It's better than I didn't understand that part. I thought he was just like saying that it's the same thing as Plumber's Crack.
And look at Dwayne. All AX in Greenland, 2027. You never know. Or Mexico, right? Or Cuba. Shit. Cuba. Wow. Canadians and Americans are all gringos in Mexico. That is very true. That is very, very true.
Well, for me, I think Mexican food is the best food. So I'm jealous that you're going to Mexico.
Oh, you love it you love the food, huh? Okay. But
for sure. Yeah.
Remember, given that it's my first time trying it's going to be an all-inclusive type thing.
Right.
And everybody who told, my friends who I'm going to be there with, they said, they've been on many, and they say that, oh, no, trust me, you're going to have so many different types of food, like you're going to freak out. So because of that, if that's true, I'm probably going to go out of my way to avoid the Mexican food, right? Because I already know what Mexican food tastes like. So I'm going to want to taste all the other stuff, unless the Mexican stuff really does look like it's made by actual local Mexicans, not
what does mean by local Mexicans?
No, but not
importing Mexicans from Canada.
No, not some white dude who's like from Canada or some other country in the kitchen working at the hotel. You never know.
That's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
Oh, that's the silliest thing you've ever heard. Okay,
yes.
So are you trying to tell me that where you live, you've never gone into a restaurants of a certain type of culture, cuisine, and looked in the back in the kitchen and seen people of other races in the kitchen making the food? You've never seen that before?
Okay, hold on. The answer is yes. In our country, because in our country people are coming and they can't get jobs, but in Mexico people are not coming from other countries to Mexico to get like a high-end job, and all they can get is a restaurant job.
You're forgetting though, it's like a high-end resort. So for that, people from other countries might, people who are in that industry of the being a chef, sous chef, whatever, maybe they think of it as an opportunity because it's a 5-star resort. You know what I mean?
Can you take a photo if you see someone working there that isn't Mexican? I'll be shocked.
Okay, I'm just saying. I'll let you know how it goes. Rubén will come back with tattoos. I'll let you know they're going to be Mexican. I do believe that they will likely be Mexican. I'm not saying I'm expecting.
So you can get authentic Mexican dishes.
But I still have to hope.
If they're making pizza, would you want to get pizza there? No, because it's not Italy or it's not whatever, right? It's like getting at the Chinese buffet. They have French fries. Don't eat the French fries if they put those in one of those giant buffets. They have like a little section for stuff that kids will eat that nobody else will eat.
Yeah. But like I said, I still want to try a little bit of everything. like I like Mexican food, but I don't like love it. So
Rubén is correct.
Of course, anything Mexican that I can see by looking at it if it's authentic. I know what it's supposed to look like versus what we get in Canada or the United States. You know what I mean?
The best part is get some fruits because they gotta have some really good fruits probably.
Oh, for sure. You know, it wasn't me who chose, CJ. It wasn't me who chose. It's the wedding party who chose. So, yeah, I'll tell you, it's not cheap. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna like it, but my favorite thing in Mexican restaurants is horchata.
Horchata. Oh,
horchata. It's a white drink.
Arwin loves that. We get that here at restaurants here. Yeah, some restaurants have that here. Yeah.
You can buy like in a pre-made package, but if you can get it in Mexico, that's probably gonna be the best one.
Yeah, Arwin, Dan said he loves horchata.
There's no P, it's an H. Horchata.
Oh, it's horchata. Yeah, that's right, with the H.
I'm not good at pronouncing, but I'm just telling you.
Yeah. Try the root beer float in Mexico. Yeah.
Right.
Remember first Taco Bell? Oh, hell no. You know what, Peter? I wouldn't joke about. If I were you, I wouldn't be joking about me thinking that I prefer Taco Bell when I would say like a clear majority of Americans think that Mexican food is what you get at Taco Bell. So, and that's what they think if they go to Mexico, they're expecting what they see at Taco Bell. So that's all I can say.
Wait. I think it's a stereotype. I don't believe that.
Oh, no.
I've never met an American say that to me.
Yeah. No, it's true. Mexican food very diverse and complex and has many different styles depending on the regional origins. Oh, like as in any country, of course, of a particular dish. I recommend exploring all the derivations. Yeah, like I said, I will see what they have. I'll scout everything.
Like if they have poutine over there, right? If they have poutine, are you gonna try to see how they do it in Mexico?
What?
If they have poutine?
Oh, poutine.
Are you gonna go for that?
Are you crazy? Are you nuts? Why would I try something that comes from here? Nobody else knows how to make properly. Why would I ever try that? That's disgusting.
That's exactly the same thing I'm saying. All the Mexican food there will be exactly how they make it there. Yeah.
I'm looking to see. I hope I run into a guapo. Okay, jefe. I can't wait to run into him. Yes, I'm going to be helping the locals to to fight against El Guapo. Yes,
sounds like a good name for a restaurant.
Mole. Pozole. Hopefully there's a Bonangles by the hotel. What?
Bojangles. I think he's saying Bojangles.
Yeah, there's a pig dish. Yes. I don't want to eat that. Don't get lost in the jungles. We'll be nowhere near them. Look at that. Jeff Singh in the house. Come home with a sombrero. Yeah, because that's what I want to do. I want to be the very
right now.
I want to be the very stereotype of what a Mexican person is. Yeah, I want to be.
I will bring it to your house next time, Jeff.
Oh my God, I want to be in the airport wearing a big sombrero. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Oh my gosh, I hate Taco Bell, but remember, Peter, those commercials from the '90s. Hey, how come my thing is stuck? My software is stuck on Jeff's comment. It will not unhide itself, and I can't click on any other one.
At least it was Jeff, somebody you know. It's not a stranger.
What the hell is going on here? Sorry, everybody. Somehow frozen. At least we're not frozen, but I don't want this one.
Hey, Jeff, write something else. Hey, guys, just me. So now you can see some of my background. This is amazing stuff right here. You can make bids as we're talking. If you want to make some bids for anything, you can look at it and say, hey, how much for the Smurf? You know what I'm saying? And then more on this side, more stuff. Yeah, I'm welcome to accept some stuff. So now Rubén is gone. We can talk about him. What do you want to tell me? Okay, unfortunately, I cannot read anything because my screen is off and all I see is myself, which is not that exciting. However, for tonight's show, we're going to talk about a lot of different topics. There's going to be 2 or maybe 3 topics. Let's do it this way. And hopefully Rubén will get back on. I don't even know if I'm on. Presumably I am, but who knows? I will check back with you. I wish I knew if this was working or not. This is awesome. So if you're curious, this is on the very top there. That's Albert Dorn. So Albert Dorn, it's in my gallery. The second one is, I can't remember. Oh, it's a John Stiga. It's an illustration with a bunch of dogs over a capsized boat. And then right there is Mike Allred, Madman, cover to a graphic novel trade paperback. and then the rest is just books and Funko toys at the very top. I wish I had something else super exciting to show you. There's no other art on the wall behind me, so there's nothing else to really show you there. Hopefully Rubén comes up back on, and otherwise this is going to be really exciting. I can talk about the first topic that he didn't really want to talk about this, so I'll just talk about it now in case you're paying attention. You are working. Yeah, Jeff is reaching to me. Let's check this out. Oh, I am working. So Jeff just told me that I'm working. Okay, so let me just, until Rubén figures out what he's doing, he's going to come back in, and then meanwhile I'll just cover something he didn't want to talk about. So on CAF, when you leave comments, or when you go look at a piece, do you guys leave a like every single time? It's just a question, because for me, when I go to look at a piece of art, I always leave a heart every single time. I feel like if I was interested enough to click on a piece to make it bigger and look at it and maybe read the description, it's worth for me to leave a heart. And if I have something to say, then I leave a comment. Anyway, hopefully I kept busy while Rubén was doing his thing.
You did a great job. You did a great job. Thank you, Dan. I just wanted to say, I think if it happens again, I think Stream, from what I could see, I think it's the actual software, the StreamYard, they may be having issues. So if it happens again, stick around. I was about to type a message in YouTube in another tab just to let you guys know that, and then suddenly I saw that I was able to come back in.
Well, I want to say that Jeff sent me a text to tell me that it was working, so it was nice.
Oh, nice.
He's helping out. He's like the Kavi of the episode.
I appreciate it. Let's see though if I can get rid of his comment now.
Hey!
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Sorry. What were you? It sounded interesting. What were you just talking
Oh no, I was just because it's not
theory.
I was trying to do filler.
Yeah, I know. But your filler was about your how you go about your kind of your own personal rules as to how and to who you leave comments.
So if I look at both people that I follow as well as I look at just the news section, and I look at art, people I don't know who they are. But if I like the art and I look at a piece, if I look usually at the galleries as I guess a thumbnail galleries, and if I click on one, I automatically leave a heart, because they made the effort to show it, and that's my saying thank you for showing it. I'm trying to encourage them. If I clicked on it, I want to see more of that stuff, so I'm clicking it to encourage them to show more of that stuff, and I'm showing them to them, hey, this is not a bot. I'm actually a person. I looked at it, right? Because I believe a lot of the views are bots. But anyway, on top of that, if I will feel like leaving a comment, I will also leave a comment. But I try to leave comments most of the time, unless the person is greedy and puts up like 20 items at one time. I don't have the patience to leave that many comments. Recently, somebody posted like 3 killer pieces in the same day, and I had to leave a comment for all of them. But generally speaking, I'll heart the other ones. I'll just leave one comment if somebody posts multiple pieces, because I do not have, I guess, enough to say every single time. But yeah, I feel like a lot of people, they go onto a picture, and I'm guessing that they don't leave a comment or a heart. And I'm like, why not? How hard is it to press that one stupid button and say thank you for posting, right? Because you made an effort to look at it. That means you cared enough. You don't have to actually like everything. You can be like, oh, I don't like the thigh gap, but I'm still gonna leave a heart because the person posted it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So how many likes would you estimate that you give in any given day or week?
Oh, I have no idea, but you can. I know you can see if you look at your main homepage on CAF, next to your picture of your avatar, and it says what your want list and stuff is. One of the things says commented on. I know you can see how many comments you left. If you click on that, it'll show you a quantity of comments. And when I say a gallery that is like today, so today I came across. I was going to ask you because there's a guy from Montreal, and he's called a fan de planche, or fan of boards.
Okay,
and he's in Montreal. And he's been there for like 10 years, 15 years, 2008, whatever that is, 17 years. But I looked, he has like 19 comments. So that means he doesn't really interact with people, on CAF. I don't know why he has a page. I guess he created it I don't know why he created it, because he doesn't want to interact with anybody. So
how did you know? How would you know? Because
I can't hear any word you're saying.
It tells you what country you're from. How would you know he's from what city he's from?
Because I reached out to him and I said, oh, I see you're in Canada and you have your name in French,
right?
So that gave it away. But he seems like he's a real collector. He has a lot of art. What does it say? Rubén missed the Harrison Ford's. You know what it is? I don't have my glasses, so the writing is really tiny. I'm using my phone, so I can put my glasses on to read. but I'm just choosing not to.
He said I missed the Harrison Ford drop-in. It's my favorite.
So I'm a big, huge fan of Indiana Jones. Yeah, among other things.
Okay. If you like it, put a heart on it. Great gallery, Dan, says Lee Parmenter. Yes.
Lee's a nice guy. I got to meet him in San Diego this year.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Yeah.
And Peter says, your illustration gallery is great. Love the Albert Dorn, of course.
That's the Albert Dorn well, you can't see it now. You used to be able to see it there. Anyway, back to this.
All right. So, guys, let's just, why don't we get into it? It's funny because I know you were doing it just to do, filler until I got back. But that is, and we've talked about it on my channel before, but then again, is there a topic we haven't talked about here? But that's one that we've talked about before. It's always one that everybody does like to kind of talk about anyways, so it's nice. It's a good topic to pick. But I'm curious to stick with it for a moment. Do you have what is your views on in terms of do you have a strategy? Do you have a comment and liking leaving strategy? Do you have one or?
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's not really a technical strategy. The liking, I try to do it every time if I can, and the comments, if I have, there's certain people that I always leave comments for. So what I realized is, a lot of people don't comment back. So if it's a new gallery I just comment on for the first time, I'll comment a month, 2 months, whatever. Like every time I see something, if they never ever comment back, I basically gonna stop commenting because that means they don't care. Like they just don't care, right? And if they don't care, then I don't need to be involved in that, right? I can still look at the artwork. I'll leave a like because I'm trying to leave a like. But beyond that, I don't need to go any further because they don't want to interact back. So that means they don't care. People who, I think if you notice, the people who have the most comments are the people who comment a lot. We talk about Bill. We think about Bill J. Bill J has a thing. He gets tons of comments, but he's a huge commenter, even if it's like precision, right? Even though he does it on certain days. When he does it, he does like a crazy amount of comments. So it says, hey, I want to interact. Thank you so much for interacting. And my favorite commenting in the old days was I think Foggy Bottom. Do you remember his the famous
Baller guy?
Sorry,
Baller. Yeah.
Baller is the best. I was trying to come up with my own version of Baller. And for a while I was using Beauty. I thought, Beauty sounds same letter. It's like Baller starts with a B, this starts with a B, and it doesn't always apply. So now I just have a mixture of whatever comes to mind when I see it. Usually with some people, I would like to make a joke, and sometimes I'm worried that they will take it the wrong way. So lately I've been adding like just kidding. I hope I'm just kidding at the end because I feel like in a comment there's no way to leave emojis. So there's no way for them to know are you serious or not, right? But I do like to kid around sometimes. Sometimes I want to point out something and I go back and I erase half my sentence because I don't want to make them uncomfortable. Right? Like I want to point out something that's bothering me, but I don't want them to see. If I saw something that was wrong with the art, I don't want them to see it because if they bought it, hopefully they never see it and they'll enjoy it without work. You know what I mean? Without destroying their experience. So I try not to do that myself.
Sure. I remember, and this has happened to me many times. But this one in particular, it's the one that stands out of my mind all the time. Of course, I'm not going to mention the name, a friend in the hobby and has been on my channel and recently as well.
Steven.
I remember one time, so I had been looking at these solicitations, right, to see what's coming out that month. And I remember I stopped on this cover and I was like, oh my, what's that? How did they let that get through? How did the editors not notice how badly drawn that arm is? It looks like it's broken. And then all of a sudden, I don't think it was not even a month later, I see my friend put it in. He posted in his gallery. It's like no, because now I.
So what was your comment? What did you say to him in the comment? Because you always leave comments for other people you're following.
Yes, I honestly don't remember. If maybe I said, okay, for this one, I might skip it. Or if I just kind of said something nice. Yeah, I don't like you said. It's not on me. I'd like if you're a really close friend, I will tell you like, hey, did you notice blah, blah, blah. Because I'd rather I know that you're not going to get pissed at me. You're not going to take it personally. And if you suddenly realize what it looks like, you might be like, okay, at least you have the option of, okay, getting rid of it, you know?
That's not a good idea.
No, I think it is a good idea. Why would you
I think
now?
maybe in private.
Why would you want to keep it in your collection?
No, but if they liked it.
They liked it because they didn't notice how awful that badly drawn part is. That's why.
I know, but maybe they'll never notice it, is my point.
Oh, well, this is what I'm saying. But that's why I usually only kind of bring it up to, like, there's a very less than a handful of people that I would bring it up to, you know?
Okay,
everybody else, I won't mention. I'll just let you enjoy it the way you enjoy it. And if you ever find out on your own, that's your business. You know what I mean?
So a friend of mine had like a page, it was a DC page, and had like some characters playing chess, right? And they're sitting down. So from the hip up, like from the table up, they look normal. But then to fit their legs in, there wasn't enough space, so the artist drew the legs extra small, you know?
Oh.
And it was clearly not like ridiculous proportion, right? Yeah. So would I tell him? Would I not tell him? I don't know, right? I have a problem. I probably did tell him, you know. And I think Rubén is frozen again, guys. Oh no, he's not frozen. Perfect. Okay, so that's like a concern usually. I think I'm trying to think of
I did want to say.
I lost the thread.
I just want to say, just to so I can get Derek's comment off again. He says, I have sometimes removed the like when I realized there was a for sale item. Derek, I can tell you, I usually can realize it's for sale. Sometimes I do get caught, and I just assume that, oh, he added it to his collection, and I hit like right away. Then I scroll down and see it's for sale. And I can tell you, Derek, I always remove the like. To me, it's weird. It's like, you know what I mean? You're getting rid of it. Clearly, you don't want it anymore for whatever the reason is. It doesn't matter the reason, but you're getting rid of it. So why would I leave a comment, or, you know,
I'm 100% with you. I'm 100% with you.
Yeah.
I 100% agree. Actually,
and most people do that. That's how most people handle that as well.
So Bill has a rule. It says, like, you should not write the word for sale in a title. Okay, so the problem with that is I've listened to things. Yes, he has this rule. It says when you look at your listing, it says do not use these words.
No, sorry. I'm just saying, is that true? Mikhail is saying Dan left 145 comments in the past 15 days. Is that possible? Almost 10 per day?
Oh, okay, wow. He knows more about me than I know.
Wow.
Maybe.
If that's true, that's pretty crazy. That's right around my average. Like,
how does Mikhail know this? Is Mikhail part of the CIA? What is going on?
Mikhail, I think can't you click on people's gallery and it tells you all the comments that the person has left? I think
actually everybody can look at everybody's comments.
Yeah, I don't know, but sorry to interrupt. Wait, go back.
Well, the number one commentator in chief would be Marcus, right? And Marcus is, if you look at his thing, he probably commented on 1,000 pieces in the last, maybe 2,000 pieces in the last 10 days, right?
That's true. But go back to what you were saying, yeah. So about the hitting the like on a for sale piece or whatever.
Oh yeah, so Bill has a rule: do not write the word for sale if you're putting something up for sale. But the problem is when somebody you're following, if you go straight to their gallery and not to the main page, it's not obvious that it's for sale when you first look at it, right? Because it doesn't have a different color. When you go on the main page, he has a nice red block around the artwork, so you know, hey, that's for sale. But in your homepage or in the individual person's page, it's not obvious that it's for sale. It doesn't have any coloration or anything to show that. So if you don't write for sale, a lot of people miss that because they just assume you posted another piece of art and they'll start commenting. But the way you don't like leaving comments for people or hearts for people who are selling, I don't like to receive them for things that I'm selling, right? Because then people misunderstand, is this for sale or not for sale? I don't want to confuse people.
No, of course. It works both ways. I don't want to receive it when I'm selling, and I don't want to leave it for you when you're selling. That's it. Yeah.
I think Bill could solve it by having like a colored frame that would just solve it.
I don't believe there's any problem. I don't think there's an issue that needs to be solved. I think you just have to be observant, and when somebody posts something, don't, especially if you're following, your friends and whatever, but anybody really, always, as I scroll down, when I click on something and I scroll down, my eye always goes to the for sale status just to be sure, is it for sale or, and also because people say funny things sometimes in that, like you, right? You often put funny little comments in the for sale status. So I always check. So I just think it's not an issue. I just think people should be, careful. And listen, in my experience, I think the vast majority of CAF users are very aware and are careful to look at that, because most of the time when you see stuff for sale, most of it does not have comments and likes. So I think most people do the right thing. And
okay, guys. So what he's saying is, do not leave a comment or a like if it's for sale. Actually, but like, let's get to the weird part, right? So if a person doesn't just blanks out the for sale sign line, so it doesn't say NFS, it doesn't have not for sale, doesn't say no, but it doesn't say a price either, just blank, right? So now it's ambiguous, and for me that means it's for sale. For me, if there's no price, if it's blank, it's the same as not for sale. Excuse me, it's the same as for sale. So I again will not leave a comment or anything. If they left that area blank, they're saying maybe I will sell it. I want you to make me an offer. Well, I assume if they leave it blank because it's automatically NFS, right? Take that out.
You're saying because you're saying because the default is NFS, right?
Yes.
I think that yeah, that's the default. Oh, I see. So that means in order for it to be blank, somebody got rid of it. They deleted the NFS.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, I see. I never
just because they put a price in doesn't mean anything. Sorry.
To be honest, I've never given that any. I've never paid attention to that. Like, I've seen plenty of people with it blank, but it never occurred to me that, like, oh, blank, this might be for sale. I don't think of it as anything. I just think it's nothing. As for me, as long as it doesn't say for sale, if they don't make it obvious that it's for sale, I assume it's not for sale.
Okay, so now let's do this again. So I have another theory. So if it says NFS, it could also be for sale. So if it says, so NFS generally means not for sale, but because it's like automatic, and then people might leave it on because it's just there. People usually leave defaults on. It's a default, doesn't mean they won't sell it. So for me, if they leave it like that, you have a better chance if it's NFS versus something that says like like some people like I'm trying to think of the name, but some people have like really clear like no exclamation mark, right? Or never. Or I hate the permanent collection one because they're assuming they're gonna live forever. But or family collection, those things, I don't know who they're trying to speak to with those expressions, but at least they're very deliberate in those answers, you know. Right. But NFS to me, I think people, if you want to make it not for sale, please put in your own personal thing in there so that we know that you intentionally do not want to sell it. It's not just you just forgot to leave a default on, right? Right. And I think Europeans use this differently. I think Europeans use their galleries a lot to try to sell on CAF, if I'm wrong. You know,
some, yeah.
Some. Like they leave them blank or whatever. Yeah, they seem to be. I don't know. That's my impression.
So let me hit back on the specificity of commenting and liking. Okay, so in this particular one, Peter, let me put Peter's up.
Peter only comments on war arts.
So interesting. Peter says, so what if someone likes your comment, right? When you leave them a comment and they click like on it, which I always like somebody who took the time to leave you a comment, please. It's the least you could do, okay?
Right.
But Peter's asking, what if they like your comment, but they don't respond? I really wanted to address this, Peter, because I got to tell you, since you brought it up, I'm happy you brought it up of all people, because you're one of the perfect people to bring this up, because I got to say, you, much like Comic Art Boston and some others I can mention, but you guys are actually in the minority, like a deep minority of collectors who feel, I don't know, these are my words, so correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
But you feel, it seems to me that you guys feel an obligation that if somebody comments on you, that you have to comment back to, in reply to their comment. And I just got to say, I don't know if you feel obligated, whatever. That's what it seems to me. Bottom line, though, what I wanted to say, Peter, is, and I love you, but like, I really don't like it personally as a collector, as a user of CAF. I actually don't like when I see people respond to every single comment that they've received. I don't like that. And it's perfect that we're talking about this, because Robert then comes in and says, I rarely comment back because it inflates the comment count with my own comments. And that's true.
Can I interrupt?
Yes.
Okay, so Robert, like the thing is, you don't have to comment on your own piece. So what I do, if it's somebody new or somebody else, I will go, if I'm not already following them, I'll definitely go to their gallery and see what they have, and then I'll try to comment on something back. That way you're reciprocating the commenting. I hate when I go to see people's comments and they only comment on their own gallery comments. Like they don't interact outside of their own gallery. Like if you look at their comments, you can see that all that stuff that they commented on was just responding to people in their own gallery. So they're saying, I'm going to talk to you about me, but I don't want to talk to you about you or your interest. It's very selfish.
Thank you.
I'm not saying you're doing that, Robert. I haven't paid attention, but
thank you.
I know I follow you, but I don't always comment because I've never seen you comment back. So even though you do so much.
So thank you. Let me just quickly follow up with that. There's a collector, well liked, and even I'll tell you, nice guy. But I used to leave him comments, and he would, let's say, like the comment, but then he would reach out to me privately to talk about it or whatever. And okay, nice guy, I talk back and forth, but the talk would always be one-sided about him and his art. Never any interest whatsoever that he cares at all to know anything about my art or me as a person. And so I'm like, I realized after a while, I was like, what's going on here? This is very one-sided. It's like, and like you said, it's like, it feels selfish. Like it's all about you. You love me commenting on all your shit, but that's all you care about. Yeah. So I get that. You know what I mean?
So sometimes I think Cab does this a lot. 1 second. Sorry. So something like, start again. Cab does this a lot where he will respond like to your comment by putting his own comments. And that forces me to go back to his page to see what he wrote. And maybe, right. And so you could argue that it inflates his numbers. I really don't care. Right. It doesn't affect me. But he also does comment on other people's art. And so for me, he's interacting more with the community. So that's a great way to do it. Right. And some people don't do that. And that's really not that great. And the only time I will respond within a comment is if there's a question. Sometimes I'll leave a question like, oh, how big is this art? Or tell me more about something. And I'll put it in there because I think other people might want to know. And I'll put in a question in the comments. Yeah, right. And then I think it's appropriate to answer it because the people looking will find the answer to that question.
Yeah. Yes. For me, I feel like I like to use the word organic, right? I feel like if you're receiving comments, I feel like it's okay to respond, but not by definition to every single one you got. Like to me, it's if the person said something in the comment that makes you that you should know instinctively if you feel like in your head you're answering him back, then leave him an actual comment with that thought. But the idea of answering back to every single comment, I don't. Why? What's the point of that? I mean, just to say thank you, Joe. I also agree with that. Thank you, John. That's a very nice observation. Like, it's too much. Why are you doing it? Now, Jeff, I gotta say, I like to play devil's advocate, right? Play both sides here. So Jeff says, I purposely won't comment on art where the poster responds to each comment to bring up his comment count. But let me stop right there, even though there's one more sentence. Jeff, knowing some of the people that who comment, who respond to every comment, I feel pretty confident in saying that a lot of those people, they don't do it because they want to I want to jack up my comment count. They have better things to do than that. I don't think it's a numbers game. Some people, sure, of course, some people do it for that reason, but I don't think that somebody like Peter or Comic Art Boston, I think they have better things to do with their lives and interests than to be thinking like, oh yeah, I'm gonna reply to everybody so I can double my comment count. I don't. So yes, I'm sure there's every type of personality out there. I believe some people do that, but you can't just assume that because people reply to every comment that they're doing it just so they can get a comment count, doubled or whatever. So
there's some people that do what Jeff does, but in the reverse. So if you comment on them, they will send you a private note saying thank you for your comment. So they'll do what Cab does, but they'll do it privately.
Right.
And so like one guy I can think of is like Eric De Los Santos. So a number of times he sent me an email directly saying, thank you for your comment, blah, blah, blah. And it wasn't, rather than putting it in the comment section itself. So I thought that was an interesting way to do it. And it creates communication, because then we'll talk back and forth for 10 hours through emails, you know?
Okay. I'm gonna get to Robert, your comment, Robert, in a second, but I just noticed Peter's. I want to call him out because he likes to act like he's here all the time. But now I'm gonna call him out because I know that he's in and out, pretending like he's always here. Peter said, "Ruben's talking about my art, LOL." I already said people like you and like Comic Art Boston. So you weren't here when I said that. That's how I know you're not always here. There you go. I just wanted to call you out for the fun.
People go to the washroom while they're watching the show. You know that, right? Or they go and do something, fold the laundry.
They just want to do, more interesting things. They want to do more interesting things. They want to do more interesting things, and that's okay. It's okay. But I just like
you want to hear something strange, right? We're talking about people that only want to talk about their art. It's like the weird thing is when I was at Jeff's house for the art get together, there was a person who's got like a wonderful collection, and he loves it when you look at his art, but he never looks at anybody else's portfolio.
Oh,
and I think it's weird. Like, why would you go to a get together just to show your art? Yes, show your art. You're proud of it. But the cool thing is, you've seen your art many times. Go see other people's stuff. This is your chance to see unique new stuff.
This is very much like the example I gave, right? It's like the in-person version of what I just explained.
In-person version, exactly.
Exactly. Trust me, I'm 100% with you. Every year that we're at Jeff's house and that happens, and I'm always like giving him the side eye because I'm like, okay, I like to look at your stuff. I'll take another look, but like, I can't help but like what you just said, Dan. Like, I can't help but think like, Jesus, how is it that all you care about is your own shit, and you don't even bother to look at anybody else's stuff?
Well, for me, I go to see other people's art. Like I'm looking forward to seeing stuff that's perhaps new, perhaps not, but like up close. And I've already seen my own art. I don't care. I'm bringing it because I don't want to be the guy who doesn't participate, who doesn't share. I'm doing it because just to give back. But right, because if I enjoy seeing other people's art, they enjoy seeing my art. But it's a back and forth, right?
I also want to say just before. Look, let me actually get to Robert's comment because it's a really quick one. I want to answer it very quick. So he says, it would be nice to have a setting, and this is what I believed for years, where my own comments on my art, so when you reply to somebody who commented, right, they don't increase the comment count, right? Just as my own views don't increase the view count. I agree, Robert. I've always thought that since the beginning. It would just be a simple fix where they should go in there in the programming on the back end and make it so that the counter does not, it recognizes, right, through your IP address or whatever, it does not increase the comment count from the owner, the gallery owner, and that's it. I agree. Perfect. That would be the solution.
But I could just say, I think for me, it's more exciting not to look at how many comments I got. It's more exciting for me to see how many comments I gave. Right? And again, you can go and see your own comments. Like Robert, you should go check out next to your name on your main page. If you go see artworks commented on, click on that and see how many comments you made, and see if they're not on your own artwork or in general, because that's saying, hey, I'm interacting with the community, right? Which is what CAF is. And for me, that's the most valuable part of it, right? What they left back for you is a function of how many comments you left for other people. Really, it's not, right? So like, I think I've given 4 or 5 times as many comments as I've received. And that's kind of normal. I don't expect it to be the other way around, right? Yeah. And people with no comments, most likely don't comment at all.
Yeah, exactly. Chuck says, I do try to like all the comments people leave on the art to acknowledge and thank. Exactly. Everybody, please, I've said this a million times, but please, it bears mentioning over and over. If somebody took the time to leave you a comment, no matter, even if it's one word or one sentence, doesn't matter. They took the time to do that for you. Please, the least you could do is click the like button to the far right of their comment. Bottom line, thank you. But you generally don't comment back. Let me just say one quick thing, Chuck. So again, playing devil's advocate, while I really dislike the users who feel this need to reply to every comment they receive.
Thank you.
I also conversely dislike it. There are guys who adamantly refuse, no matter what you say in your comment that you leave them. You could even include a direct question, and they adamantly refuse to reply to you. They will just like your comment, but they won't reply. It's like, no, I don't want to increase my count, I guess, or whatever by reply. It's like you were saying, Chuck, earlier. It is a social, the website. It's not just art posting. For a smaller group of us collectors, it has become, over the last 5-6 years, another social website. You
think if you got rid of the count, people would comment more or less?
I think if it didn't boost the
no, I mean, if you got rid of counts altogether.
Oh, just don't count it, you mean?
Don't count it.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Like, I don't I'm like, who cares? Like, there's no prize at the end of the year. Like, is there a prize? Oh, because you got this many counts on this piece. Who cares, right?
You can give away what you win at Nick's thing next week.
What's that?
Whatever you win next week with Nick, you can give that as the prize for the most.
But yeah, anyways, let me see. Let me jump ahead. It's a good. Yes, I love this topic. But yeah,
guys.
I do want to say to you guys that like you, Chuck, and other guys like you, those of you who almost never reply back, I gotta say, just as a guy leaving comments, like, yes, while I don't think you should be replying to everybody, because you can read the comments and you can see that most of them typically don't bear leaving a reply to, right? But when you see something insightful or a question where it's obvious the person is wanting to know the answer to the question, I think you should reply to at least those types of
what about when people reply, if you see something like, oh, this is amazing artwork, and then they comment, yeah, it's so amazing, I especially love the amazing part over here, and then they kind of like,
oh,
they don't seem at all like,
they don't want to continue to engage in the conversation.
No, but it's not that. You know how they don't just accept the comment. They kind of like they're almost fishing for more in a sense, So yeah.
You think they're fishing for more?
I don't know. They're not fishing for more. They're just like, that's not the word I'm saying. Sorry. They're like almost like showing off more. There was one that I liked recently. Okay.
Are you saying? Just so I understand, are you saying when you leave them a comment?
Yeah.
And they reply back to you,
right?
And then what? And then you reply.
It's almost like a Trump reply. Okay, so you go, "Oh, that's huge." He goes, "Yeah, it's really huge. It's the hugest you've ever seen." They're agreeing with you, but at the same time building it up even more.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay,
it feels like if Trump was answering the questions for them, or the comments.
About the content quality of the reply itself. What they're saying. What they're saying. Well, what they're saying.
Talking about their art. Yeah, like you go, "Oh, your art is amazing." Go, and they go, "Yeah, my art is the best," or something like that. That's how it feels. But the complete opposite of that was like this past week, a guy posted an X-Men John Byrne page, and he goes, "I don't want to write anything in here because I don't want to. I feel bad to try to make this sound any better than it already is, or like." And you can feel that was really how he felt, and he just kind of left it there, and let people comment whatever they want to comment. Okay. Also, for me, I don't like to describe in the description of the. Okay, so I don't read all descriptions. If they're too long, guys, I'm not reading it. Like, I'll read the first paragraph, and I'm not reading to the if you have like a whole essay. I know Jeff does this. I don't. I like reading, but not that much. I'm mostly into pictures, so I'll read the first paragraph. But anyway, if it starts saying things like, "This is so awesome. I love this," and they start describing everything about the picture. Oh, I like the way he drew the hammer, and then the dog was really cool, and then the way the woman comes in. If you wrote all the details, there's nothing left for me to comment at the bottom because you basically put all that stuff up in the description. It's like me repeating what you said. So just leave it a little bit general. In my case, I try to just leave a description of how I got the art or when I got the art or something to do with the collecting aspect more than the actual piece. So that way, if you want to comment about the piece, you can comment on the piece,
Yeah, listen, there's guys, it's not like Dan and I are here just because we're the only ones on camera. And, oh, we're here to tell you exactly how to work, with the commenting and the liking on Cap.
That's right.
But it is something that
the expert.
Most of us who are very social and like to talk to other collectors, we've had these conversations many times privately, right? Everybody talks about this stuff. So it's very, very interesting to talk about live and get, this many people, like 4 or 5 dozen people at the same time giving their opinions. So I like that we're doing this. But again, I just want to make it clear. I will always stand by my opinion and tell you, like, that's just how I feel. You may not feel the same. And the same for, Dan tonight. We're just talking about how we feel.
We are just authority. Forget what he said. He's just kidding around.
Shut up. And the same goes for the rest of you. Everybody ultimately is still going to do what they want to do and how they want to do it. But I just feel in a lot of cases, I feel it's worth me putting out there how I feel about what certain people do, because I really think it would benefit you guys more if you maybe didn't do that, or if you did do what we're kind of mentioning, Can
I comment on Mikhail's comment?
What's that?
Can I say something about Mikhail's comment?
This one?
Mikhail says Marcus makes it a competition. Yeah. So let me just say, Marcus is an inspiration. I got to meet him, and he really told me that it's really easy to do 10 billion comments a month. It's super easy for him, and anybody could do it. He believes you can do it, and you can do it, and everybody else can do it. Everyone can do it if you want to. You only need to spend 2 hours a day. 2 hours a day, you could totally do it, commenting on every piece of art on CAF. So that's all you need, guys. You just have to type a little faster. No AI, just you can do it. So Marcus is in a league of his own. He's not in a competition with anybody. There's no way anybody could ever catch up to him. He's like the Elon Musk of CAF, as far as just so far ahead, right? Yeah. I think Bill pays him by the comment. I'm not sure. I'm making that up, Marcus. If you're watching, I'm totally kidding. But anyway, go on.
I also want to say, in terms of, some people don't like to respond to people's comments. Other people, they like to respond to people's comments. I enjoy it when I, let's say, leave a comment for a friend. And it's especially if it's some kind of I'm just fucking around, whatever, joking. And they comment back and it gives me a giggle. So I'll continue. Sometimes it warrants continuing, right? And I'll keep the joke going or whatever. And, again, it doesn't happen super often, but every now and then, right? It ends up turning into this back and forth, 4 or 5 comments from each of us. And there you go. I don't see any, why would you?
Do you feel guilty? Do you feel guilty when this happens? Because now your comment is higher and Jeff will judge you.
No, but what I'm saying is some people with that, they would hate it because oh, look, you just let's say the owner of the art, or people who have nothing to do with that art. They see that and they're like, oh, this guy just got 8 different comments because those 2 guys had a tiny conversation. It's it's not a competition. Who cares? When you go back to it years later, you may come across these pieces years later, and that's happened to me. And I'm like, oh, I look at this piece haven't looked at in years. I look at it again. I scroll down, and I'm like, oh shit, there's an old conversation I had with him in the chat. In the comments, joking around back and forth, and it's just a good gig that gives you a good laugh just to see that again.
Who is Everyday Adams?
Everyday Adams Comics, fairly new follower and viewer of the channel.
I like the fact that it has 2 D's in Adams, because my favorite cartoonist outside of Charles Adams,
Yes, you were busy earlier. If you see it on Rewind, I posted another one of his comments.
I'm not going to watch the show again, Rubén. This is enough. One time.
I know. He was telling you earlier. I posted it while you were talking on screen.
Sure. I can't read out the glasses.
He was telling you that he loved seeing your Adams piece.
But he's called Everyday Adams, so that means he's also an Adams fan.
Yeah, I would think so.
Gotcha. Okay.
I would think so. Let me catch up here. Let me comment here in the chat. The weird part is that all foreigners cooking in Mexico. Okay, we're not going to go back on that. Sometimes the sale items make it into the build top 10. Really? Is that true, guys? I haven't seen that. For sale items, ended up making it into the top 10 of the Thursday.
It's happened by accident twice, I think.
At least really? Twice. Okay. At least it's not.
I only watched that portion of the whole show, so.
Yeah. Look at Rick. Rick says that he also assumes that blank means they'd consider selling. Interesting. I never gave it any thought that way. It's interesting.
Rick is smart.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Dan knows what the W stands for, but it's good.
No for an answer.
NSFW, yeah.
The Oklahoma kids in the house says hi to Dan. Good to see you.
Hey.
Can you all debate blue lines versus gray lines next? No, we cannot. John C in the house. Is he? I didn't see John C, but there you go. Jalo. Okay. What's up, John? Some heart, you have a great art and are a great artist. Okay, European, okay, more Mexican stuff. Of course, because I'm behind. I comment on war and non-war art. Peter is he, because you said he only comments on war art.
That was a joke, Peter.
Okay, there you go.
Don't take anything tonight seriously. Except my financial advice, which I'll give later on about how to invest in the market. Everything else, totally kidding.
And look, see, it works. Look at Lee. I always like the comment now since Rubén called me out on it. You've got to admit those. You got to admit, Lee, it makes sense, right? Like it's a
Lee is home because they didn't used to have the liking back in the day, right? That was new in the last 10 years.
Of course, but it has been around for more than enough years now, right? And it really is like what Chuck was mentioning before, that it's a way to say, at the same time, with one click, you're saying thank you, and you're saying, I acknowledged that you left the comment. I have read it, So, yes, do that, please. It takes one click. Rubén is doing the Max Headroom thing.
Sometimes.
I never used to watch that, by the way.
But basically, your head shakes a lot.
I all of that right.
He's doing it again. He's doing it right now.
To a comment. That's true, James. You do rarely respond to comments, but sometimes, just because it feels like it's juicing the comment count. That's what people were saying earlier. And that's why the best solution would be just go on the back end and fix it so that the person who owns that gallery, their comments do not get added to the comment count. That should have been done like 10 years ago, That would have fixed that problem. And then what you were saying, Dan, I do believe if that happened, right? If that feature was programmed into it, I do believe that would make for more interesting comment sections, because I do believe
okay. Yep.
I do believe that the owners would then be more willing to answer and reply back to comments. And then you could get little conversations going, and that's fun. And they wouldn't care because it's not juicing up the comment count, So right. I really do believe. I've always believed.
The other thing, guys, if you put a comment on a piece of art that's for sale, right? For me, it makes me think, well, why aren't you just trying to buy it? If you really like it enough to put a comment, just offer to buy it, right? If it says, don't tell them how much you like it, make them an offer because it's for sale, right? And so does that, you know what I mean? Clearly, you missed it if that happens.
Mike Davis in the house. What up, Mike?
Hey, wow, long time.
Long time, yeah.
Honestly, I don't even remember what he looks like anymore.
Honestly, exactly. Honestly, he says the politics of commenting on posts on CAF was one of the main reasons I stopped posting and interacting on CAF. Well, you're in the minority, I would say, Mike. I just think it's like at least one of the main sort of things I think everybody should know and think is that, okay, the least we all can do, if somebody took the time to do something for us, which is leave a comment, we can like that comment. It's one click. So that's all I'm saying. Like that's the least you can do, right? So again, it's not about rules and regulations, Mike. Everybody's still going to do whatever they want to do or not do anything at all. We're just saying we feel that if you are active on the website, right, and people constantly leave you comments, literally the least you could do is click a button, for Christ's sake. I mean, you're literally right there reading the damn comment. How hard is it to do this with your mouse or what? You know what I mean? Like, so yeah. But again, I think you're in the minority, Mike. I think most of us that want to be social within the hobby, we're okay. And we're okay discussing, what.
Mike, go back on CAF and post some stuff, okay? We know you have good taste. Just do it.
That's it. Exactly. You don't even post art anymore, Mike. So, that's a whole other.
Do you still collect? I just want to know, do you still collect anything? What's the last piece you got? Just tell us the last piece. Just describe it, page by, panel by panel.
There you go, Hyder. He will sometimes respond if it's a question. That's good, What is Dan's criteria to follow a gallery? That's a good question.
I have usually it's because I like the artwork. I follow a lot of galleries that just because the art's good. That's all that matters. I don't really care because the funny thing is.
But can I assume though that you won't follow it just because you happen to catch, like you see this piece, you click on it, and you're like, oh wow, that's nice. You're not going to follow immediately. You'll probably wait to see if that person
more stuff. No, the next step is I'll go to their gallery.
Oh, to check it out.
If I go, oh, they have similar tastes, they have interesting stuff, then I'll follow it, right? And then that's really how I follow it. I follow a lot of them based on and it's funny because if I look at the news section, a lot of times the ones I'll go to there, I'll be like, oh, I follow this guy because if I'm clicking on it, that means it's stuff that I like, and the people that collect stuff that I like constantly are posting stuff that I enjoy seeing. So I follow those ones, and usually I always miss cool stuff every time I'm away for a weekend. If I'm away for a weekend, that's when the people posted like the best stuff, and I'm like, how could I miss, cover to X-Men 300 or whatever the hell it is, something big like this? It's usually because I'm away on the weekend, and a lot of like James S. He posts a lot of cool stuff, but late at night. I'm usually going to sleep early, so I'm always like, oh, how come like 2 or 3 days later I see something really cool? Like I've been looking all day long, but now at nighttime when I'm sleeping, that's when he posts it. So following him means I'll catch it later,
Peter says, Rubén, interesting that's your perception. I don't respond to every single comment. Listen, it feels like you have been doing that. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll take it your word for it, obviously, Peter, if I'm wrong. It has felt like in recent months that's what I'd seen quite a bit. But you're saying only on jokes or insightful comments or questions. Okay, that's fine. But you're saying at the end, that said, it's good to know to minimize my responses. No. If you enjoy leaving the responses that you leave, you absolutely should leave it. That's what I was saying earlier about me and Duke. Just because we're on screen doesn't mean we're the rule makers of how to, socialize on CAF. We're just saying what we feel we like to do or what we dislike when people do, whatever. But as long as you like to do it, that's fine. Leave the comments, Peter, for sure. I feel bad when I see that kind of thing, because when I see that, and again, maybe not as much you, but certainly Comic Art Boston, and he and I have been friends for 25 years at least. I feel like when I see him reply to everybody, again, I never talked to him about it, so I could be wrong. But when I see him do that, I automatically feel like he feels he's obligated. He feels like some obligation to have to give somebody, every single person, a verbal response. You know what I mean? Typewritten, obviously. But yeah, that's how I feel. That's what the optics of it is. That's what it looks like to me. Is that I feel that people who do that, because I can't imagine he's doing it to juice up his numbers. I don't think he cares about that.
It's safe to say though that you agree that you should feel like liking the comment, but you should not feel like you have to leave a comment for every comment.
Right.
And Peter, you're like a cool guy, so don't take anything personally that Rubén says on the show. He's totally, just give me examples. You're fine. And you have good taste in art. The art that you have, even though I don't collect it, I appreciate it. I feel like it's always a very high standard of illustration in all the stuff you collect. So that's what I appreciate about your collection. Even though I would never buy a war art because the topic doesn't interest me enough, but the drawings that you have in the art is amazing every single time. So, and I appreciate that.
There you go. Thank you, Dan. Okay, so I got to take Mike. Mike Davis said, I want to address this, okay? So leave a comment if a piece moves you. There should be no exception of anything you meant expectation of anything reciprocated in any way. It's that attitude that poisons the well for me. Okay, there's so many. Okay, so let me say this. There's so much more nuance to that you're not aware of, Mike. I'm assuming you're not aware of it. Okay, so there are two factions in this hobby. There are the majority of collectors who either almost never leave comments and don't look at CAF every day necessarily, all right? Who don't really go on YouTube channels like this one for the most part, or at least if they do, most of them are doing it silently. They're not commenting in the live chat, right? So those are that's the faction which represents the majority of the hobby, who are what I call non-sociable, right? They don't want to be social online within their hobby. Then there's the other faction of the hobby, myself, everybody, the majority of people in the chat here, the people that show up as my guests and co-hosts. All right, those of us represent a very, very tiny portion of all collectors. Okay, and so it's different. The whole commenting thing, Mike, it really becomes a different thing depending on which faction you're talking about. Because for those of us in the minority who love to be sociable, and we're very social online and stuff, we do this every week, right? Those of us, it gets to the point where you make so many friends, you start leaving so many comments, right? We all have other things to do in life. It gets busy, and you get to the point where you start feeling like, oh God, I don't have time for this, you know? So you have to start thinking of, okay, how can I cut down my commenting, let's say, okay? And what Dan had mentioned earlier, something related to this, it's kind of like, for those of us who are regularly social online, okay, within the hobby, it does become a thing where you're doing it because of the socializing. So in other words, you're saying, Mike, that, oh, leave a comment if it moves you. But that's just being very narrow-minded in terms of like, oh, it's all about the art, right? But there's more, for those of us in the minority, we're interested in this hobby in far more than just art for the art's sake and leaving a comment only if it moves us. Those of us in the minority who like to socialize a lot, we end up leaving each other comments because we're friends. So that's why it's a different thing, right? Those of us who do that, we are happy to leave comments for our friends because we're friends, and it's a way to socialize. It's a way to keep in touch with each other on a very regular basis. And so when you're part of that faction of people who like to socialize that much, right? And you start leaving reciprocating type comments, for a lot of us, it does get to the point where you're like, well, I noticed, like what Dan said earlier, I noticed that like I keep leaving this guy comments, you know, not because I like the art, but I realize he never leaves me any in return and doesn't seem to leave almost anybody else comment. Like, so it's very one-sided. And so, yeah, listen, you, Mike, may see that as a bad thing, something that's poisoning the well or whatever, and that's fine. If you feel that way, you have the right to feel that way. So I'm not making a judgment against you on that, right? But I'm just trying to get you to see our side from where we're coming from. It's like we do it when you're commenting because they're just your friends and you want to encourage them, right? You want to encourage them, so you leave comments, right? When you're doing it that way, it does get to the point for a lot of us where it just takes so much time. So we need to find ways to not spend so much time commenting. And so you have to start putting, like, you know, okay, you start thinking, how can I cut down my commenting time? And so I'll speak for myself, and Dan mentioned it earlier, but I'll say that for me too, it does get to the point where I'm like, occasionally from certain people, I realize, man, like I leave this person comments pretty much every time or almost every time that they post something. And I've only posted like 2 or 3 pieces per year for the last 2 or 3 years, and you can't bother to give me a comment. And again, I don't want you to misunderstand. If you don't, people in general, if you don't leave me a comment, like I don't give a shit. Okay, it's not about that. I post because I'm hoping there's people out there who like the same things I do, and you will enjoy what I posted. I do it for everybody else. I don't post for me, which is kind of why I stopped posting a lot over the last couple of years. I just got tired of it. I can enjoy my own art in person. I don't feel an obligation to have to post everything online anymore, okay? But when you see we're being sociable with each other on YouTube or wherever, other platforms, right? And you also know that I constantly leave you comments. I don't know, when you see that you're following my gallery and I posted one piece for the first time in 9 months, like it's kind of weird that you wouldn't reciprocate.
Hey, Rubén, I think you've answered his question. I think you're now just repeating. So
Yeah,
you basically said it. It's very clear. I like the way you expressed it.
Do you agree though, Dan? Like
I'm
there is
100%.
a separation,
Yeah, I'm in
right?
agreement.
It's different, but do you agree that it is different the way we interact with commenting and liking when you are part of the minority of very, very sociable people as opposed to the people who are not very sociable?
Yeah, so yeah, you discover who's not sociable and you go, well, there's no point interacting. I can still look at the art, but I don't need to say anything or comment because they don't care. Right? If they don't want to, they don't care about being social. So which means if they don't want to leave, like I get it's not about getting a like back, it's just they're not interacting back. Right? So if they're not interacting back, that means they either dislike you or they don't care about you. So in either case, it doesn't matter. Why do you have to just give up on caring about leaving them comments? Do you know what I mean? It's like it's like you just no point continue talking to them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if they reach out to you, you'll talk to them. I'm not saying to shun anybody, but as far as leaving comments, it doesn't need to be left for someone who doesn't care. If they don't care, it's fine. And I leave art comments for people that like you mentioned. If I just have a friendship with that person, so like Paul P, right? I will comment on at least one out of every 5 pieces because he posts way too much, right? But sometimes I'll comment on all 5 depending on what he posts, right? There's only so much I can say about, like a little sketch card art or something. There's just very little for me to say. So I'll just put a heart and I'll move on.
Or a better example might be
I'm thinking Fred Hembeck. Like, how many comments can I leave on Fred Hembeck art?
Right.
Oh, look, it's a cute version of this character. Oh, look, it's a cute version of this character. Oh, it's a cute I mean, it's going to get old really fast. And I appreciate why they collect them. And now he's just listing it for the purpose of having a catalog, which is fine.
I don't think you even have to explain that one. That's pretty obvious. And it's kind of like, every Friday, okay, cute. Or you make a quick little comment or whatever, just to leave the comment because he's my friend, whatever. But there's, like you say, I agree. There's only so much you can say about the same art over and over and over, So I totally agree with that. I just wanted to say, Mikhail, he says that I have the second most commented piece of the past 30 days. That's
nice. What's the piece?
That shot, I assume it's the thing, the Fantastic 450 page with the thing.
Oh, I don't even think I commented on this. I don't remember seeing that.
You probably haven't. I don't know. Tom Grumman. But that's shocking to me, Mikhail. It's really shocking to me because, like, if you said the second most commented in the last week, okay, that's possible. It's only been 7 days. But 30 days, the second most commented, I would think, like, there's always these guys posting, like, these killer, 60s, 70s pieces, marble, whatever, that would have gotten tons more comments, like many of them. So that's weird, but okay. Again, not that it means anything to me, but okay. But again, I've said it before, Mikhail. A lot of those comments are only because they're my friends. You guys are my friends, so you leave me the comments. Just like I said earlier, I leave my friends comments. Those of us who are social, we like to do that. So that's all, that's what a lot of it is about. And I think it's good. To be honest, I got to tell you all, I really think that the hobby for me has gotten a lot more enjoyable in the last 5-6 years because certainly when I started making a concerted effort to leave people more comments, and then I noticed other people started doing it, and it grew from there. I've enjoyed it a lot more. I think it's a lot more fun now. And I've said it before. I'm a lot more interested in the social aspect of the hobby than I am in trying to seek out the next piece for my collection. I don't care about that. So that's how I feel. So if Mike, if you
my favorite thing is if you know the other collector, you can leave a comment that everybody else could be insulted by, but this person knows you well enough that they'll take it as a joke. And I think that's one of the fun things sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I don't know if he took it as a joke or not, but Dino posted a Rob Liefeld Wolverine piece of art like maybe a month back or something. Anyway, and it had feet, and it was well drawn feet by the guy who's known for not doing feet. And I commented, "Oh, look, the feet." And in my mind, is like, look, why are they bothering to insult Layfield for not drawing feet? Because clearly he can do them just fine. Here it is in your eye, right? I didn't explain that in detail. I just said, look, it's a feet, and I just thought that was proof that hey, he can draw feet. And I thought I don't need to explain any further. But another collector was all offended. He goes, why do you have to blah, blah, blah? And I'm like, go to his gallery, and he collects pretty much 90% Layfield. And I think I sent him a note saying, yeah, I think you misunderstood. I like Layfield. I'm a fan. I'm a fan since the beginning. I know he doesn't draw everything perfectly, but it's exciting. And but it's possible for people to misunderstand things, I guess, as well. You can't. Sometimes I have to be long. I have to explain things the long way, and that kind of ruins it.
Yeah,
I think.
I mean, thankfully, again, and that's why there's those two factions I mentioned, right? Thankfully, for those of us who are in that faction of, we want to be sociable a lot and stuff. Thankfully, we understand. I think for the most part, like 99% of us, I think, understand each other, know each other well enough to know that if a comment was left for one of us that at first read may sound questionable or make you raise your eyebrow, I think we know that, okay, it has to be a joke. It must be a joke and it's not reading well or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I think we all understand each other to where we don't have to really worry about, oh my God, if I say this as a comment, is he going to take offense to it? You know what I mean?
Like, yeah, but for some people, I do worry. Yeah.
yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, right. You want to move on, or you still want to talk about this? Are we doing the?
Yeah, no, we're gonna move on because that was a fantastic thing. It was very organic, by the way, guys. We did come here tonight with a couple of
That's
planned
why this show is so good for you, because of the organic nature.
What's that?
No preservatives, no
preservatives,
nothing
exactly.
sprayed on the field. You know what I'm saying?
Very healthy, this show.
Yeah. But you pay more at certain stores.
It's true that we did come here with planned topics, but that weird StreamYard thing that kicked me out earlier, it worked out well.
Vacation.
It made you bring up the topic, and it's always been an interesting topic to talk about. And so yeah, I'm glad that we covered it. And again, there's no set rules, everybody. There's no set rules. Do what you like. And Peter, just want to mention again, you're probably going in and out, not listening. I didn't say
he's probably listening the whole time.
No, he's not. I did not say.
He has it like in earphones on.
He's telling me earlier in the comment. He's saying, "Rubén, I don't do it. I don't do it to juice the comment count." I didn't say you did, Peter.
No,
I know you didn't. I know you don't do that. Thank you. So I stopped commenting on galleries that never comment back and comment on mine, but I do still hit likes. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, Black Viper of Dorn. Some of us feel like, okay, yeah, you get to the point where you feel like it's about the social aspect. And when you're the only one being sociable with that collector, but they don't reciprocate back, it's not about, did you leave me a comment? It's because we think of it as socializing. And so you feel when you don't get reciprocation, you feel like, oh, this person clearly doesn't want to socialize with me. That's how we see it. And so we feel like, okay, I guess I'll stop leaving him comments,
So I want to say, like, the one guy that, Mike Halpern, right? The guy who owns Heritage. He is like
Jim Halpern.
Jim Halpern. Thank you, Jim. So he has like a zillion dollars, and he can afford basically the best of every piece of art, right? And when he posts pieces of art, they're always really nice. There's a guy like him who's so successful and rich. Does he need a comment? And the answer is, if you like the art, you leave a comment. And I've done that. And what's nice is he'll go back and he'll press the like button. So he's not just posting and leaving and ghosting. Like he's reading the comments. He's read the comments when he clicks on it, right? So you got a feedback. And so I think I don't feel bad about doing that. And he's never commented on my art, but he posts so infrequently. I don't mind if he posts once or twice a year, to leave a comment on those things. Because at least he does the thumbs up at the end, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, no, well said. They find comments on fine art. Hey, Derek Neiman in the house. Just comment the word Rubén on everything, regardless of owner or subject. I will try to hit the like on comments left for now on. I always forget. There you go. Hey, if you try to make the effort, I really do believe that it's the bare minimum there, Tom. So it would be nice to see people do that at least,
Maybe that could be my baller thing. I could be like, Rubén approved or something like that, like Hey, can I ask a question? Is Marvel Fan in the chat? Tom?
That's Tom, Marvel Fan, yeah.
Is he here though? Did you see him at all?
Huh?
Did he show up tonight?
Yeah. He's commented a million times.
Okay. Because it doesn't say. Okay, hey Tom, when did you create #1 Marvel fan? Was that created before #1 Groo Fan or after? I can't keep track of these things. It's like I always wondered it. So now since I'm here, I thought I would ask you the question.
Yes, let us know. Let us know. Dan and I were talking about that, and we were wondering like who came first.
Like it might have been you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't. Yeah, I wouldn't even want to take a guess. I'm really that unsure. OCD is strong in this one. Yes. One of a million.
You talked about Rubén.
Thank you. That's one of a million flaws of CAF. I don't know about that, Stanley, whatever, but that's just one little. I just feel like that's that counter, to make it so that the owner's gallery can comment on his own stuff without it adding to the count. I think that's a simple fix. So I just think it should have been done years ago. So I don't want to talk about any other issues you may have, but that one is a simple fix. So I think it's a simple fix. Teach a course on social media etiquette at the local community college. A lot of people are
right here on YouTube College.
Chasing of Shapiro. Don't know what is that. I don't even know what that means. I'll lay a few more tonight. It's not social for everyone. I know that. That's why I said 2 groups. It's great for those that want it to be, but there are those that probably like to post, share, and view others' art pieces, but don't necessarily want to engage with others. Of course there is. Of course there is. Yeah.
That's what we're complaining about, Mike. That's what we're complaining about.
That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying is that there's 2 factions of the hobby. There's those, and that's the majority. That's the majority of people. The majority of people in the hobby aren't social. That's why on either my channel or on what's it called, CAF Plus channel, right? Even on CAF Plus channel, right, which is the preeminent channel. We're the only 2 channels for this hobby, if you think about it. I mean, in terms of original art focused channels, right? That's why even the most preeminent one, CAF Plus, the most you ever see on a regular entertainment show.
Isn't the EXP the preeminent? The EXP is the preeminent, I think. I think you got it wrong.
Is the most you ever see live are dozens of people out of thousands of collectors. The most you ever see are dozens. And even me with 1/11th or 1/12th the subscriber count, of CAF Plus, even I live only get dozens of people.
Yeah, but you don't have a cake break. You don't have a cake break. That's the problem with your show.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, Mike, is we're in the minority. Those of us who like to hang out on these shows and comment on each other's art, we are the minority. That's always been the case, and I've always admitted that, So
Mike, give me a call after the show. I'll comment on something. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Guys like you, Mike, are in the majority, but that's So we are talking here about all this type of stuff, but most of these comments typically are geared more to those of us who are in the minority of people who want to socialize, because those are the people who are the audience for these types of shows. You know what I mean? So there you go. I am. Let me see just a couple of things. So we're going to get into some new topics that Dan had brought up to me, and I thought was pretty interesting. So
can this Black Viper comments that you posted?
Yeah.
So when I go to
for the people like you who often just listen to the show and don't watch it, let me read it out loud. So Black Viper of Dorn says, people do search by most views, most comments, and most likes. At least I do sometimes. Good point. Go ahead, Dan. And what you got to say?
So when I go into your gallery, somebody else's gallery on CAF, I usually sort it by most views, and then I look at everything from there. Or I go to categories that I collect, like covers or splashes. But oftentimes I will just do by most views, and that will give me a sense of when did they start. Because if I see like a convention sketch that has like 6,000 views, I know that they started a long time ago, because no convention sketch today gets those kind of views. So I know that's an old one. But or it's their most popular item, so it has maybe a famous artist or a famous character, right? But anyway, I look at it in that order, and I go through the whole gallery that way, as opposed to following things. And because people have weird ways of doing galleries, So yeah. Right. Anyway, let's go to the next topic.
All right. So as I was saying, guys, Dan and I spoke And yeah, he brought up a couple of interesting topics that he thought would be interesting to talk about with all you
Marcus
guys.
is over 100,000, I think.
What?
Marcus is over. Somebody commented that how many
Oh,
comments is Marcus at? And
Are
I
you
think he's over
kidding?
100,000. You can go check it out yourself, John.
Are you kidding? John, 2 years ago, I think the stats were that he had, what was it? 23,000 in 1 year, a couple of years ago. So I'm pretty sure he's probably over 100,000 at this point, you know?
It's because he uses his nose to type at the same time as he uses his hands to type. That's how he does it. It's like 10 digits times 2. Yeah.
But anyways, so Dan, yeah, why don't you pick one of the topics we had discussed and kind of tell everybody the impetus of, you know, what kind of made you, you know, think about this topic and
So this is like a question for you guys. You guys tell us what's your thought about using debt to kind of help along with the collecting? You're laughing at something else, I guess.
No, I still have to take care of the comments, so I'm laughing.
All right, I can't follow. I can't read them too small.
No, ignore the comments. Just talk.
So many years ago, I'll just explain how I was introduced to the concept. So many years ago, maybe more than 10 years ago, I met another collector, and he had 2 awesome covers for sale. And I saw them, and I was like, "Wow, these are amazing!" And I said, "You know, how much are they?" And they were really out of my budget. And to be specific, they're I think like $10,000 a piece. And there's 2 of them. And I go, "I don't have the money." And he goes, "Oh, that's what credit lines are for." So when I heard that, it really changed the way I think about collecting, right? Because here's a piece of art that I really like, that I already enjoyed the art when I saw the comic, and now I see it in real life and have a chance to get it, but no way I can afford it today. But here's an opportunity if you use a credit line. I didn't have a credit line, by the way, but that you can now postpone that payment and get the art now when it's going to run out. And I think Rubén used it in his business. I use it in my business. But could you use it in your art collecting to kind of delay payments and then pay it off? And Rubén, I think, has an example of how the math works, I guess. Right? You had some ideas about, okay, so you were talking about buying some artwork at a convention, right? And you could
just working with debt in general,
right?
Yeah.
No. Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Specify.
So let's. Okay, so one of the areas that this works in really well is okay. Never mind what I said before. Let's just go on with the conversation. So let's say you want to pick up a piece at auction and you need to sell some stuff. But if it happened to you like it happened to me, where you sold stuff first and then you didn't win the auction, it's really bitter because now you gave up art for something that you like more, but now you have neither. You don't have your old collection or the new thing. So instead, you need to buy first and then sell. But there's a window in between there where you got to cover that bill. And so I think that is a good place to fit into those kind of spots.
Okay, so that's
but there might be lots of other spots. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you're saying that that's a good example of what. So I was looking for the overall topic theme.
So the overall, a lot of people say you should buy what you love and never go into debt for it. That's like the traditional thinking.
Right. So I was just, again, I wanted to tell everybody what the topic was. What you just explained was an example of the topic without telling them what the topic is first.
That's why the host should do his job, Rubén.
Yeah. So basically, we were talking about debt, right? Because in the past, you guys will know, in the past have said, like, when we're talking about the hobby, like one of the things I always have told people, you know, I've always advised people is never get into debt just to be a collector and get stuff. Okay, as a blanket statement, yes.
Unless it's J. Scott Campbell art, right?
I've said that as a blanket statement, right? Okay, but Dan and I were talking about debt, right? And of course,
what about Jim Lee art? Do you do it for Jim Lee art?
No, because I don't have Jim Lee art, so I don't care.
I know.
So the thing is that we started talking about about debt, right? Using debt, and I suddenly said, "Well, okay." And I told Dan, I said, on my channel, I have on more than one occasion suggested people stay away from getting into debt to collect, you know. However, I said to Dan, I will say that there are exceptions to every rule, and there are times where I believe it's okay to use debt for your collecting, right? The only thing which I don't like to talk about it because, and this is what I also told Dan, is I don't typically say that on my channel because I never know who's watching, how many people are watching. They go in and out like Peter. They catch only a few bits and pieces here, I love you, Peter. You know that. But yeah, so the thing is I don't want to be that guy who's responsible for, some random Joe happens to tune in right as I'm speaking and saying, so yeah, it's okay to get into debt for your collecting, right? And that's all they hear. And oh shit, that's what I've been thinking. You see, thank you. He's right. I'm going to go and start getting into debt for, that's why I'm scared to kind of talk about that. But so I wanted to make one point. And again, it does fall under the category of exceptions to the rule. And what I would say is, okay, the only times, sure, you sometimes I do feel it's okay to use debt to buy comic art for your collection. Okay. The first thing I have to say about that, though, is this only applies, and I don't know you all well enough to know if you can be trusted with your money, putting yourself into debt, right? I don't know you guys. Only each one of you knows inside yourself how you are with debt, okay? So I always have to emphasize that what I'm going to say only applies to people who, like myself, okay, because there have been a few times where I did use debt to buy stuff. People like myself who are very good money managers, people who know they're not going to leave this running balance on a credit card for a year, 2 years, and then you're just racking up crazy amounts of interest. Okay, I would never do that. Okay, so to give you an example of what I would do, right, and I've done in the past. So something comes up, kind of like Dan said, maybe it's something at auction, and you're like, oh yeah, I really like that, but you only notice it, as the auction's about to end, and maybe in a few days, this week or whatever, and you're saying to yourself, okay, number one, I currently do not have the cash flow to buy that if I win it. Okay, so I can try to start selling off pieces as quickly as possible to raise the cash, or if I don't think that's a good idea for whatever reason, okay, I can use debt. What specific reason and what specific way would I use the debt? I'll tell you what I have done in the past. I also understand I have not used the debt in, I don't know, maybe 2 decades. So it's been forever. Okay. But what I would do and I would still do it again, even today, if it really came down to it. Okay. A situation where, okay, so I want to bid on this piece. I don't have the money. I probably don't have time to sell stuff and raise the money. So what I will do, and I understand that not everybody can do this. So I have a credit line, a line of credit, I guess. You probably call it the same thing in the United States. All right. So I've had this for decades.
I think you call it like a HELOC or something.
Sorry?
I think in the States it's a HELOC.
HELOC?
Home line of credit. No.
Okay, but I don't even want to, let's not get into that. Mine is not a home line of credit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you don't have a home. Yeah, I mean, right.
Yeah, it's not a home line of credit. It's just a regular credit line.
Fine. So okay.
Anybody can apply for it at the bank, and they can, sometimes they'll send you an offer in the mail, right? If you're a good customer, whatever, or you have good credit, they'll send you an offer. Hey, how about, sign up for you're pre-approved, sign up for this credit line. And usually it's like at least in my experience, they offer you $10,000 line of credit. Okay. And when I first got mine offered to me and I accepted it, it was for $10,000. And at that time, it came with a 10% rate of interest. Okay. I do not remember what the actual interest rates were at the time, though. Okay. Probably in the 6 or 7 area, because I think the line of credit is more. I don't know, but whatever. This came with a 10% interest rate for my line of credit. Okay. So what I did a few times in the past is I took the money out of the line of credit. I did bid or buy. Maybe it was something that it was a direct sale. Bought what I wanted to buy, right? So then I knew when I did that, though, that before I even did it, I knew, right? You look at your finances, you look at your situation, you try to figure, okay, how fast can I pay this back if I decide to use debt, right? So in my head, I was like, I think I can probably pay it back within about 3 months, you know? So I spent the money. So there's 10,000, right? So in your head, you're thinking, okay, 10% on 10,000, that's $1,000, right? So my $10,000 purchase is going to cost me 11,000. But then you realize, oh, wait a second. No, that is only true if it took me the full year to pay it off, right? I did end up ultimately paying it off in less than 3 months. And so I think I paid, I don't know, $250 in interest or something like that, in that range, in that area. And so it was fabulous. So in the end, what happened? Well, I didn't lose the piece I really wanted to buy. I ended up putting it in my collection. It cost me what it cost me, and only that, again, think about it in terms of the overall cost of the item, okay? It's only a few percentage points more. So $250, if it cost me 10,250, who cares, right? To me, that's so negligible that it's absolutely worth doing that. So in that case, fantastic. I paid off the loan 3 months later. I was back out of debt free, and I got the piece in my collection. I'm happy. So there you go. That's one example. So Dan, yeah, take it.
So the reason I think the topic came up was because when we were watching Steve, I think it's Steve's show where he was talking about trading up and getting another
Steve Mussolino. Yeah.
Yeah, Steve M. So Steve, you were saying that you want to go to the next level with your collection and you don't want to spend your money. You want to give up some pieces, but then I think it's hard to figure out, what to give up. And I think if you get the new piece first, you could use. I said between me and Rubén, we were talking about it. You could pay with debt for something like that, and then pick your pieces out second, because trading directly is very difficult, right? To find another person who wants the exact pieces you're giving up is very tough. You're better off to sell it, right, and then use that to buy. But that, if you wait long enough to sell the pieces, that person who had the other art may no longer want to deal with you, or that piece may be gone, or whatever happens. So you've lost the opportunity. So how would you bridge that gap? And bridging that gap could be done with debt. I did not talk to Steve about this before. But this is something me and Rubén were talking about as a result of that episode coming out, right? How to manage that. And right. I know I've also heard it many times in say CGC forums or anywhere else. Oh, I would never use debt to. Okay, yeah, don't. If you're not paying your credit card bill at the end of each month, if you have a zero balance, do not. This is not for you. This is not a good idea. You never do this. But
if you carry a balance, is what he's saying. If you carry a balance, if you're in the habit of carrying a balance, this is do not do this. Yeah, that's right. What we say.
But I think it's a taboo area, and I think it can allow you. People do time payments. If the person's doing time payments, you don't need to do that. Just do time payments. That's much better. But if there's no time payments available, that might be a solution, right? And right. I think that's a better way to do it. Anyway, I wanted to know what the chat was thinking about on this topic. Any comments from the
yeah, that's why I'm skipping a ton. I'm trying to read some of them here and there, just because I don't want to. I know I'm gonna lose some really good ones, but sorry guys, it's a very, very busy night and a lot of comments tonight, so it's pretty difficult to interact as much as usual with every comment. But let me try to catch up with this. Oh my God, even Casper came in.
The only good place to use that, the best place to do it is with the Sergio Aragones Groo art. By the way, if you want a specific tip, I can give you. That's the area where you could use it.
Nice.
No, I don't want any more competition on the Groo art, please.
But while I look for comments, can you actually? Do you have an example of one of the ways that you use or have used debt to buy art in a good way?
So I use it to I guess sometimes as a way to bridge cash flow issue. It's a timing a timing gap. So you're expecting a certain income at a certain date, and until then you have nothing. But a piece comes up, and you know you're going to miss it. It's each of these is one of a kind. So on many occasions, I guess I've done it in little bits like this, and I just try to take care of it right away after that. But it's like a solution for a problem that exists in this hobby, because you can't. Once it's gone, like you might come across it again if somebody else changes their mind, but it's really a tough thing to do. And I know people are scared to do it, so that's why I was curious what people are doing.
But I'm still waiting for you to give like an example, the way I gave it, of something you once did, or maybe you did it multiple times or whatever.
Yeah, I'm trying. I wish I could think of one specifically.
Yeah,
I could give you an example where I wish I did it, because yeah. So Jim Lee Ghost Rider #5 cover came up at Heritage, and it had
I remember
Ghost Rider Punisher, and that's for me like very nostalgic cover. I love that more than whatever the X-Men stuff. And so I looked at the Heritage's rules, and their rules are, if you sell after, if you need to cover your bill after the fact, then you need to give them at least double whatever the value is, right? But if you give them something to sell before the okay, look, if you win something and you need to cover that bill, let's say your bill is $100, you need to give them $200 worth of art for them to accept that. But if you do it in advance, then whatever sales you get out of that is now the cash as 100% value to use towards the auction win. So I sent in a whole bunch of art, including some other Jim Lee pieces, with the thinking, oh, well, if I give up this Jim Lee piece, I'm going to get that Jim Lee. It's going to be fine. And in the end, I lost like 10 pieces, because I think Steve was talking about trading up. So I was trading up. I was giving up 10 pieces, and my goal was to get this one piece. And but somebody else kept going higher and higher, and I felt less and less comfortable. It was like looking over the tall building. You're looking down over the edge, and just your head's gonna explode because it's way higher than you could ever imagine. So I lost that auction, and I wish instead I would have just waited, bid, and then seen what happened, and then use a line of credit as a way to save that situation and then sell some stuff, right? And that would have solved my problem, right? That way I don't have to give up double the art after the fact. Because if I gave them artwork after the fact to cover it, they would expect so it closed at 75,000. So they would have expected 150,000 estimated worth of art, right? Which is like, I don't know, huge. So the artwork closed at 75,000, right? Okay, I was not in the top 3 bidders, by the way. I already felt like I was much lower, but right, it blew up. Yeah. So, but the thing is, imagine that I did win at 75. So then I would if I gave them artwork to pay for it, I would be required by them to give them 150,000 worth of art to pay for it. So double the value, right? So basically, you're not giving up just 10 pieces that you love. You're not giving up like 1,000 pieces that you love for this one piece, and it's crazy. So, but if you use a line of credit in that situation, you pay them. Now you send them some artwork. You don't need to give them that much. And when that comes back, you can pay off your line of credit, and it only costs you a few months of interest, which is, I think, a lot less than giving up double the amount of art. And that's like a scenario I could. I wish I thought of. I wish I thought of that at that time. Because that would have been very helpful. I have joke with my wife about should we mortgage the house? There's a Frank Miller Wolverine cover coming up at C-Link, and I wish I did mortgage the house at that time, because today it's worth maybe 20 times the value. But there was no way to 100% know that at that time, right? If I could have been confident about the future, I would have made a case study for her to follow, so we can maybe mortgage the house. But yeah. What other comments coming in? Anything?
So Hydra says, at the prices today, I think that using debt could be very dangerous. Well, my quick answer to that is, using debt could be dangerous at any time if you yourself are not good with managing debt. So it's really about each person's personality and the way they use money. I don't think the prices of the art really will contribute to you getting into trouble. It's your own inability to manage your debt, if you use it, that will get you into trouble, regardless of how much or how little it's costing you, Because don't forget, Hydra, you've got collectors who only buy, $200 pieces, $100, $300 pieces, and that's kind of the average of what they spend. So to that person, getting into debt and buying themselves 2 or 3 pieces like that, so they put $600 to $900 on a credit card, let's say, and if they're not good with paying back their debts, they could be carrying that for months and months and months, and even small amounts like $600 and $900 become 1,000 very quickly on a credit card. You know?
So there's another point that I was thinking about when you're talking earlier. So the idea of speculating. So if you are looking to speculate, right? Like a lot of times people will buy something for the purpose of flipping. Now you have to be very confident that you're making a good choice if you're doing that. Me personally, I don't like what's the word, like gambling. I don't like to get. I don't trust myself to speculate in art and be successful. So I would not. That to me, that's gambling, and I would never gamble. So if you're buying a piece for speculation purposes, and then we already know from the gold that you need to wait 5 years. If you buy it now and then you want to get rid of it before that, you're taking a huge giant risk. So in those scenarios, putting debt might be a bad choice, at least for art. Maybe it's okay for stocks or something that you might know something about. Like if you're a person working in that area, people work on margin for their accounts, right?
Yeah.
And anyway, I'm not one of those people. I'm just saying there are situations where people do that on a regular basis and it works for them, right? But for this, we're talking about from a collector's point of view, not from a speculator point of view. And so you know that you're getting something now that's coming across now that may not come again for 5-10 years. So you're planning to have it for a long time, you know?
Yeah. So you're getting other comments like the one you see, best not to go into debt unless having a very good plan to get out. Of course. Very well said, Tom. Yep. There you go. Right. There was, what else? There was,
I mean,
John
for
Brown.
Sure DC art, right? Tom would agree not for DC art.
John Brown also says, for me, if I don't have the cash, then I don't get the art. That's good. That's a good way to do it. Exactly. Stanley had said debt is good to use in the short term, kind of like my example, right?
Okay, so hold on. So like those people, okay, some people, okay, so let me just give a short story. So when I was about 10 years old, I went to my early conventions, right? I had a rule. I would only spend like, say, $10 maximum on any one book, right? So then I'd come back with like a pile of comics. Many of them were like $1, 50 cents, $2, right? But I never bought the expensive stuff because I had a rule of not going for the expensive stuff. Meanwhile, there's a lot of collectors only buying small pieces. So the thing is, if you can afford, say, a $200 piece every month, that means you can afford a $2,400 piece a year. But who has the, what do you call it? Who can control themselves for a whole year to get that one piece of art, if that's what your budget is, for example, right? But if you were to go into debt for that piece, now you can every month pay back that bill, and maybe that will give you the way to handle it. But yeah, again, you have to know yourself and don't go in over your head, right? Yeah. Because then otherwise you'll never get that bigger piece unless that piece goes up in value, which is fine. That could happen. That's happened like crazy amount of times, but that takes a long time usually.
Yeah. Sean says, debt about collecting in general is the elephant in the room. I avoid debt and have not gone into debt for anything I have bought to date. If a grail becomes available, which is an overused term, yes, but right. So for him, he doesn't use it, but wouldn't be opposed if it was some big thing that he, absolutely needed, he felt he wanted and needed to have, kind of thing,
I guess the point was that if you know yourself that you can pay it back, that you're like a good person, like not a good manager of your funds, then that rule that Tom just mentioned is like it's a nonsensical rule because it's a principle rule. It's not a rule based on like a specific situation. So it's better to go situation by situation if you know yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Rubén, the shamer.
The shamer.
No, he's not shaming you. Peter, you're a great guy. Just relax. You're fine.
He knows.
Tell him you love him, Rubén, so he can believe you.
I've told him many times I love Peter. He knows that. He knows it's all good.
But don't tell Vivian.
He knows it's all in good fun. I said I love him. I didn't say I'm in love with him.
Okay, fine. Got it.
But Steve asks a good question, right? So would you sell to someone who has confessed to you before the transaction has gone through that they're going to need to go into debt to buy your piece?
Sure.
How do you answer that, Dan?
Huh? That's not my problem. That would be my problem.
You'll go through.
If the person said I have to kill women and children and sell drugs, then there's some things I feel like, if they're hurting society by it, but
I know it's difficult on my channel, but please try to be serious about this for a second. Because
go Bears. I have no idea. I don't know what that means.
Look, I got to say, Steve, it's a great question. Great question. I'll tell you why. For me, anyways, I think it's great because that has happened to me more than once. Okay, more than once. And I can tell you, Okay, so different people. Some people were people that I, didn't really know. Others were good friends. Okay, and I'll tell you, I don't mind telling you, I transacted with the person I didn't know, and with my good friends, I really questioned them over. Like we had a long conversation. I wanted to get into their heads to see, are they just excited by this squirrel they just saw? Right? In the moment, they're going to be excited and they feel they need to have it, but they really don't. How badly do they really need to have this in their collection? That's what I try to figure out with it, if it's a good friend. And then basically, if I'm getting the sense that, they really shouldn't be doing it, as a friend, I'll give them my personal feeling. I'll say, like, look, I really don't want to do that. We'll figure out some other way, or either forget about it and look for something else to buy. Something else always will come around, right? Or just forget about it for now. If I still have it available, a few months down the road when you've got money, we'll talk again. Like, look at it that way. You don't have to own every piece that excites you when you first see it, So yeah, that's my.
Unless it's Tom Grummet certain series. I'm kidding. Yeah.
Not really, but so the other thing I will say, just to kind of, maybe we'll close on this. I technically, I guess you can say, is it really using debt? So this is what I do, guys. This is what I do on a regular basis. Okay, most of the art that I buy, if not all of it, okay, I buy by paying with my credit card. Okay, like 99% of it, let's say. So most people take PayPal, but my PayPal has always been funded with my credit card. Okay, I never have a balance I don't leave a balance in my, because I don't sell and accept PayPal payments, and so I have no money. There's no reason to have money in my PayPal account. Okay, so I always fund it with my credit card. The thing is to me, I don't see that as using debt to buy my art. What I'm actually doing is I'm using the credit card company like my bitch, to be honest, if we're going to be honest about it, because what I'm doing is I'm always timing it, right? I'm always timing the purchase. It doesn't always work, but quite often the timing works out for me to where when it's time to, I got to pay for my purchase. I can always kind of wait until the next statement date on the credit card comes around, right? So it buys me 7 extra weeks to come up with the money to buy it. And that,
the only problem with that system, right?
To me, it's never been a problem. So I don't know what problem you're talking about. Let me know.
No, for me, I don't have a high enough credit limit like you do, I guess, because if I do that, then I'll have to pay it early so I can keep using my card. You know what I mean? Because my card.
Oh, you mean if you have a small enough limit? You mean if the total limit on the card is significantly smaller than the type of art you tend to buy? Right. Of course, you have to pay it off to get more space on it again. Of course, yeah.
So then it's like, okay, or even just to pay regular bills.
Yeah. Exactly. I will say, I'm not going to tell you what my limit is, but I've never bought a single piece that was even close to my card limit.
Oh yeah, it's not a single piece. Yeah, for sure.
Or whatever, like a single transaction, right? Where I needed to use my credit card, right? I've never done a single transaction that, I needed to use the entire credit line, credit space of my credit card. So for me, thankfully, it's never that. That's never an issue.
So I don't know if this will be a funny story or not, but like, I think like the first piece I ever won at Heritage, maybe the second piece, I don't know, but it was a bigger piece, and I wanted to pay with my credit card, and they're like, we're gonna have to add 3%. I'm like, no, I'm gonna pay you whatever it says on the bill, and you're gonna take it. And they're like, no. I'm like, look, okay, fine, you keep the artwork. And then they came back to me and said,
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but
Sure.
I'm a little confused. What did you mean? So who are you talking about, and what's this 3%?
So I won a piece of heritage.
Oh, heritage,
right?
yeah.
Right. And then they want to charge me a credit card fee.
Oh, right, the 2.5%, yes.
Okay.
It's 3% on the comic link. It's 2.5 for them. Yeah.
But I refused.
You refused?
I said no. And they said,
what?
you have to, we're gonna blackball you. I said, okay, you can blackball me or you can let me pay. This is your choice. And then they came back to me and accepted the payment. And they said, okay, but in the future, if you do this, like you should know in advance now that this is expected. I'm like, look, in my business, I accept credit cards. I don't charge the customer the fee. Why are you guys charging me the fee? There's a rule against you charging the fee, right? It says so, like, right? It's like the credit card has a real rule with customers. You're not supposed to charge the fee. They've changed this now. They've changed this now in some places, but at that time, this is like a while ago. So I refused to pay it because it was going to be like hundreds of dollars or whatever it was. So it was interesting that they buckled. That's all I'm sharing. That in case anybody wants to try this, I don't know if you should. I like Heritage. I don't have a problem with them. I'm just at that time I did this and it worked. I was surprised that it worked, but I was ready to walk away because I was just unhappy with that 2.5 or 3%, whatever it was, right? So, and it was the only way I could do it at that time. So, right.
Yeah. Look, Alberto says, "Hey, what's up, Alberto?
Alberto, hi. How's the cap not going?
That is a tool as long as you know how to manage it and be responsible." Exactly. Duke Fleet, Steve Mussolino says, "I came to the same conclusion." Steve is smart. Pogs and beanies. I do not. The Rich Cirillo. What's up, Rich? Good evening to you. Just dropping by for a minute and watch on replay tomorrow. Thanks, man. See you later. Paisan. Hey, Paisan@.org says, "I'm currently in contact with an artist dealer who allows time payments on his website. He manages like 30 artists, so I was surprised he allows it." Yeah, some of them do. Yeah.
So I didn't actually try this the other day, but there was I think James S pointed out that there was like a it was a Muhammad Ali Superman page by Neil Adams on my comic shop, and it was a buy it now for I think it was 17,000, and I'm thinking that's American dollars, so that's like about 25 Canadian. So number one, I wasn't going to get it, but there's a buy it now button. But like, what am my credit card will not accept this. Like, this is not going to work, right? I would think that if dealers are going to have like an expensive item, they should have a way to like time payments automatically or something broken down, because if you did want to get it, it would just right away lock you out because there's no way to do that in a one-time payment. At least I couldn't do it. Yeah.
Paisan@.org also says, yeah, I think I'm going to take the offer for the time payments. He even said he does 3 payments, but if you need more time, he's flexible. So I'm going to pull the trigger on my first. Oh, on your first page of art. Right. Yes. You mentioned that you hadn't started.
I think if you, wait. If you need time use for your first page of art, you shouldn't get it. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what it is. I'm just teasing you, Paisan.
Congrats on
the first piece of art. Yes.
You haven't gotten it yet, but yes, the fact that you're making the decision to go for it, and as long as the time payments are doable for you, where you can easily meet those payments, and not, and again, even when they just as a little bit of an advice, if I may, even when somebody is nice enough to do time payments, and if they tell you, whatever, if you can't make it, I can be a bit flexible. Still, don't try to take advantage of these people. Please try to still pay it off on time. That's all I say, because that's how I feel like when I'm doing time payments. I don't like them, and I've admitted that. I've always admitted I don't like them, but I still give people sometimes from time to time. But please, if you're gonna do it, it's business. Friendship is over here. Business is over here. Now we're talking business. And again, yes, I'm like that guy that you're talking about. There's Paisan, that dealer. I'm not going to take your art and keep your money because you didn't meet that next payment on the date that we, set out as the plan, obviously. You know what I mean? But if you start to be late 2 times in a row, 3 times in a row, and it keeps getting later, I'm going to start getting pissed off. I don't mind admitting that, right? Because again, business is business. I'm a man of my word. And when I tell somebody I'm going to do something, I do it when I say I'm going to do it. So I expect the same in return. So that's it. So I'm just saying, be careful. Don't take advantage of the people who say, "Oh, I'll be flexible if you can't pay on time." don't purposely extend the time, just to delay them even further. You know what I mean? Just try your best to pay them as quickly as possible. That's all I say, Yeah, Dan,
just make a plan and be honest about it. Like, don't, right? Just be honest with them what you can do, because people are often afraid to be honest. So if you can't do it in 3, just tell them in advance, I can do it in 4. Or if you're comfortable with 3, do it. But just be honest, right? And I think that's most people are just looking for honesty. They don't really, they can mind,
It's about the communication, right? It's a communication. Like, I had one guy I gave time payments to, and he started not paying on, we had set it up where I like to ask everybody, like, okay, how much what are you looking to give me down immediately right now as the down payment? I always want to, I gotta know that you're serious. I don't take you seriously if you have nothing to give me as a down payment. So how much is that? Okay. And then with the balance, what kind of payments are you looking at making? Like, what's the frequency? That's what I want to know. Like, every 2 weeks, every week, every month, and then how many weeks or how many months, And so a guy started, those dates would come and go, right? And then it was like, okay, now it's starting to, like, it's getting annoying. You know what I mean? It's starting to get annoying. And I'm being patient, because I don't even contact them on the day it's due, right? The payment doesn't show up, and I still wait day after day after day. And it's like, okay, like, some people have done that, where it's like, okay, now I got to chase you. It's been a week. I haven't heard from you, nothing. I got to chase you. Now that's when I start to get really pissed off, right? Because you're not taking this seriously. That's how I see it. You're not doing proper business, right? But other guys, they missed their date, and they literally emailed me the next day or 2 days later. Oh, Rubén, so sorry, whatever. Just wanted you to know, I know that I missed my payment date on whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I'll just have that money this Friday. If that's okay? And I'm like, that's cool, dude. You know why? Because you reached out, right? You didn't make me chase you. That's a big deal for me. Maybe not for everybody. A lot of people are much looser when it comes to these time payment deals, whatever. For me, it's because I don't like them. If I'm willing to do it for you, I'm a lot stricter, I guess, than some other people. And when we have the agreements in place, I expect you to meet by the agreements that, abide by the agreements that we set out. But I become looser about them if you're good at communication. If you're good at communication, it's a little bit different. I'll loosen up a bit. That's all. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, you like to be chased, but you don't want to be chasing. You don't want to be the one doing the chasing. You like to be chased. That's the lesson I got from that.
But there you go. Sure.
And by the way, to the same guy, go back and watch Steve M's video, because he's on the screen right now as well, because he talks about the fact that he got the guy who's buying his first piece of art in 3 parts.
Yeah, that's him. That's paisan.org.
Okay, yeah, go see Steve's episode, because he gives advice that he got from people early on and helped him be a focus collector at the beginning. I wish I had that advice at the beginning, because I think we all picked up stuff randomly that we then have to get rid of because we didn't buy with a lot of thoughts,
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I think that's good enough here for now. Let's just take some comments just to see that we won't. I'm not gonna interact, because we gotta go on to the next thing. But if they accept your double and trade proposition, the auction house is likely to shill for you to make sure your pieces cover your purchase.
I wish.
I
do not agree with that. Is that Matt? Maybe Matt. No, Matt, you're wrong. I have lost so many times on so many things I've lost money on. It's just ridiculous. So I don't think they've shilled for me at all, ever.
Well, Alberto luckily doesn't carry balances on his credit cards from month to month. That's the way to do it.
Alberto's is a billionaire. He invented something, I think.
Good day to you, David Barr.
Hey, David. How's my Australian brother?
From Australia, but now in Switzerland. What's up? Good to see you.
Nice.
Alex Garcia in the house. Luckily, I've never been in debt with this hobby. If I can afford it, I move on. If I can't afford it, I move on. Something better always comes along. That's what I said earlier. Thanks, Alex. If you need to take a loan for a $900 purchase, you need a cheaper hobby. Hey, man, I agree with you, Matt, but believe it, there's people out there that do it. So, yeah, believe it, man. G'day, Duke Flea. There we go, from Switzerland. Paisan at .org says, I don't like flippers, just to buy something so they can flip it like the next day. Trust me, most of us don't like flippers that do that. There's always something down the road, exactly, so just wait for the next thing. Only a few weeks left to gamble on your football games. I don't gamble. Only Susan Powder has the willpower. Yeah. If the collector is in his late 50s and still paying for a student loan, I'd say stay away from borrowing more money. I would agree with that, Sean. Absolutely. Just stop the insanity already, says Tom. Exactly. Don't go into debt for a piece you want to sell within 5 years. Exactly, Alberto. You got it. You got it. Debt is insanity. Not my cup of tea. I stay out of that dust bowl. Well said, Hart. Ruben loves Peter. You know it, TJ. We're breaking up. You see? We're breaking up. Don't leave me, Peter. I'm indebted to Art Addicts Anonymous. That's what Peter's indebted to, yeah. Paisan says, people go into debt when they buy a house. It's not your debt, it's their problems. Well said. I like that. Hey, whatever it takes to get the piece. Well, some people certainly think so. I certainly don't ascribe to that, Tom. Gotta run. Bye, Mikhail. You left already a while ago. Bye-bye. And let's see. A mortgage is debt, of course. But you know how I think you know what he means, right? Marcus, it's the one debt in life. I guess one of two, because people also accept cars. But the one or two debts that is acceptable, even to any financial professional out there, blah, 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 blah. As long as you don't buy a house that has you choking up to here to be able to pay the mortgage, right? But yeah. Use the debt excuse to get a lower price. I've even said I'd need to postpone surgery to afford a piece. What? Holy shit. You really only need
to go to Canada.
I'm indebted to everyone that has been kind enough to leave a comment on my art. Why are you talking about that again, Mike? I tried that one too, but I'm okay. Maybe I'll syrup. I'll skip the jokes because I'm trying to catch up again. Good night. I do the same with PayPal, Ruben. It gives me points and it buys me the time, like you said. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You could use like I said, if you can use the credit card companies to your advantage, for sure. They help you out by lending you the money short term, and you never have to pay them a penny in interest. Love it. Love it. My knees are kind of gimpy, actually, Marcus. When the game after his kneecaps are broken, his knobby. You've been looking at too much of John's art. I had to call the credit card company to lower my credit card limits, as I don't want high limits on a card I might lose one day. I never even think of it. I'm not worried about losing my card. I mean, it can happen to anybody, but I'm not so concerned with that, Sean, that I would ever call them to say, hey, can you lower the limit? I just focus on not carrying a balance, and I'm good with that, Was it Cadence? Okay, years back, I bought a very large piece from Heritage, and they tried to make me have it picked up and shipped by a second party. I refused, and they finally caved and sent it to me.
That happened to me before, because at the beginning, they never used to ship stuff. They didn't have in-house shipping. And I'm like, that's a long time ago. Yeah. And I was like, okay, I understand maybe a couch, but like, how am I supposed to figure out who ships in your neighborhood? Like, I don't know. And then they have to come and pick it up and then pack it for me. Who does this? Like, how do you figure this out? It was very stressful. I'm glad they got rid of that.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, I always hated third-party shipping too. Okay, I'll take a look at the video. Thank you. Yeah, and by the way, Paisan, it was what? The 2 weeks ago?
Christmas. It was right before Christmas. Right before New Year.
Yes. The episode, right? Yeah, on the 28th, I believe it fell on. Yeah. So go hit at the top, hit the tab called Live. Okay, hit the Live tab, and it's probably the second or third one now from the left-hand side on the top row. So look for Steve Mussolino. He's an Apple CEO. Rookies need to make the rules so they can make the mistakes later on. Yeah, the rookies shouldn't. I would do whatever I can to help a rookie not make the debt mistake. That's not a mistake you want to be getting into when you're starting off in a hobby, you know?
Or buy Transformers art. Just don't do it.
Yes. What's up, John Wynn? Had the pleasure to hang out with Dan at San Diego 2019. Good to see you, Rubén. With Rubén. Yeah. I knew he wasn't saying good to see you, Rubén. Of course. He just wants to say hi to you.
John's a cool guy. He's obsessed with male figures, I think.
He's a good guy, for sure. Houses willing to help a budding collector out, especially with how expensive this houses willing to help. I don't know what you mean, Al. A mortgage is acceptable debt because without one, you'd be paying rent that you never see again. Well, this is not the channel for that, Robert, but as a guy who has paid rent his whole life and still pays rent, I can certainly spend hours making a wonderful argument why you are not entirely wrong, maybe not even mostly wrong, but you are partially wrong. It's not always the right thing to buy a home. Different situations call for different moves, whatever, especially when you do the math, blah, 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 blah. But anyways, houses and cars are different because you have to live somewhere and you need to get around. Exactly. Al,
wait. What about art? You can't live without art.
Yeah, you can't.
You guys all agree with this. If you're watching this channel, don't tell me you don't agree with this. Right? I mean, like, why are you here?
Al also relieved about time payments. Likes time payments. Yeah, good evening to you, Al. What's up? Paisan says, what? Is that a joke? No Transformers art.
Yeah, because I'm saving it all for, the other guy. If you don't buy it, Derek can buy some, and the other guy can buy some too. Carl can also buy some too. Just don't buy that. No new collectors.
Yeah, if you haven't figured it out after the last 3-4 weeks you've been here, a lot of the shit we say is very much in jest.
I love Transformers art. I just haven't bought any yet. That's all.
There you go. You heard it. You heard it from Dan yourself.
I'm thinking about it. Yeah.
Financial arbitrage, everyone. It can be a good thing. I speak from experience. Yes. We've covered that. Yes. We're going to start looking at Groo art. He doesn't want to do a show and tell, Alberto. He refuses. I tried to do that. That's what I wanted to do. He refused. So, okay, what can I do? I can't force the guy. But I love talking about art also. To be honest, I've told you guys many times, I actually love talk shows more than showing art shows.
You can look at my gallery if it's really important to you. And Alberto, I invite you to leave comments on all the pieces you look at. Tomorrow's the day for Eranga, yeah.
The sheer Canadianness called to me over the internet.
Nice.
There we go. And what's good, Eranga? Good to see you, dude. Some create, some buy, some do both. What's up with you, by the way, Goo? Good to see you. It will transform your collection, Dan. Eranga Tom, what up, bro? Surprised to see that the CAF Daily email included my G.I. Joe cover I bought a couple years ago. G.I. Joe is better than Transformers. Well, we won't argue.
No, it's not. It's not. I'm sorry.
Big things. Monday. So Paisan says, where is that gallery? Which one?
Somewhere in the link, I think, maybe. Or you don't bother.
Which one?
Somewhere in your description, you usually put a link of people who are on your show. Or do you do that only for the other episodes?
No, I always do it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's where it is. The answer for the question. Where's
you mean for your gallery? You mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. If you just go down below my description for this video, you're gonna see Dan's direct link to his CAF gallery, and then mine underneath his. Yeah.
Let's check out Ruben's first. It's been there longer.
Don't waste my time. Don't waste your time with my crap. Look at Dan's. Look at Dan's stuff.
He's got a great Hulk cover and some other stuff.
Why? Yeah, that's the only thing you remember is my collection. That's how crap my collection is, Paisan.
Actually, my favorite stuff is his illustration art, but I think he's got that in a second gallery. I don't know why people do second galleries, but okay.
Yeah, I don't even remember, and I want to integrate that my illustration into my regular one and get rid of my illustration one, but I no longer remember the
password.
user word, password, whatever. I don't remember it, so I can't get into it. Whatever. I just don't bother anymore. Yeah.
I can relate to that.
Yeah. Great cover. Always working unlike Apple employees. All right, let's see something serious. Oh,
Is he making fun of Brian? Or?
Matt is asking, is Dan from Quebec? What? Does he sound like a French guy? Or
I do not speak French at all. It's just something I don't know at all.
oh my god, that's horrible accent.
It's the worst accent in the world, because that's how I speak.
That's more like the European French, which is the real French.
Yeah, sorry, the real French, of course. Yeah. Quebec has a much different French, yeah.
Carl came in a minute ago and he said, hey, I'm playing catch up, but I also agree. Don't buy Energon Universe art. Stay out of my lane. See?
Finally, somebody agrees with me on something.
People in this hobby are so selfish, Yes, exactly, Paisan.
No, don't believe that. That's not true. No.
Duke Fleet, exactly. Yes, that's
yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. And Tom, hey, I just realized that Tom never answered us when we asked him if he remembered whether he named himself number one.
Tom is hanging out with Peter somewhere in between the.
Yeah, Rick's helping out. Thank you, Rick. Duke Fleet, aka number one Groo Fan.
I think you drop the number one Groo Fan because it's just so long.
Yeah. So everybody, before we get hit to that next topic, let's give Dan a few minutes here because I know you guys have often wondered for over the years. The reason where he got first of all, Duke Fleet. I'm sure a lot of you don't even know what the hell that means. Okay, so when you look at my thumbnail for this episode, that character there, that's Duke Fleet. Okay. But you're probably also wondering why he changed it to also AKA number one Groo Fan. What's that all about? So please do everyone in the hobby who's watching at least the favor, Dan, and explain the origin behind that.
So when I first joined CAF, I came across Peter Venkman's CAF gallery. I don't know anything about Peter Venkman's CAF gallery, but I do know that I'm a huge Ghostbuster fan. And I know Peter Venkman, the name. It's a character from Ghostbusters. And then I realized there was a bunch of names that were made-up names. Now, sometimes people have fake galleries with names that sound legitimate, but that would be, I don't know, very fake. But if you can use a character name, now you're showing that you're a fan of something. So I looked up this cartoon character from a show that I used to like as a kid, and that character's name turned out to be really stupid, but I decided to go with it, and that name is Duke Fleet. And for a long time, I used that name. Then during the pandemic, I guess there was a period where I watched, I'm trying to remember, names are like Scott Wingo. Scott Wingo was McSpidey fan. And he was telling stories about how people would approach him because he's McSpidey fan. And then every time you want to get rid of Spider-Man by McFarlane, they would come to him. So I thought, wow, that's like a great way to attract people to sell you stuff that you're looking for. So I thought, I will change my gallery from Duke Fleet to number one Groo Fan because I was looking for Groo art. Seemed like a reasonable thing to do. It's working for McSpidey. Scott, I hope you're okay out there. Anyway, so I tried to change that. Then I got some Groo art, but it didn't really work. My plan did not work. It was a total failure. I didn't get anybody offering me anything until this year. Maybe it takes 10 years for somebody to recognize the name. But at any rate, I thought, hey, it's confusing because now people who knew me as Duke Fleet would be like, who is this number one Groo Fan? So I thought, okay, this is too weird. I will combine them and I'll make it like the world's longest title. So I'll be, Duke Fleet, AKA number one Groo Fan. It's super long. I don't really like the fact that it's super long. So I may go back to just Duke Fleet very soon, but I didn't want to confuse it for this episode. So I might start tomorrow. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow I will change it to Duke Fleet. So if you find me tomorrow, it will work. And that's basically it.
You start a new week, Monday, start of a new week. So that's a perfect time if you get rid of it. Yeah.
I will do it tomorrow. Yeah.
Stick with Duke Fleet. Exactly.
It'll be a lot shorter anyway. And there's one guy. Yeah. Actually, I'll skip it. Go ahead.
No, nothing. I wasn't going to say anything else. That's good. I appreciate you you revealing. It's a very simple origin for it. But yeah, like I said, many people have always wondered. Anytime, collectors use these weird kind of interesting, intriguing names, you always kind of like wonder, but most people can't be bothered to reach out just to ask them, hey, what's the idea behind your name or whatever? So it's cool. It's cool to finally know.
I saw Matt's comment, which says he's now Matt of the Endless. And he's Matt of the Endless commission drawings of Sandman characters. That should be your full title. because like honestly, beautiful art, but it's like the same thing every time. You know, I'm getting sick and tired of it. And by the way, when I say I'm sick and tired of it, I'm saying I'm jealous. That's what I'm selling. They're so nice. I don't know how you consistently get nice drawings every time, because my belief of sketches and commissions are they're hit and miss, but not with you. So those are really impressive.
They're not only hit and miss.
The bad ones. Those are the two chances. Yeah.
They're not only hit and miss, Dan, but you think about it too. A lot of what Matt gets comes from, non-mainstream artists, right? So that's where you would think like, maybe your chances of missing increases, because they're not professional comic artists or whatever. But a lot of those are actually really some of the coolest ones that I appreciate. The ones that he gets from these artists that he just discovers on Instagram or somewhere else online, and he commissions them, and they almost always, pretty much always seem to come out really well. So he's got a really good streak, a really good luck streak with that.
I mean, when you're ready to sell them because you published a book and you think they're worth more money, it'd be too late for me to buy. You have to sell to me before it becomes popular. So just talk to me sooner. All right. Yeah, there's some nice stuff there.
CJ changing his name to Them Titties.
Okay, I expect to see that tomorrow. If I don't see that, I'm never commenting on your art again.
I think James and you should both change it to Them Titties. I would really appreciate it.
It'll be confusing. How would you know which titties you're commenting on?
I know, but based
maybe
on
like
what
these and those, these and those, These titties, those titties, that thing, yeah.
Sean says, I have a line on a 1981 pre-Groo color large commission by Aragonés. I was offered. I'm not interested in, but maybe Duke would. I'll reach out.
I'm not interested. No, I'm only. It says you said it's pre-Groo, but does it include Groo or does it include the character?
I guess reach out. Pre-Pacific. Pre-first appearance published, probably.
Sure. Is Sean like Baker fan? Is that which Baker is he a fan of? Okay, so which Baker is he a fan of?
I'm not sure which Baker. Yeah.
Okay, so the only Baker fan that I'm a fan of is Tom Baker. So I want to know if that's the same Baker that we're fans of.
Yeah, that is actually a good question, Sean. That's another speaking of names. Why don't you tell everybody what the hell Baker fan means, and what's that all about? Who's the Baker you're a fan of? Let us all know.
The guy.
You should, Alberto. Number one underboob fan. Yes. I art direct very specifically. You have explained it to everybody. Yes, indeed. Rubén leaves comments on those. Yes, I do. I leave. I just because I don't collect commissions doesn't mean I don't leave comments. I leave comments on tons of commissions.
I love to see the commissions, to be honest with you.
Number one, Art Addicts Anonymous keeps sellers away. I just draw them titties. Good. That's good. Somebody's got to produce them,
Sure. Could be worse.
A new viewer, everybody. I think, unless your name changed, then we know you, but your name is different. Sheldon Martin 999. And his first comment ever on my channel is Them Bigga Titties. What's up, Sheldon Martin? Yes, Newell, Matt Baker. Oh, Matt Baker. Oh, that's right. I did know that, but I had forgotten over the years. I just forgot. Yes, Matt Baker.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Yeah, absolutely. Mayfield, not in the playoffs. Yes, Matt Baker. I thought he was a big pastry friend. That's what some people were thinking, actually. Exactly. See, Lee even thinks the same thing. He likes baked goods, baguettes. There you go. Mrs. Fields, Too Many Fools Fighting K, a Marble Rye, Patty Cake, Baker fan. Baker fan is a Golden Age artist. Well, you don't have to tell us. We know who Matt Baker is.
Matt Baker's pretty awesome, yeah.
The Aragonés piece is a Groo type. Like Fighting Barbarians. Okay, Groo type character. It's what's the word they used to use for all those Marvel appearances or DC, like when Sergeant Rock has his first appearance, but a few issues earlier, there's starts with a P, I think. With the how's that word? Prototype. Yeah. The prototype. Yeah. It's like prototype first appearance. So it's not even necessarily Groo, you know? But I have a feeling, Sean, that you're going to buy it anyway because you could probably make some money on it. Sometimes good art comes from surprising sources. No time pressure and deadlines, can be free to let the creative juices flow. Of course, that's true. eBay handle was Baker Fan, as I misspelled it and had to redo. First prominent African-American artist, too. That's right. The prototype. Yes. Prototype. Thank you, guys. In comments. Yeah. Are we allowed to talk about football today? Whatever. I'm getting mad. Yeah. No. Don't. You can talk.
I'm gonna get mad. Don't talk about it.
You can talk amongst yourselves as long as you don't mention what has happened after the Jaguars Bills game. Anything after that, you don't talk about it. All right. Thank you. Okay. So, Dan, let us hit the next topic. What's the other one that you wanted to bring up to everybody?
You start with the topic again. It didn't work well last time.
No, it's awesome.
I think we were talking about possibly how you curate your collection. What are some thoughts about curating? What you're buying, how do you decide what should go in your collection? Was that what you want to talk about?
I don't think that. I was thinking more of the opposite. I thought you wanted to be more about the the part where so at some point everybody has to, well, they don't have to, but everybody's gonna die at some point. Some people are okay with collecting till they die. Others, they assume they're gonna be able to one day sell off their collections,
Sure.
And you were kind of curious about, you mentioned a friend of yours.
Yeah, that was the other topic.
Why don't you give everybody that story without obviously mentioning the names? You never mentioned it to me anyway, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, tell them that, and I think that's an interesting thing.
So, I mean, like, we're always talking about this, right? And the idea that we're mortal, and the artwork is going to basically outlast us. So we're going to have, we are basically curating. We're not curating. We're guardians of the art for a period of time, and then it's going to be passed on to somebody else, whether we're alive or not alive. And so, as we grow our collections, at some point, the desire might go down. If we still have more stuff, it's going to be there when we're gone. Or should we start dealing with that sooner and get rid of it sooner? And so, when I first started, I always had a goal to kind of try to weed back my collection to about 50 pieces, because I guess this topic came up again because of the Steve Mussolino episode, and he's also very similar to Eric B. Eric B. has a very tight collection, and he has like one portfolio. It's going to fit everything in there. He leaves blank pages. You can only collect what fits in this portfolio. If the art is too big, you can't keep it. If the art doesn't fit in there.
Yeah. Imagine. Let me. Sorry, Dan. I just want to reiterate, guys, just so you guys understand how some collectors think that you would never think this exists, but it does. So yeah, not only does Eric B. Belanger, not only does he, as Dan said, he keeps it to one portfolio, and if the portfolio is full, the only way he buys something else is something else has to go, right? So not only that, but if he buys a piece, he literally feels like it has to physically fit into that portfolio. Otherwise, no. In other words, if he buys something and he doesn't realize until he receives it, like, oh shit, I can't slide into my portfolio. It's like an 1/8 or a 1/16 of an inch too wide. He will sell it. He will actually sell it. No matter how much he loves it, he will get rid of it. Yeah, it has to fit the portfolio, and no more than the 48 pieces that will fit into a portfolio. Sorry, Dan, take it away.
I'm not going to say you can use an X-Acto knife to solve if it's really just a little bit. that would be my solution. But if I had to do it, actually, like the question originally, the reason I was originally interested in having a really small collection kind of came from the idea that I had seen, I think Eric Roberts, posted this amazing Gil Elfgren painting, on CAF. This is ages ago. Yeah. And it was like a painting of a girl kind of playing the like a flute and a snake coming out of a basket. I don't even know if it was a real snake or it was a rope, like a snake coming up like a snake. And it was like the most gorgeous painting I'd seen. And I think the cost might have been like, I don't know, 50,000 or 80,000, whatever the hell the price was. It was a very high price. And I was thinking, would I get, what would is there a piece out there where you give up your entire collection for this one piece, right? And the idea of kind of reducing your collection to a smaller number. And so I've always tried to keep it down kind of with that kind of thinking, have less pieces, but have the pieces that I really like. But the longer I go, like the more I want, I sometimes still want a piece, but I'm trying to get the collection down at the same time because I realize that it's going to be a problem at some point for other people in the future, right? And so one of the two things, I guess, do you guys flip through your portfolios or look at your art? Sometimes when you look at a piece of art, you don't feel anything, right? And sometimes when you look at it, you kind of get that little butterflies in your stomach that you really like. When you look at it, you just feel good, like you just enjoy it. Whatever it was, the magic was that you enjoyed the first time, you still enjoy it. And many pieces of art that I have, I still feel this way. But when I'm looking through a portfolio, sometimes I look through a piece and I go, oh, that one, I didn't feel anything this time, right? Maybe I should keep an eye and see how I feel about this one, right? Is it just today? Because those are good candidates to maybe consider getting rid of when you need to pay for something else, or you just want to thin out the collection to not be stuck with a huge collection. I think, I was talking with a bunch of friends about, Ed McGuinness the other day, because Ed McGuinness has some beautiful stuff. His art has only gotten better. But at one point I had 9 pieces by Ed, and I was like freaking out because 9 pieces by the same artist is crazy, right? And what if I have to get rid of these? At some point, then I'm going to flood the market. The price will be worth nothing, and it's going to be the worst situation ever. And so I eventually did whittle it down to 2. But now I regret, because those are such beautiful pieces. I really regret I did that. But at some point, you have to let go of stuff. So you have to figure out when is the right time. And I just want to ask people, how do they figure out it's the right time to get rid of a piece? For me, again, now it's gotten a lot easier, because now it's not, do I like a piece? Do I love a piece? So when I look at a piece, do I feel like I really love looking at it? Like I feel really great when I look at it, or I feel indifferent when I look at it? Like I can still appreciate it. I can maybe appreciate the way a line quality, or maybe a face is really nice, or action is exciting or something, but I'm no longer excited about a piece. Then I ask the question, did I pass 5 years? Because if I didn't, I know I'm going to lose money. So I'm definitely going to put it on the back pile, or try to find a direct person to get rid of it to, right? Like whether a trade or a sale directly, because I don't want to lose, right? I'm happy just to break even. But that's how I do it, is I just try to figure out if I like it, not like it, but if I love it. Actually, when I buy something now, I ask myself, do I love it or do I like it? Because if I like it, I try not to buy it. So when I come across new pieces, when you see me post a new piece these days, pretty much every one of those pieces, I love those pieces. Like it doesn't matter that it could be an inexpensive piece, but I don't like those pieces. I love those pieces. Like those are like excellent pieces for me personally, right? Otherwise I wouldn't have got them, right? Do you know what I mean? Right. Once in a while I do get caught up. I'm really getting good now at just picking the things that I really love and skipping those other ones, because it's so painful to get rid of pieces. And let me know how you guys feel.
Look at Matt. See, right? Because there's 2 factions. Like you and I have talked about this many times privately, right? And Matt's already taking my side, right? Where I love deep collecting the same.
There are no sides.
No, it is.
I mean, there's wrong and right, then you guys are wrong. But besides,
no, but that's.
But I no longer have that anymore, right? I've changed my mind on that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. You mean, okay, so in what way, like do you still put some sort of a limit, or is it open to like whatever happens?
So now the only limit is finances. The limit is not. Oh. The limit is not. Yeah, because I realize that the market's just so big. It doesn't really matter if you have like 30 pieces by somebody. However, maybe there is like in your case, I think you're crazy, but like you have hundreds and hundreds, right, of the same artist.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think that's a risk, because unless you can get rid of those over a long enough period, I feel like, I don't know, it's going to just make the prices are high to begin with, but I don't think it's going to help it to get rid of them, for them to be available in large quantities every week for years on end, because there's so many of them.
Well, I've been saying, I'll have you know, Dan, since you're here, I'll say it once more again. The rest of these guys already know, but just for your sake, I'll say it.
I've watched every episode.
For years, I've been telling these guys, since I started my channel practically, I arbitrarily had, ever since I started in the hobby, I told myself, like at some point, I want to definitely sell my own collection. I don't want to die with it. Right. And I arbitrarily chose like age 50. I thought, okay, age 50, when I get there, if I'm still collecting, I guess that's a good time to start kind of, selling it off, whatever, stop collecting.
So next year, right?
So I'm beyond that.
I
But
know that. Yes.
and you know
Thank
that.
you. Yes.
Yes.
He's
But
74 people. Can you believe how young he looks?
I got look like 74. That's pretty sweet, right, guys?
It's the Montreal water.
But what's up, Mickey? But yeah, so of course I admit it. Look, I'm a collector my whole life. It's hard to break away from it and stop doing it. So that's why I have failed, and I'm 55 now, right? However, I've been saying for the last few years, I'm always working on it in the sense of I'm working, first of all, psychologically to try to separate myself, get myself to understand it's something I got to do. I feel like I want to do it, and maybe not got to do it, but I want to do it.
You don't want to do it.
I want to do it for my family's sake. I've admitted this in the past. And I will tell you that I've had a good conversations with Vivian during these holidays that just passed. And
Wants more trips to Mexico. That's why.
no, and I told her that I'm gonna make a bigger concerted effort to start selling off the stuff. Now, I will from time to time buy pieces while I'm selling off the collection, and we'll see what I end up with at the end. But I expect it to take time. Of course, I'm not. I'm going to sell it at market prices, whatever. But in the end, you know me, I've never wanted to be a homeowner, but she always did, but we never bought because if you can't be on the same page, you know what I mean? Like you can't get into a giant debt like that of a home when only one of you is wanting it and the other one's not wanting it. So we never did. But the reality is she's been an amazing person ever since I met her. She's been a great wife. And as little as I want to be a homeowner, she still thinks about it. And so if I can turn my collection into a home for her, if that's what she wants, I'm happy to do it. Yeah. So I'm going to be making the efforts. I actually have already started. Okay. I started already. I mean, I've reached out. I always start privately and I reach out to people who I've dealt with for the longest time. And right now I'll tell you, I've only just started getting serious about it because of course the holidays kept us busy, but I can also tell you that, the way I'm starting right now is because obviously right now I got to think about me, right? Because once this stuff, as I sell this stuff, once it's gone, it's gone. And it's going to be painful to part with it, right? So at least some of the stuff, certainly some more than others. But I can tell you that right now, because this is for me and my family, the idea is I want to try, we'll see if it works. I'm going to try hitting up the people who I know can afford more rather than less. So in other words, if you're looking for art from these titles or these characters and I have it, I'm going to reach out to the people who I know can afford more than less. So you want maybe one of these or two of these, I'm going to give the opportunity to people to buy my stuff. But if I tell you, I may be like, okay, but I got 4 of those. So I'm going to prioritize anybody who can come up with the money to buy 4 of these. That's who I will do. I would rather deal with less people, less transactions, right? More larger money amounts, as much as possible. We'll see how it goes. If it doesn't work in the end, obviously I will break it down to smaller things. But the point being is that I'm already deep into the thinking and the planning and trying to figure out, how I'm going to attack this and who I'm going to reach out to and whatever. So yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say that. So, like the person I talked to another collector this week on Cap, and he's probably I don't know if he's late 50s, he's late 50s, so maybe around your age, and he's decided he wants to sell over the next 2 to 5 years, get out. And
okay.
Well, one thing that I asked him, I said, when was the last time you got a new piece of art? And his answer was pretty much maybe like 5 years ago. So he doesn't really have the urge to buy anything for a while. He might have got a sketch or two from an artist that he knows because he likes the artist, just to support the artist, but not like not really searching for pieces, right? So I think if you're stop searching, if you're no longer searching, then that might be a good sign that you're slowing down. Now might be a good time to start moving from that collection, right? Because the excitement is not there anymore at that point, right? That might be like a good time.
I can tell you this too, and I've told people here live on my show before in the past that I realized, actually, technically, if you count this year, we just turned to 2026, but if you count up until 2026, it's literally 21 years ago now when I first realized about myself as a collector that a huge part of what I love about collecting is the hunt. Okay. I never realized until 2004. Okay. I always just assumed it's the characters, it's the art, it's, all that stuff that we all, think we buy for. But it was 2004 when, after deciding, okay, like this prices are getting out of control. Yes, guys, those of you who've only been around a few years, the prices have always, relatively speaking, to the time, felt like they were getting out of control. So 2004, stuff getting too expensive. I don't want to pay the price anymore. And I decided I'm going to stop collecting Hulk. In those days, I was collecting my Hulk collection, Hulk art, covers, splashes. And it's when I stopped collecting and I realized, initially I thought, okay, I'll just stop collecting that because it's getting expensive. But initially I thought, okay, I'll look for something else to collect, right? But what I did is, I was right about the second part. I did go looking for other stuff to collect that's cheaper. But what I didn't realize before I stopped collecting the Hulk art is that once I stopped, I was like, you know what? I feel like I need to continue to own this collection that I curated over the last several years. And that's when it dawned on me. I was like, shit, is it possible that the hunt, the thrill of the hunt, was really that large a part of what I enjoy out of collecting? And I was like, I guess it is. I feel like I'm okay parting with it, and rather than putting more new money, I'll use the money from the Hulk collection to buy whatever else I start collecting, And when I put that together with the fact that I've always really, and this is why I like being a dealer, I've always loved helping people put pieces into their collections, right? I just love that feeling, And so when I realized that all the people I helped put Hulk art into, great pieces too, into their collections, like, yeah, it felt good. It just made me happy to see these pieces go to all those people. Yeah, so that's why I'm saying, like, I'm okay. I'm okay with, again, the hardest part is the parting in the first place. I think once it starts and as it starts to go, it'll get easier, but I'm okay. I can live without it. But like I said, I haven't been an active, super active collector in several years already, right? Like, I haven't looked for art to buy in several years. Everything I bought in the last several years has been stuff that either you or another friend pointed out to me, or I just saw it cross my path myself on my own, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll go for that, I haven't been on a dealer website in years, Dan. Years.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's just weird because, like, I don't, for me, or I don't know, I can say James and the people that I talk to, some of us, like, we just constantly looking at stuff, whether we're buying or not buying. We're just always interested in seeing what's out there. It's just, it's an interesting, like, it's fun to look, right?
Right.
And I think if you're ready to go, then yeah, like, you definitely want to space it out over as much time as possible.
Yeah, of course.
And then, what you said about, like, I think it was somebody was saying, I don't remember who said it, but, like, renting is wasting money because you could give the landlord money. And then you're thinking it's a good idea. You're right. He's right. You're both right. The only advantage to the house, which, Vivian will be right about, is it changes the way you think when you have your house. It just changes. It gives you peace of mind. It's a peace of mind that is not there with the rent, because you're not right. So that's the only advantage. That's a big advantage to have, So
yeah. Derek.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Finish your thought.
What did Derek say?
He's just saying, is focus a risk? I mean, like
Focus is
focusing your collection. I don't. Are you
he means having a
serious?
focus collection. He means having a focus collection the way you have a
Yeah,
lot of one artist. You
yeah.
know,
But
I
I,
think so. I think Derek's collection is a risk.
it depends on what you mean by. So not only what you mean by risk, Derek, but it also really what matters is, do you care? Because and you know, what type of risk are you talking about? Because if you're truly a collector, then you've been collecting
Yeah, but nobody
things that
believes that.
no, but things that made you happy, right? Like no, I
Yeah,
believe it. Absolutely, I believe it. Look, I
not at these
could have
prices. Not at
I
today's
could have
prices.
no, I could have kept my Hulk collection in
Yeah.
2004, stopped collecting, and I'd be better off financially. Probably. I haven't done the math. I've done quick
Probably.
math in my head,
Sure.
but I have a feeling I probably would have been better off holding on to that Hulk collection, right? Than whatever collection I have now. You know?
Maybe.
But regardless, the point is I kept buying stuff. I kept, like I told, like I've said it with Matt many times. I learned to start collecting down at that point. So again, for those of you new, collecting down, what do I mean? Well, I think this type of art I'm collecting is getting too pricey. I don't feel like paying those prices anymore. So I'm going to look for something that I also enjoy, but which costs less, which is less valuable because less people are interested in it. So less interest, you know, you're going down. Down in interest level, down in price level. So that's what I mean. And
I think you're like one of the few people who've ever done this.
Huh?
I think you're one of the few people to have done this.
You think?
Yeah, because like it's not the reason. Like say like the reason certain things are so expensive is because everybody just wants those few things, right?
Right.
So I think most people are not don't have a broad enough taste to do that. Their taste is very focused. So they you know there's something they really liked. Like I did call I think number one Groo Fan, but it's not because that's the only thing I care about. It's just that's the thing that I was trying to get at that time, and I thought it was a good way to do that, right?
Yes.
I wish I could read the comments while I'm talking to you because I can't read them, but
sorry.
Yeah.
Newell says, Rubén, blink twice if your wife is forcing you to get rid of your collection. Listen, Newell, I've said this also on my channel out loud before. And I'll say it again, I would not even be with my wife today if back when we first met, she showed even any hint whatsoever that she wasn't on board with me being a collector. Like, and that goes for her and for any other female I've been with in the past. Like, you would not have been with me. I would not have dated you if you know what, I would never have dated someone who was against that. You know, that's it. Like it's my collecting.
I don't think Newell was serious. Just by the way,
you've got to go. That's how I've always seen it.
So like, yeah. It's funny because Derek didn't ask Newell that same question because Newell's collection is getting actually Newell has a pretty good collection, but there's a lot of one character. But and I guess it's a bigger danger if you have just all commissions versus say published stuff, right?
Say it again.
It's a bigger danger if you have commissions over say published stuff, right? Because you have like a lot invested into one art.
Yeah. Of course.
Right?
Thankfully, that is not my situation. You know.
Right.
You know, it's funny because Marcus he likes to bring this up. Oh, come on! By now, you have enough in your retirement account to not need to sell anything. It's not about that, though, Marcus. It's not about that. It's about being very, very fearful, scared, whatever word you want to use, about the fact of, and you know, Marcus, I've said this many times before, so you know this. I'm scared of having that much money tied up in pieces of paper that can at any time go up in flames.
That's not the real.
Get flooded, whatever, like it get destroyed, whatever the case may be. I've always been nervous about it, but now I'm older, right? I was younger, you know, when you're younger, whatever. You're all. I was always a big risk taker, anyways, so that's fine when I was younger. But now I'm not as young, so now I just feel, yes, it's not just Vivian telling me this, whatever. Like I said, I myself have always wanted to be the guy who gets rid of my own collection. And I would just feel more comfortable knowing that I can cash out of my collection. I mean, I'll keep some stuff, but like a minority of it. But I would, at the same time, look, it gives me options. At that, when I do that, what'll I do? I don't know. Maybe I'll start buying and you become, start dealing more on a larger level. I don't know what I'll do. It depends. Will we use the money will we get a house? Maybe, but maybe not. I don't know. The housing is so expensive where we live. I also don't want to have to, if we can avoid it, buy a house. But again, that's on the table. It's possible. Maybe if she's interested, if she wants to leave her job and she wants to start a small business, we'll have that option. The point is money gives you options. And again, Marcus, especially, I don't want to risk that I drop dead and my collection is still here in place. And let me tell you, Vivian, we when we talked about this, that has been a big fear of hers. Always. She always trusted me. She's always trusted me, knows that I'm not an idiot. She knows that I'm financially sound. I know what I'm doing. I'll never put the family in any kind of financial danger and all that stuff, right? But as the collection grew and grew and grew, and the values have gone up and up and up, even though I don't, collect super hot in demand stuff, I still probably have like a 7-figure collection, and so that's the problem. It's just, it's a lot of money that makes her and me both very nervous. And like I said, I'm good. I've enjoyed it for many, many years. I don't need to die with it. I'm happy to let other people have it. Yes.
So do you have, like, for me, I created a list of all the pieces that I have. You're like a very organized person. Do you have like a list that you made on a spreadsheet?
I have one, but it's incomplete, and that's something that I've got to work on. I gotta find the time to work on it.
So I added a column where I classified my favorite pieces. So like I was just going, I'll write if it's an A piece, a B piece, or whatever, how I feel about it, right? And then also I would have a separate, like, you could have an A piece for like in the market, like the perception of that piece in the market, because maybe a piece that in the market is an A piece, like, as a B piece. Maybe for me it's an A piece because this was my favorite childhood, whatever, right? But I would have that list, and so I would try to go from the bottom of that list if I'm trying to get rid of stuff. So I'd make that list, put the classification in for myself, and then try to go from the bottom of the things to get rid of, so that I keep the stuff that most important to me at the top, right? And so then I would reduce, and then that way it would help me, right? Because it would help me get rid of stuff. Just emotionally get rid of it.
And that's a fine way to do it. I don't right now need to make decisions of what I will sell based on the list. I can look at, I'll pull out,
okay, sure.
Like I'll pull out portfolios and I'll quickly know, I'll quickly see the stuff that, that can go, without having to, I'm not at the point where, oh my God, I'm so nervous. I got to think about every single piece. I'm like, I'll know right away for a lot of stuff.
I guess it's because your collection is, because it's the same artist for so many pieces, you can compare more easily and know which are your, like, it's very easy to distinguish. But like in my case, I have like maybe 2 pieces or 1 piece or 3 pieces. Like, do I like this one more than that one? It's hard to, sometimes it's a harder decision, right?
No, for sure. For sure. And Marcus is asking, why would you want a 30-year mortgage when you're 55? I wouldn't, which is why I'm saying at this point, I would really hope that she, changes her mind.
Let him the money.
But I can also say, Marcus,
artwork is collateral. That's your chance.
I can also say, Marcus, that's one of the options is when you have, once if I start selling off the collection, it starts to add up, right? Ultimately, if I could get it, and I think she'd be happy with like a condo, whatever. So it doesn't have to be something as expensive as what we live in now. I think she's willing to give and take or whatever. And so if it happens, for me at least, the idea would be, well, hopefully we can agree on something that I can buy in cash with the money I've already accumulated from the collection. That would be my thing. I don't want to have any mortgage at all. So that would be the ideal thing. Yeah, there you go. And believe me, trust me, Marcus, I know my good friends who used to live next door to me, they just, he's 58. and his wife's probably Vivian's age, like in her late 40s. But yeah, they just bought a house over 850K.
That's like $40 American.
To me, that's and yeah, they put a lot of money down, but it's such a large amount that there's still hundreds of thousands on mortgage. So yeah, trust me, it's not something I want to do. But again, options. You know, Hulk cover can buy a house. We'll see, Tom, what happens with that. I really kind of want to keep it and put it in.
How much are you offering, Tom? Tom, throw out a number.
I want to leave it for Arwin, to be honest. I'd be happy with that. And it's probably what's going to happen. You know, I can't see, unless I got a shitload of money for it, you know, beyond what most people probably try to think it's worth. You know, it's got to be a few multiples more than I think it's worth. Otherwise, yeah, it'll stay, and I'll teach. You know, Arwin can keep it, and then, you know, I'll teach her to understand the value, blah blah blah. And, you know, when the time comes, if she ever needs the money, whatever, yeah, so she doesn't get screwed or whatever. So I'll take your time payments flexibility from Wolverine pages. Just plan on being a drifter in old age couch hopping. Make sure to prepare your couches when I'm 80. See you then, Ian. It's a good investment, Ruben. What's a good investment? Just having.
Talking about buying a house. I think he's saying to buy a house.
Oh. I don't look at it that way. I don't look at it that way, Maki.
It's not an investment, no.
As long as you have to live in it, it's a terrible investment. Remember that. You can't capitalize on the monetary value if you still live in it. So that's why if it's a second property, that's a different conversation. Okay. Spontaneous combustion, please. Okay. Buying a home now, and sell prices to pay the rent. He'll be in a nursing home in 30 years. No promises. Okay. Ian, you can, okay. Well, I haven't gotten, okay. You guys are on your own little conversations. It's a good tactic. I hope you were talking about mine. Hey, Steve, Mr. B&G, with that philosophy, you must sell to younger people with money, not older. Why? What do I care about the age of whoever's buying my artwork? As long as you want to buy it and we can agree on the price.
I think, is that because you wouldn't sell the Hulk fan art to somebody? The Hulk art to Marvel fan?
I don't know if I don't think he's referring to the Hulk art, because this was from a long time ago. The comment, yeah. Vivian told me that you wanted to sell me your Matsukeli Daredevil piece at the price I offered. Yeah. She told you.
Also, please
buy a smaller home. Trust me, Tom. Trust me. Believe me. I would love to listen. The house, okay, just so you understand what it's like here in Montreal. Okay, so up until 20 years ago, this was one of the cheapest places in North America to buy homes, to buy real estate, okay? And then with this last real estate boom that lasted the last 22 years, it finally changed here in Montreal. Things changed, and the prices got really fast to the rest of North America. Okay, so Vivian and I had gone house shopping around 2003 or 2004. That's when the upswing had begun. Okay, the first couple of years of the real estate upswing. Okay, we go shopping, and we're like, oh, let's go just a few blocks away in that neighborhood that has all those bungalows. Let's just see what bungalows cost. And I was never a bungalow fan because I wanted a top floor. But I thought, let's just see what those are cheaper. Let's go see what they cost. Okay, so before 2003, 2004, okay, let's say even just 3 years before that, a bungalow, whether it's a one floor or bungalow with a basement, whatever, they ranged in the low 100 range. Even some of them in some areas were like under 100,000. Okay, and at most you'd be in the higher 100 range. Okay. And then in 2003, 2004, when we started like, okay, let's go look at some houses. Let's just get an idea of what they cost. Those same bungalows, on average, $500,000 already. That's the problem. And my friends that I just spoke about, That's what they bought. They bought a bungalow. It's really nice, by the way. Okay, it's a nice bungalow, main floor and basement, finished basement. Still, $850,000. It's almost $1 million just for a bungalow.
Can I interrupt you?
Yes.
So the way you're telling that story, you could do the exact same story for Comic Card. I used to get those pages for $100. We were looking at for $100, and then 2 years later, this page is $500. Oh my God, it used to be $100.
Hold on.
Now it's $1,000.
Hold on, Dan. The big difference with collectibles is your asset. When you buy a collectible, your asset, it doesn't change. It still stays in the same condition. It's lying in your portfolio or on your wall. But houses, I can't stand the idea of how much they keep going up over time, but the condition is getting shittier and shittier and shittier, and you have to keep dumping more and more and more money to maintain the damn things. So that's the big difference in terms of a home and an expensive collectible. I would absolutely every day of the week rather put hundreds of thousands into a collectible than a home. Yeah, for that reason.
That's just your value, but I'm saying the mindset that doesn't let you do it from a low amount to a higher. It's the same thing that stops older collectors from picking up new pieces today, right? There's a lot of older collectors. Maybe they could afford a piece, but they're choosing not to get a new piece because the prices are so much more than they were used to before, right? And then we don't really know what the top's going to be, say 10 years from now, or 15 years, or 100 years, whatever. We just don't know what it's going to be in the future.
No, nobody knows. Yeah.
Right. So maybe the prices now are crazy, or maybe they're like gonna seem cheap. Okay, so I'll quickly share. I can't prove this, but I always, when I talk to people when they're trying to buy something, and people say this is expensive, whatever it is, right? I always say, where you were, you want to read that from the collector to the collector.
Sheldon Martin.
I see it.
He just says from the collector to the collector.
Right.
I'm decollecting now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought he meant like the collection agency is coming after you. Okay, that's what I thought he meant. But yeah. Okay. So people always, when I like in my business, I sell things, and people sometimes comment, "Oh, this is expensive," and I usually tell them, "Okay, look, think back like 2 years, 5 years, whatever. Anything you bought, whatever, a T-shirt, ice cream, whatever, anything.
Yeah.
If you saw that price today, would you think it was cheaper today, or do you think it's more expensive today?" Right? And usually the answer is today is more expensive, which means that we can pretty much predict that whatever you're buying today is going to be more expensive in the future. And you've seen through your show that things could go down at auction because it's a one-of-a-kind thing, and but pretty much over time, everything's going to get more expensive. So I was just pointing out that there's a trend that people often think something's expensive today when it's really going to seem affordable later. Like if you already know, like if you said to you, hey, you can go back 10 years in time and buy all the art you wanted that was available at that time, you would be excited about that opportunity, right? Because you see it as an opportunity because you know the prices today versus what they were. And I bet you, but if you can look at that in reverse and go, okay, you can buy whatever today's price is. I can't tell you what the price is going to be in 10 years, but you already know that the history is that everything goes up. So you're basically guaranteed it's going to go up in 10 years based on that history. Do you know what I mean? And I try to use that logic when I'm buying something today to get over the hump of, is it too expensive, right? To remind myself that the trajectory is only one way, unless, of course, the world comes to an end or AI takes over or something. But yeah.
Mickey, I already know this about Mickey because he has admitted to us on past episodes, I'll be collecting till I die.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are they going to build the coffin out of the comic arts?
That's okay. He's got a plan though. As long as you don't, you've got a plan of succession so that you don't, in case you die suddenly, right? There's no chance that something bad will happen to the collection.
Can I guess the plan? I have a guess. They're gonna start a Supergirl museum, and it's gonna be basically just his artwork. That's it. It's all Supergirl museum. It'll be dedicated. It'll be like Mickey loves Supergirl, the museum, like that, and then it'll just be his entire collection, and maybe a section for Legion or whatever, Yeah,
that would be cool. Why not? I'd see it. I'd go look at it.
I think that would be the plan. Am I right, Mickey? Tell me if I'm wrong.
Matt is asking, is Vivian has a sister or a cousin? She has she has a sister that's married. Not really sure.
It could be arranged.
Cousins. Taking on the last name of the collector should have been her first clue. That doesn't go that far back though,
Right.
Of course, we all hope. Tom says he hopes it goes up in value. I don't want to lose money. Of course, we all hope it goes up in value.
I only want Tom to lose money. Everybody else.
I know that I will never make my money back on the Stingray art. I have come to terms with that, and that's fine. You never know, though. That's the thing, is that it's funny because a lot of commission collectors always assume they're going to lose money on their commissions when it comes time to sell. And, in a lot of cases, it will be true. They're going to have to take losses, but it's not guaranteed. There are times where, you never know.
I think the reason he's going to lose money is because there's not a lot of collectors for Stingray, even though they're like such beautiful people.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's what you mean.
If you're collecting Batman commissions, there's other collectors which might be interested, right? And that's why, like, I avoid picking up things that are too esoteric at a very high price, because like I love esoteric stuff, but if I spend too much on it, I basically know that I better make up the money somewhere else. Not with those pieces. Those pieces are just for the love of it. Yeah,
exactly. Like Alberto says, you need to groom. He's saying it to Newell. You need to groom the next generation of Stingray collectors. And it's funny. It's a joke.
That's why the channel.
It's funny, but it is true, though. It is true. When you do collect stuff that's esoteric, if you collect a lot of it, that's the key here. If you collect a lot of it, and it does matter to you that, you do want to try to get your money back at a minimum one day, it behooves you then to try to, you be sociable, you try to get people into the things that you're into. So you hope that eventually when comes time for you to sell, there will be other people who are interested in that type of stuff, So that's it. So we'll see when the time comes. Well, hopefully it's not for another 40 years, though, Matt says, I have a very expensive hobby. I collect ex-wives.
That's like Psylocke and Storm and who are the other ex-women?
Oh, too many to mention.
I was trying so hard with that one. Yeah, sorry.
Paisan says, you guys don't have insurance for your art? I don't know why he brought that up, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't. It's either too difficult to get, or in most cases, too expensive, and most people don't think it's worth the risk. The likelihood of something happening is not as high as the likelihood that you're going to be spending a lot of money over the years, year after year after year after year. That's not worth it. That's the choice most collectors make, Paisan. That's. And by the way, you still haven't told me if I'm supposed to say the Pisan part of your name as Paisan. Is that what it's intended to be? Just give me a yes or a no, man. But the money in art means less with how much your other accounts have by now. It's not the point.
How does Marcus know how much you have in your account? That's what I want to know.
In an investment account, he doesn't. He's just assuming. But the point is, I'll give you a great example. If I have my investment account and it's worth 10 million, let's say, right? So you're thinking, and you said your art collection is only, maybe it's 7 figures, maybe it's $1 million, right? So I know what you're saying. But your investment account's 10, so your collection only represents a 10% of your net worth. Therefore, you shouldn't give a crap. I know that that's what you're saying, but I never looked at it that way. I don't look at it that way. I look at it as I spend my life being very frugal always, right? I want value from my money on whatever I buy. And so to me, even if there's 10 million there and only 1 million there, I don't look at it that way. I look at it, hey, shit, that's $1 million. That's not chump change. I don't care what's over there in that account. That's $1 million there, okay? And it's tied up in an illiquid asset. Not only is it a liquid, but it's an asset that things can happen to it, and poof, the million's gone. You know what I mean? That's my issue, Marcus. So
it's kind of a funny coincidence, because today I was listening to like a podcast, like a YouTube video, whatever, and they was talking about how rich people don't look rich. They don't need to demonstrate they're being rich. They wear like regular clothes and such, because deep down, a lot of the everyday people who are like, we're not talking about like tech billionaires or whatever, right? But they basically value, having liquid assets, and they value having security more than they value flashiness, And it's the same way. Like, I mean, you would rather have like that investment that's liquid versus having this other asset, you know. And so I think that's kind of, a lot of people think that way. I don't think that's a unique thing to just you, right?
I would hope so, you know.
Like I would agree. I'd be more on Marcus's side. Like I would think more like Marcus.
Right.
But yeah, because also if you believe in yourself that you can make things work, right? Obviously you can't predict like health issues or other things in the future. But yeah.
Right. Alfonso says, Ruben, can you elaborate on that aforementioned buying for the thrill of the act itself? Those are your words. Just want to make clear that those are your words. I wasn't buying for the thrill. I was buying because I loved what I was collecting. And you say, so was buying down? Huh?
You were saying that you enjoy the hunt of collecting
but
more than necessarily acquiring it.
But I only realized it after I stopped. I decided to stop collecting that my focus on Hulk comic art, right?
Right.
Only when I stopped it that I realized that, because initially I thought I would stop and then just go on to other things, other artwork. But then I realized, like, I feel like I've completed what I want to do. And I started realizing, so it's not just about owning, always holding on to the stuff forever. It's curating. It's everything involved in hunting, talking to a bunch of people, emailing, phoning, traveling, everything involved in looking for those pieces that I would add to the collection and make my collection great. All of that combined is what gave me the joy. I used to think while I was doing it that it was just the acquisition and, this is mine now, and that's what's giving me the joy. Okay, that's what I used to think while I was collecting it. But after I stopped collecting that stuff, I suddenly realized, I'm okay if I part with this now, because I feel like I completed my collection anyways. My goal, maybe I haven't mentioned, certainly not tonight, my goal was always, I want to collect the covers and splashes that I thought, for me personally, were the best of the best from a certain point in time to a certain point in time. And other than maybe, 3 pieces, like a splash and maybe a couple of covers, I actually ended up completing what I set out to do. I was super, super happy. And I felt like, I got all the examples I want. And now I want to move on. And that's when I realized, what? I'm actually okay moving on and letting other people enjoy this thing that I built. And that's when I realized, okay, I guess it was more about curating, the hunt, all the effort that goes into putting together a nice collection that you focus on. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's it. That's what I'm saying. So Alfonso's saying, was buying down, collecting down, how you helped curb or manage the impulse for the dopamine hit. No, because I always had very. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say. Go ahead.
When CAF Live did the first online, thing, I took quite a few pieces and I put them up, and they all, pretty much 80% of them sold because I had them for maybe 20 years. And the reason I was able to let them go was because I enjoyed them for 20 years. And I was thinking, the logic was, okay, I've had it for all this time. Eventually, I'm going to have to let go of it, which means I'm going to have it for a limited time anyway, whether it's 20 years or 30 years or whatever it is, but it's going to end at some point. Why not end now? It might as well end. What is the difference between if it ended now or if it ended later? Right. Is my life any worse, really? So I gave them, and I don't miss any of those pieces. And they were like really nice pieces, but I don't have any missing because they went to new people, and then that afforded me opportunity to get other stuff that I've never seen before. So another thing to do is to consider, have you enjoyed, do you feel like you've had it long enough that you can now say, okay, might as well, now it's good enough time, right? Like there's nothing more to gain from holding on to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because what else is there to gain from holding on to it? Unless you have the first appearance of Black Cat, and then you really want to hold on to that one because one day that character will be worth like $1 million, right?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And so to Alfonso, just to answer quickly the question, no, I didn't collect down to try to lessen the dopamine hit. I've always had a massively large interest in comic book art of all types, even what I personally would consider a pedestrian artist, an average artist. I still bought comics, plenty of titles drawn by artists of that level. So I had many, many interests in artists, titles, characters, and no matter how many times I collected down, I always enjoyed what I got. So I still got some, I never called it a dopamine hit like you do, but I get what you're saying. It's always a thrill. I don't care. I look, the last piece I posted to my gallery. It's how much did it cost me? About $250. Okay, a $250 page. I got as much enjoyment so far out of that page as I've gotten out of most pieces of my collection over the years. So that's my thing. And that's what also, by the way, guys, makes it easier for me to come to terms with, okay, I want to move on from the collection. I want to sell a collection. It's the fact that I've always had an issue with the fact that the increase in value of certain pieces compared to other pieces, right? For me, does not equate. Honestly, I believe this applies to everybody. Whatever, you can argue if you want, but it does not equate to the same way that you can say the enjoyment level is. And I brought this up before. So I'm willing to say that, okay, this piece here that cost me $15,000, maybe I can quantify approximately twice as much enjoyment as this piece that cost me $250. Okay, I can see how, man, I'm enjoying this. God, the excitement I feel inside, it's probably like twice as much as that piece.
Okay,
but you see, hold on. In a second. Let me just finish and say that I can quantify that. I feel that makes sense to me, right? But there's no way that my $15,000 piece, right, which is 60 times the value of the $251, there's no way I can quantify, and I don't believe anybody on earth can say they feel that they're 60 times as excited and happy about this piece over that piece. Again, I feel maybe you can quantify twice as happiness, twice the amount, but like any more than that, I don't think it's possible. So whatever, but that's how I feel. And so again, just to finish off, Alfonso, no matter how cheap I bought stuff, I always enjoy everything I buy. So it still gives me like you call it, a dopamine hit. Go ahead, Dan. Yes.
I think you can enjoy a piece at any price. The thing that you're trying to do that I think is a big mistake is you're trying to use logic, right? Because collecting is not a logical thing. You don't do it
logical.
It's almost never logical. So you could argue that investing in art, maybe you could try to use logic, right? But collecting is definitely not a logical thing. So the reason certain pieces are 15,000 is not because they're better pieces. It's because there's more people who find that piece nostalgic for the most part, or there's more people who are excited about that piece if it's a modern piece and there's enough hype around it. But there's an excitement level that exists for that piece that doesn't exist for the $200 piece. Otherwise, that $200 piece would also be $15,000. So it's really, that excitement is literally 60 times more because people are willing to spend the money.
No,
there's an excitement there.
Hold on. Let me say this.
In terms of dollars, it's worth 60 times more. Not.
No, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I think you're wrong in the sense that you're on the right track. But the difference is you got what the proper way to say it, I believe, is yes, that piece over there probably has 60 times more demand for it. In other words, there could be 60 collectors who would buy that $15,000 piece before they would buy my $250 page, right?
That's right.
So I believe absolutely in terms of demand levels, yes, you can go into like hundreds of times if you want,
Okay.
you know. But I'm talking about any individual human being, their ability to derive enjoyment over a piece of comic book art. I don't think you can quantify more than about double or triple. Like, how do you
No, I
quantify
think okay. I think that's because you're using a whole number. So like, if a piece of art, if you're collecting for nostalgia, right? Then it's like it's
let
like
me just
it's a
let
go
me
ahead.
give me a sec. I just want to say sorry. Steve is asking, what's wrong with telling your wife to take things to Comic Link or Heritage? It's because they don't give a shit about your consignment. Once you've consigned it to them, especially if it's coming from the wife of a dead guy, it's even less they care about it. They will dump it. They will put tons of pieces. And Steve, I have a lot of art from the same artists. They will put as much as they can. They just want to get their money back as quickly as possible. That's the problem. That's what's wrong with that. So there you go. Okay. Anyway, sorry, Dan.
Also, Sealink is the problem. No, I'm kidding. I like Sealink, but I don't know about selling at Sealink. But I've only lost money at Sealink. So do what you want to do. But yeah. So I think because if you have a collector who's buying for nostalgia, then it's like 100%. I mean, it's nostalgic or it's not nostalgic. So it's a 0 on the $250 piece, and it's 100% on the other piece. So it's not like there's some enjoyment unless you're collecting for art's sake. Okay, so like art's sake because you're an appreciator of technique or style or whatever. There's a lot of beautiful pieces that are like that, and you might collect for that reason. If you collect for that reason, Ruben, you're correct. But if you're collecting mostly for nostalgia, then what you're saying could be true. Where like the one piece of art could be 0 and the other one could be 100%, where it's nostalgic and it's 0% nostalgic.
I think that like myself, I collect for many reasons.
Yeah, okay.
Some of it is nostalgia. Sure. Some of it is I love the art form. I love to study the art form, right? I love to study the art on the art I buy. Some of it is purely I love the characters. Some of it is I love the stories. So for me, it's a combination of a lot of things. And I like to think that for a lot of collectors, it's probably
I don't think it's 100% true for you. I mean, you could what you say could be true for what you appreciate, but not for what you buy. Like I appreciate so much art, but I won't necessarily spend money on it. Right? Like there's so much art where like artistically I love it, but I would never buy one because I know I can't buy everything because I'm limited to my spending. So I will only spend on the things that are personally interesting to me more than just that I appreciate the artistic quality. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, but so you think for me, so what's the proof? Give me the proof in your eyes.
Proof is that your
what you know about me that means that for me it's more nostalgia is what you're saying, right? You think that for me it's probably more nostalgia is what you're trying to say?
Yeah. So yeah, tell me I'm wrong. So like in my mind, your collection is very focused with this one artist.
Okay.
And then those characters that artist did.
Right.
Or a couple of different characters. You're not like buying every kind of art that's good. Like you've commented on many people's art as beautiful, and you don't collect any of that stuff.
Right.
Right. Okay. Like,
right. But I've also been on record as saying I have way too many interests in different artists, right?
Right.
So,
but at the end of the day, you've chosen something.
Yeah, because you have to
to collect.
Because you have to focus on something. When you're like me,
have to.
No, you
have a little bit of everything.
When you're like me, you have to.
Ask Jeff.
You have to because I don't have anywhere near I've never had.
You have over 1,000 pieces. You could have had 1,000 different artists.
That took decades to acquire. I have never had the financial wherewithal to collect a lot of what I really would have liked to have collected. Burn X-Men. I mean, that's what I would have loved. Amazing Spider-Man art. I
mean, you could trade off like a binder of today and get a one page of X-Men.
Whatever. I get much more. But I get much more enjoyment having X amount of pages.
Yeah, but when you run out of the house because of the fire,
I do have that one X-Men page.
Maybe.
No, not maybe. I know for a fact.
Okay.
Yeah, I know for a fact. So
okay, but
that's the thing. That's the thing.
I still think you're a unique collector in that sense. Like we're all unique collectors, but I don't think
that it's that unique. I don't know that it's that unique. And also a counterpoint to your argument, you keep focusing on the fact that it's all a lot of art from one artist. Well, sure, but so Tom's stuff certainly provides some nostalgia, whatever. But I really do just love his style. I really always loved it and enjoyed his style and how his style fits like most characters really, really well. I can't say that about most artists, right? In other words, it's rare that I see him draw a character that I'm like, oh, I don't like how Tom draws this character, you know? So, and I can't say that for many artists. That's a big part of what I like about his work. But at the same time, yes, it's a comic booky, it's a kind of traditional comic booky style. That's how I describe it. But at the same time,
I've always, a technical term, I think.
I've also been a realist my whole life. I love realism, have always loved realism, which is why I collect a lot of Mike Perkins stuff. I love his work for that. That fulfills that desire. So for that, it's not necessarily, you know, are you going to say, oh, you're collecting for nostalgia there too? Not really.
No, okay. So I don't think you're completely a nostalgia collector, but once you focus on those couple of artists, you basically, again, you've limited your choices, what I'm saying, to just a few things, right? So that's your focus now. But it's not, you're not buying it for art, because you could get beautiful art from so many other places, and you chose to keep going back to these two things. So you replace nostalgia with specific artists, but it's the same thing, you know, in the sense that you're not going broad across different areas because of art. You're trying to find art within that little limited thing. Nostalgia collectors try to find art within their limited nostalgia phase, and you're trying to find art limited within these certain artist groups. So, and there's not a lot of artists. You've limited to like less than 5 artists, probably.
Well,
I'm sure you have art by more than 5 artists, but I mean,
not really. I got a lot of art by a lot of different artists. It's just that you only think of 2 artists because I guess so. By them.
Okay, look, when you do your illustration art, I don't think that way about it, right? I think it's different. But when it comes to your, but I think a lot of collectors, anyway, the point is the value is going to be way higher for the things that there's a lot of demand for, and there could be zero. Most collectors, they only want what they want. Like, okay, look, if I'm in my business, I sell books, so if somebody comes asking for like a certain title, they don't want the other titles. They just want that title. That's all they care about. They would rather pay like 0 for the other one. They wouldn't pay even like $1 for the other item. They just want the item they want, and that's all they care about. And that's where the value is higher on those nostalgic pieces, right? Yeah. Like, I think you say sometimes you describe like you only like to collect expensive pieces. No, I don't. It's just 10,000 other people want to collect the same pieces, right? I just want to collect the cheapest pieces possible.
I say that not with the intent that you're saying. I say that because that's what you do. I'm not saying you get them because they're expensive.
Right, fine.
It just so happens that the kind of stuff you like all happens to be expensive. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
I mean, I don't have. I feel like I have no. It's like this. Well, that's a choice between collecting it or not collecting it, I guess.
Right. Yeah. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
What is this person saying?
So Steve is saying, living. He's talking about the houses, right? Living in it is what makes a house a good investment. That's why it is maybe sometimes a good idea, maybe for young, successful couples with kids. The benefit is the great lifestyle for your family. But we're not talking about the benefits you get from home ownership, Steve. I know what the benefits are and the pros and the cons. I know it all. We're talking about investments. That's it. Money tied up in something. Okay? And the point was, a house is not a good investment if it's the only home you have, it's the only real estate you have, and you're talking about it as an investment. It's not. Just because it goes up in value doesn't make it a great investment. If you're living in it, right, and it went from 200,000 to $1 million, yeah, you're excited. Woo, look, our house is worth 5 times what it used to be. Yeah, but you're not cashing out because you're still living in it. So it's not like you suddenly have $1 million to play with. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say as an investment, it's not good.
You're correct. The house is not your investment, but it serves a different purpose, right? And if you own your house,
of course.
Then it gives you a peace of mind that you may not have otherwise, right? Like, you don't have to worry. If you own your house, you wouldn't really have to worry about, let's say you had a job, you wouldn't have to worry about losing your job because your house is paid for, or whatever. It just gives you stability in your life, right? So it serves a different role.
Yes, Robert says much of the value of the home is in the land, anyways.
Unless, yeah.
Oftentimes that's true,
That's true. Yep.
Just move. Stanley, just move to a cheap small town. And that's the thing that a lot of people do. I got friends who left the city over the years, right, into some other shitty city because, the houses are so much more cheaper there. And I'm like, but there's more to life than just owning your home and wanting the feeling of home ownership. To me, it's like, don't your friends and family matter? Because I know for a fact, you move wherever you're looking at houses right now. That's what I told my friend. I'm not going to go and visit you very often. Okay. You are making the willing choice to take yourself away from the city, away from your family and friends. I know myself. I ain't going to be visiting you like I visit you now. And I'm willing to bet your whole friend group and your family are also not going to go visit you very often. And you're going to find yourself within a year or two lonely, or whatever you want to call it, feeling like you're isolated out there in the middle of nowhere because of your cheap home. And the rest of your lifestyle is not the same as it used to be. To me, that's depressing. I put stock and value in every aspect of my life when making decisions about, home and where I'm going to live. Plenty of people, Stanley, as I say, do that. Not just my friends. Plenty of people all over the world do that. They go to smaller towns. They leave their family and friends just so they can afford a house, so they can say, "Oh, I own my own house." To me, all the other things that come with being where I live, right? The family, the friends, all the comforts of that I have other than that of where I live. It's very very valuable to me. I would never ever do that. I would never move away far from family and friends and to be isolated just so I could own a home. To me, that's a horrible decision. So that's just where I feel. I don't know, Dan, would you do that?
Yeah. Well, thinking about eventually doing that, but waiting for the kids to move out.
You're waiting for the kids to move out.
Well, I won't move. Yeah, like there's no point. I want to see where. So I agree with you. Like the most important thing is the family part. So wherever the kids decide to go, I'll try to be as close to as many of them as possible in that location, right? Because
Right.
I don't want to. First of all, they might need to live with us, right, for a while, and then once they're done with that, depending where they are, I want to be as close to them because that's really all that matters to me, right?
So JC, yeah.
Yeah, I think, but like if you don't have a large family or you don't have a lot of people that and you're staying at home anyway, like there's no reason for me to be in an expensive spot, right? I would rather be, I'd rather be somewhere more affordable, and that could happen, but mostly because where they're gonna go. So that's not really anything to do with art, though. If you want to talk art.
Yeah. Move to Bacomo. You have to measure all things against the value of currency, though. That's how inflation works. Okay. Dibs on Legion. Okay. Just did my will. Just did my will, says Peter. Rubén inherits the art. Yeah.
I think he's gonna outlive you, Rubén.
He probably will.
So he's gonna live a long time.
Paisan Stingray is a fan right here. Right here. This is Stingray. His name is Newell, aka Stingray. He's a collector, and he loves the character Stingray, which you see in his avatar. That's who he is. Let's see what else. I'm going to try to jump ahead and catch up. Stanley says, "Is this a financial channel?" In a way, depending on the conversation,
it was, right?
It can be. I get no money out of it, unfortunately. No monetization here. Well, let's see. Paisan finally answered. Sorry, Rubén. It's Pizan. Okay. Hopefully, hopefully that's not zone. Hopefully that's zone.
It doesn't mean like on somebody.
Let us know. Is that your name? Is that like your family name, or let us know? Sean, why I've kept my Stingray original subby comics. Okay, Taco Bell. Let's see.
He's gonna be in Mexico. There's any Taco Bell.
Remember in the 90s? Yo quiero Taco Bell.
I love that little dog. Yeah.
Yeah, yo quiero Taco Bell. Most millionaires act like they are poor, and most people who are poor act like they are rich. The way they behave with their money sometimes, yes, I would say that's very true.
That's how you know.
So art worth $1 million is predicated on finding the people to pay you that $1 million, whereas stock investments have an established market of exchange. You don't have to seek them. Right. That's what's pros and cons. When you're talking about investments for investment's sake, that's why I don't consider art an investment. It's a collectible that, thankfully for all of us, it just happens to always have gone up in value over time, which is nice. But I don't buy it as an investment, and most of us don't. If you want an investment, you should actually, if you're thinking about investing, I absolutely always say
contact Rubén after the show. He'll set you up.
Stock market is the way to go, and I will not set you up. I am not a licensed professional. Don't pay attention to me. Do what you want with your money. Rubén the Hunter retired. Exactly. See, I see it every day in my stores. Not sure what you meant by that, because of course I'm behind. Sorry. Acquisition makes more sense than the hunt in collecting. If it is just a hunt, then energy can be better spent elsewhere. But I never knew that that's what was a big part of the enjoyment. That's what I'm saying, Peter. Steve. That's what I'm saying. I never knew. I found out just by going through the experience, Would you rather sell off the comic art or illustration art? I gotta be honest. My comic art is worth a lot more. Again, it's about not wanting to die unexpectedly and leave it behind for my wife and daughter to deal with. So, since most of the value is in the comic art, I absolutely want to sell off that. And as far as illustration art, I have what's on my walls. That's my favorite stuff, obviously. And then I have a bunch of shit in a back room in boxes. I want to get rid of that stuff. It's just very hard to get rid of because you kind of have to deal with the devil. It's heritage. It's the only kind of decent market for it, but they're very expensive when they deal with you. So I'm just kind of like procrastinating on wanting to get rid of my illustration.
For people who don't have experience with illustration art, heritage, you know how you complain about the 25% seller fee or 25% buyer's fee or whatever. The buyer's fee is, I think it's like something like 50% or something. There's a 50% fee. I think for illustration art, it's much higher. Like,
no, it's 25.
Basically sorry?
It's always been 25. It's 25. Yeah, it's always been 25.
Right, but I don't think you can get out of the seller fee unless you have some Norman Rockwell or something. Whereas I think you can get out of the seller fee much easier in comics. Unless you have experience.
You can get what? Say that again?
I don't think you can get out of the seller fee in illustration art.
Get out of the what?
Paying the seller fee.
Paying the seller? Right. No, it's harder. You can, but it has to be stuff like McGuinness pieces. Or if it's not a big name artist, you can get out from it. They'll waive it, but it has to be expensive. So in other words, the more valuable it is, the easier time you will have saying, hey, I'm willing to send this in to you, but with the numbers don't make sense unless you waive the seller fee. And then they'll look at it and they'll decide, like, hey, what are we gonna earn from this? Is it worth our time? And they'll say yes or no. But yeah, they're more.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, so what maybe I'm thinking is the buyer fee is 25%, not 20%, right? And so it was always a little higher because I think they have a lower volume or lower prices, so they need to make that higher just to make it worthwhile. But now they seem to be running more of those like smaller auctions, so maybe that will pick up, maybe not.
All of a sudden, illustration art, they're suddenly putting these smaller auctions, and it's like one after another. It's like, I don't know. So is it picking up? And like we talked privately, some of the pieces in the last couple of those auctions, wow, they went way higher than expected. So I hope that that's a good sign for the illustration. And some
cheaper
people
than an absolute Batman, though.
Was that
cheaper than a brand new absolute Batman page?
That's for sure. Yeah, it's still exactly when you compare it that way, you're like, wow, it's still like a bargain, super bargain,
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Marcus. Of course, a $15,000, but I'm not investing. That's the point. A $15,000 piece will enjoy more value appreciation than a $250. Now, not necessarily on a percentage basis. I mean, it could, but it also may not, because if the $250 piece is something that's been undervalued for kind of like a long time, when people finally catch up to it and realize, hey, this shit's it's too cheap, the 250 becomes 500 overnight, and then 600, 750. That, you know what I mean? So it just depends, right? The $15,000 piece often is not going to become 30,000 overnight. You know what I mean? Or even next year, the year after, whatever. So, but on a net basis, you're correct. Obviously, if you're investing, it's better, I think, to get the more expensive pieces if you're investing, which I don't. But if you're investing in art, sure, better to get a $15,000 piece, because if in a year you can sell it for $17,000, which percentage-wise is not a lot, but you made $2,000 off your $15,000. Well, $2,000 in your pocket obviously is better than taking your $250 piece, even if it doubles and you pocketed $250. Well, obviously you don't have to tell us that, $2,000 in your pocket's better than $250. But yes, Dan.
Oh no, I was going to just ask. It seems like Marcus has a lot of thoughts on this, like what's good to invest in. So I was wondering if he was going to give us some wisdom or advice on the investing part for the art, because
right,
I never get to hear that in any of the comments. Maybe you could put a comment like, "I don't know why you bought this. It's not investable," or "Good choice, A+ a piece in 3 years," or something. Just any kind of advice would be, because he looks okay. Let's just put it this way. So Marcus,
he's talking about you, Marcus. It's all about you,
Marcus,
now.
You are looking at like every piece on CAF as it comes out, so you have probably insight or knowledge that regular people don't, just because you have such a close, inspection of all this art, right? So my guess is you really maybe have some insights that came up from that experience, right? You'll be like able to tell differences.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Marcus doesn't want to go on camera on shows to kind of.
No, he can just type it in here. We'll read it. We'll read it out loud. Ruben will read it in your voice.
Yeah, in his voice.
You figure out whatever the accent could be,
Yeah, answer.
I know he doesn't.
If you can, Marcus, answer Duke. We'll take that answer to that question. Hi again, Comic Art Boston.
Alive.
So Pizon says something that I can't answer. He's talking about how much you guys think the G.I. Joe number 20 Tom Riley original art cover coming out in March will be, with both Optimus Prime and Duke on the cover, will go for. How much is the right price? You'll have to ask. You can find out just by going to Tom Riley's agent, whoever that is, and ask, hey, any idea how much you're going to be asking for that cover? They'll probably give you a price, or at least an idea of what it might go for. Yeah.
So this is a new issue.
A new issue, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think so. Steve says, I think Duke is dead on. Collecting is, generally speaking, not logical. Yeah, I mean, a lot of us do a lot of illogical things,
Most of what we do. Yeah. So I can I just my philosophy for buying stuff, because I was listening to there was a lady doing a TED Talk a little while ago, and she was explaining that a lot of people, when they're faced with a tough decision, they choose to make no decision at all. Like, right, if you have a choice A, choice B, and they're too close to each other, they can't decide. They just freeze up and make no decision, right? Later on, discovering that what really they decided to be unhappy. And when I heard this lady,
they decided to be unhappy?
Because not making a decision makes you unhappy. Okay. If you can decide it, I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to get either. That's fine. But if you didn't make a decision either way, because right, that makes you unhappy. You're unhappy when you can't make a decision. So I want to become more decisive and also miss less opportunities. So for me, I have like a two-pronged way of making a decision. Right. Again, this is not for life decisions. It's not like who should you get married to, or this is not like should you live in this city or that city. Those are bigger questions. You definitely need to think through more factors than 2 factors. But for like simple things, the first factor is, can I afford it? Right? Is it in my budget? Can I afford it? And number 2 is, do I love it? Not do I like it. I think I alluded to this earlier. Like, do I love it and can I afford it? If either of those is a no, forget about it. Right? If you come across a piece, it's out of your budget, okay, move on. If it's in your budget, but you kind of like it, but you don't love it, move on. Because later on, you'll be unhappy if you got it, right? You're going to make yourself unhappy. And the key of the TED Talk was that the way people make decisions is not with logic, is with emotion. So if you make a decision using logic, where the truth is you should be making the decision emotionally, then you're going to be unhappy later, right? If you try to, I got this piece of art because the way this person drew the hair over here, and this hair is like so nice. Like, that's using logic. It's not, at the end, you're not going to feel good about it. And you're going to be probably trying to dump the piece of art. You'll have regrets for getting it, right? But if you got it because you really loved it, then you don't have to worry about that. And what happens is your brain will come up with a reason afterwards of why you chose it. So I never try to give reasons before I get something of why I love it. I just go with that feeling, and then afterwards, I know my brain will come up with a reason. And they've proven this in studies where people make decisions emotionally, but then they will justify it later because our brains make up stories. So we'll make up a story after the fact. So can you afford it, and do you love it? And that's the easiest way to make a decision quickly. A lot of people, they have a hard time deciding. I think back to Steve, he had a hard time deciding. I don't think it's so hard to decide, right? Do you love it, and can you afford it? And then those two things kind of solve each other out. If you can't afford it, then it's solved. And if you don't love it, it's solved. So in both cases. Anyway, what are you gonna say?
No, Lee says you can always sell and move by Tom, because Tom was saying earlier that oh my God, when I told him how much the bungalow costs here, $850K. He's like, oh my God, you get like a 3-bedroom home, 2 garage, whatever, where I live, like for $250,000. I go, yeah, Tom, that's the point. Here in Montreal, that's exactly what it was up until the early 2000s. That's exactly what you could have done here. And then when we finally started to think, okay, maybe I'll consider buying a house, things, it was too late. It had taken off by then and whatever, But yeah, Lee, I can't move by Tom because I'm Canadian. Canadians cannot just move willy-nilly to the United States, just like Americans cannot move willy-nilly to Canada just for the hell of it because you want to. You can't do that. That's not how it works, So there you go.
Get Trump to buy Canada, and then we can do it.
Well, then it's different. If we get taken over,
first Greenland, then Canada, right?
Then suddenly we can move wherever the hell we want,
Of course.
Nice homes here are cheap. Wow. At those prices, like you were saying, 10-minute drive to the beach on top of it. Very nice.
Where does he live?
Tom as neighbors. We'd get along fine. We'd have beers all the time and talk about comics and shoot the shit. Yeah, it'd be awesome. Look, you see, even he says it, Marcus. Let's do it. I'm very easy. He's very easygoing. You know that.
Where does Tom live?
I believe he's in South Carolina, is it? Or was it South Carolina? Tom, let us know. Oh, North Carolina. It is North Carolina. Okay.
North Carolina is nice.
Jacksonville.
Famous for canned beans or something, I think. I don't know why. When I remember driving through there and there was like a lot of billboards for canned beans. I'm not sure. Home of the whatever beans. I don't know.
Oh, look at David Barr says, I need to be close to family as now our kids are married, but emphasis is to be close to the community. Yeah, you see, that's what I'm saying. Like
he's talking
to some people, a lot of people, it doesn't seem to matter. They're so focused on, but I just want to own my own home. And they'll do literally anything to make it happen. And it's just like, they're literally so focused on that. I firmly believe the thought of, but what about all the comforts of my life as I have them now? My friends, family, the ease of going to certain stores, dentists, all the services, they don't think of that. They're so focused on just, I want to own my own home that, they hear about, how cheap they are in the next city over, and okay, let's go look over there. And they just go and they buy, So by that story, Dan, that I mentioned before about my friend who ended up moving to the next shitty kind of town, out of here, and who I said, I'm not going to go visit you often. I was right, by the way. I think he was there for, I want to say 2 or 3 years, maybe 4. I can't remember. I think I drove out there to visit him once in that time. And even his family, pretty much the same thing, that didn't really go out there. So I was right all along. And guess what he did? He moved back home after he sold the damn thing.
I don't think that makes a fact for everybody though, because I think the number one factor when you're working is being close to your job. If you can be close to your work, that's the number one factor where you should live, whether it's a rented or not rented. But it should be close to your work. And if you're retired, then it's just a matter of where the rest of your family is, because that's the second most important, right, as far as that goes.
We're getting everybody, just so everybody knows, let's make it official. Pizan is the family name. What should we call you, though? I don't feel like calling you by your last name, though.
Why not?
.org. What should we call you, Pizan? I find it rude to call people, unless when you're referring to athletes and stuff, you always refer to them by their last name.
Maybe he's a baseball player.
But I don't know. What should we call you? It feels weird to
It's
call you
fine.
by your last name, but I'll keep saying Tizon until you tell me otherwise.
You can call him Transformer Collector.
Peter, you will love it here. I live next door to Camp Lejeune. Yes, the water treatment. You are divesting. Sell the $250 piece here. Marcus is on. He won't let it go. Sell the $250 piece before you sell the $15,000 piece. See, that's the tricky thing, Marcus, and everybody else. When you talk about selling art, especially when it's selling either something that you need, like when you want to raise money quickly. Okay, so when time is a factor, or when time is not a factor, but you have a lot that you need to sell. The tricky thing about that is, as everybody who has sold knows, it's always so much easier to sell the expensive stuff first, in most cases, right? Because that's the stuff that's usually in more demand. And it takes so much more effort and work to sell the $250 pieces. You know what I mean? So that's why a lot of people, they tend to just go and like, whatever, let me start with the stuff that's easier. Because you also want to see the money start adding up more quickly. And so when you start selling, more expensive pieces, I think it's just, it makes it more enticing to continue to sell, because it's very hard to try to add up a lot of money when you're just doing one $250 piece at a time kind of thing, which is why I'm going to try with certain people that I know, that I've dealt with for years, that I know I have stuff that they want and like. So what I'm going to try to do is say, look, I'll let you have some of this stuff, but like, for example, this artist, this title, right? It's so cheap. I'm not going to let you cherry pick me, because if it's going to be cherry picked, I'd rather just throw it up on my site and have an art drop. So I'm going to try to get people to say, look, you want to buy 10 pages? You want to give me, make it a $2,500 to $3,000 transaction? And maybe I let you pick from this selection, your 10 pages, that's what I'm going to try to do. I want to try to sell more in volume with the smaller stuff. Again, in when it comes to the people who know what I have and who have long wanted certain things from me, that's what I'm going to try to do. Like if I'm going to favor anybody, right? If you're going to jump to the head of the line, it needs to benefit me. Otherwise, there's other people I'd rather hit first. People that have been more loyal to me over the years, many reasons, whatever the case may be, or I'll put it on my site instead, whatever. Let everybody just, free for all. So that's it. Selling will take you time, so sell the art that is less likely to keep appreciating and value first. Listen, logically speaking, I get all that. It makes sense. I know.
I think because it depends on how long your time window is.
Huh?
If you have so right now you're not desperate to sell, correct? Right. So you could start now with using Marcus's suggestion, put up 100 pieces of the 250 pieces or whatever, right? Some will go higher, some will go less, but it'll average out to something. And you can just put those up now because it's not in a rush, right?
But
you don't have to. You're talking before. You want to sell the expensive piece when it's a higher demand and rush, but you're not in a rush, so you can just start with those lower pieces and see where it takes you, right?
Look, man, I'm telling you, there's so much nuance that goes into selling a lot of art. So, I'm not really. Look, I'm going to try to do what I kind of just explained. I'm going to try to do with some people, whatever. But I know that that's the minority of people. There's not going to be that many people that are going to be willing to like, okay, sure, I'll buy 10 pages. I only really want 3 of them, but I'll buy 10. And then I'll keep the 3 I want most, and then take it upon myself to sell off the other 7 or whatever. I know
you don't have any complete issues, right?
No,
because that's not logical.
Nothing that anybody would want. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Yeah. So again, a lot of nuance. So I'll probably be selling expensive stuff at the same time as I'm reaching out and selling cheaper stuff.
So I'm gonna put you down. When is the next art drop?
I have no idea.
Well, okay, it's January.
I have no idea because
start in February.
Well,
what's a good month?
Oh, in terms of, no,
I have a tip for you. I have a tip. I heard this.
On.
Ready? Yeah, go ahead.
No, you need to know. In terms of my collection, because I'll have an art drop when I get back from Mexico for Mike Perkins. But for me, my collection, I don't. It'll be a while before anything hits the website because, as much as possible, I always hit private sales. So I reach out to people who, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yep.
So
I was only gonna say that. But because you have a platform, so you can reach people you don't know. But
right.
the thing that I was gonna say, so I heard this, guys. I don't know if this is useful information, but there's a guy saying, come to the April when you guys get your tax refunds in the States, they're gonna be much higher than in the past because there's a bunch of new retroactive tax breaks that came into effect recently, but nobody got the money yet. So the money's coming in these things at the same. So given that there'll be more cash out there come April, maybe sooner. I don't know when people start getting their tax refunds in the States. So that could affect, people spending.
Well, their deadline is 2 weeks before us, so it's April 15th.
I know, but you could apply. You could file early and get a refund earlier.
Oh, sure, yeah, sure, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the earlier you file, the sooner you're going to get your refund if you're owed a refund. Obviously, yeah.
That's right. That's why it's better to do it early if you have a refund. Yeah.
Yeah. Steve wants you to know great advice. He made a mistake. Great advice collection. Oh, collecting advice. I think he means Duke.
Sure.
Distinctive love and affordability applied logically to make a decision. Okay. Is selling a good portion of collection east to do at cons? Are you verbally giving your messages?
It's easy to do cons. And can you get paid cash for a
lot of it? You're talking about going, because earlier you said something about I should go to the New York Con, whatever. I've already mentioned in the past, Tom, I can't go to New York Con in San Diego. I would love to. I would love to go back to conventions in the States. I can't because it's illegal. As a Canadian, it's illegal. And I'm not willing to do illegal things to get myself into the States just so I can try to set up at conventions. So, yeah, not going to happen. So forget about that. It's not.
Plus, I think it's interesting because you can't really hide. I would never do this. So, but I can't imagine how do you hide $1 million if you sold your whole collection? If you talk about 7-figure. So it just seems ridiculous. Like, how much can you spend on groceries? It might take you like 100 years to get rid of that. So you got to do it legally, pay your taxes, and just deal with it, right? It's like,
yeah,
I can't imagine doing that much cash.
I mean, cash, you leave it in investments, let's say.
Okay, but in order for it to go into investments, you have to claim it, right? It's got to be somewhere, shows up on your taxes or whatever, right?
Right.
But he's talking about doing cash, and I'm saying,
oh no, exactly. The people
is that it's under the table, but you can't do under the table for like a large amount.
That's the problem.
If you made $20, whatever, nobody cares.
Exactly. And you can do under the table for large amounts. And the dealers, some of the, the bigger dealers in this hobby, they do that. But it's really stupid because then you're stuck. I know dealers who have told friends of mine, yeah, I'll buy that piece. It's a 6-figure piece. I'll buy that piece. But can you take cash? Right? Because they don't have any other way to get rid of large amounts of the cash that they've accumulated over the years from conventions, right? And it's like, no, I'm not going to take cash. Like, that's crazy.
The art dealer could accept cash and just claim it as a sale.
Sure. But a lot of these guys, that's the point, is they haven't been claiming it. Anyways, not my business. I don't even talk about that.
Sure.
Let's see. Marcus is so like, he's trying so hard to convince me to not stop collecting and selling my collection. And now he's trying to guilt me by saying there's no love left if you're selling everything. I didn't say I'm selling everything. I have so much stuff. Trust me. You remember, you of all people, Marcus, you even said it yourself in the chat one time. Because you repeated what I had said in another show where I said, ever since I got my Holy Grail, right? The nice thing about, I guess, the drawback of getting your Holy Grail early on, especially, is that everything that comes afterwards is downhill. Like It's downhill from here on. You know, the old saying, it's downhill from here on in. There's a lot of truth to that. If you get your holy grail early on, I got it in 2001, right? So yes, anything that came after the Hulk 272 cover, like none of it gave me the feeling that that cover gave me to own. No, nothing. And I knew that. That's how you know it's a holy grail. When you know immediately nothing else could make you as happy as that one did, you know, owning that piece. So, and you said it yourself. It doesn't mean there's no love left. Remember, my main reason when I got into comics in 1982, the thing that attracted me most was the art form. I will always, till the day I die, appreciate comic art. And I can still appreciate it just by looking at the comics themselves, right? It's a different type of love than owning originals, but it's still comic art. And that's what I've always appreciated about comic books is the artwork. So it doesn't mean I have no love left. It's just I don't feel the need to have to own one-of-a-kind items with that much value, especially until the day I die. I still love my art, and it's going to be difficult to part with it. So I still very much love it, but I love my family more. And I think that what I'm doing is for my family. I think that's just a wiser decision than holding on to my collection. That's all I'm saying.
So I guess the question would be only for people to think about is your collection holding you back from living your life fully in other areas of your life, right? If all your money's tied up in art and you're not doing anything else that you're enjoying, you're not spending time with your family, you're not maybe having a vacation, whatever things you like to do, whatever it is, then it's a problem. Otherwise, it's not a problem, right?
I'm not sure I understand.
I mean, like, you're like, if you're concerned about tying up all the money, it's not an issue. If it's not stopping you from living your life.
I don't know if you're trying to say, are you saying something that agrees with something I said, or is a counterpoint to it?
Oh no, I mean, like, I'm just saying you can decide if you have to get rid of it or keep it based on if it's interfering with your life, right?
But that's not. I don't agree with that. Are you saying
it's not interfering with your life? You can hold on to it.
You're saying you have to see if it's interfering with your life. So, in other words, you think only if you feel it's interfering with your life should you sell off your collection. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, because I think Marcus, going back like quite a while, when Marcus goes, but you have investments, you have blah blah blah. So I'm saying if everything else is going well and everything else is covered and there's no need to sell the art, there's no benefit to sell it. I know you're putting into stuff, but I can't read it fast enough. Yeah.
Sorry. What? Sorry. What? Oh no. Just Marcus saying he's talking about that where he's saying it's cheap where Tom lives because he's right by Camp Lejeune. He's at he's near a military base.
Oh, I was gonna say. I thought he was gonna say it's cheaper to live there because Tom lives there and nobody wants to live. I don't even know you, Tom. I'm kidding around. I'm just totally kidding. Like I wouldn't want to live near you, that's for sure. But because Marvel fans are just no, I'm kidding.
Yeah, he just says he's clarifying. Houses are all over are cheaper down here.
Would you not want to live near a military base though? Because you have all that security.
You probably feel safer, I would think.
Right? They're probably not running sirens all day. It's probably fine. People with guns. It's good.
Just live
like
a
French name.
What do you mean? Pizza is fine. You said Pizan.
Okay, you're obsessed with his name, dude. Just let him be.
I am obsessed. I'll say Pizan. Because pizza, it sounds like pizza. I don't want to call you pizza.
Just don't say his name. Just go like this. Just let it go.
Pizza. Duke. Oh, he's gone now. But
I don't know who that is.
Duke, you're awesome. He's a newer guy. He's only in the hobby 6 months.
Is it? What does it say there? A. Lee.
It says A. Lee 1374. His name's Alfonso.
Okay. So I'm gonna assume his name's Alex.
Al or Alfonso.
Okay.
Yeah. I usually call him Al. Prefer to sell the flippers because I value delayed bitterness. Nice, Peter.
What? Went over my head, that one. I don't know. Thanks, Peter.
Everyone, don't forget to hit the thumb. Yeah, please, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Tom. Please, if you're here and you're watching, and if you haven't already done so, there's a little
I haven't done it.
icon right here where I'm pointing somewhere. I would appreciate it if you just please click that. That would be nice. The last time I checked a while back, there was only back then there was 42 people watching, or 45 people watching and 42 likes, which is pretty good.
I'm waiting for it to get down to under a certain number of viewers. Okay, it's going down now, so I can give away next week's winning $1,000 stuff from, that other the EXP experience.
From Nikki B.
Yeah, Nikki B. I'm gonna give away Nikki B's. So if you stay tonight, you can do that running thing. So if I win it, I'll give it to one of you guys. I don't watch the EXP. I apologize. It's always at a bad time.
Bye, Comic Guard Boston. I know you've gone.
Maybe we should say goodnight as well. What do you think, Ruben? Do we exhaust this topic? It's after midnight.
Yeah. Do you are you having fun? First of all, I have to know. It's the first time in 3.5 years.
I'll probably be awake at 6 in the morning.
What?
Yeah, but I'll probably be awake at 6 or 7 in the morning. So.
How come?
It's Monday.
Oh, but
I wake up early. I'm an early riser.
I know, but given that you're doing this tonight, you wouldn't give yourself one day where you just sleep in until you sleep in?
Oh, it's impossible. Yeah.
Oh my God.
You can't. Okay. I can't sleep in. Yeah.
I know. Okay, so it's not just that. Oh, because you're a workaholic. It's that you're so used to waking up early that it's hard
to waking up early. Exactly.
Your body clock will wake you up no matter what.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. Well, no, listen. Hey, I appreciate you being here this long anyway. So I was gonna say we don't have to send this topic, but we can also shut it down now. It's you let me know if you want to shut it down for the night. We're done, and that's it.
Okay. So thank you guys for watching. This has been amazing. I really enjoyed myself. I hope I didn't put you to sleep. Thank you for staying. And I think people are leaving now, so it's good timing.
Yes. Let me just do a few catch-ups here quick, and then we'll say goodbye. Leave love out of it. Marcus, he's so obsessed with it. Leave love out of it. Sell it for them. Isn't that what I'm kind of doing? Like, that's for my family, right? That's kind of what I said, I think. Tom lives deep in the heart of MAGA. And don't worry, Marcus. After I start selling off the stuff, and it dwindles and dwindles and dwindles, I'm sure, given how much I have, and the fact that a lot of it is not high demand, it'll take a few years, right? But don't worry. As I've told you for the last few years, what has interested me about this hobby over the last few years more than anything, the fun I get, hasn't even been as much about the collecting as it has been about socializing with everybody. So even if I whittle down my collection just to my, however many pieces I decide to keep, I still intend to be involved in the hobby, and hopefully by the time I've sold off all, most of what I want to sell off, hopefully by that point, things will have changed for the better in the United States, and I will be happy to take a trip down to see all you Northern Cali kids, you Southern Cali kids, you people all over the United States. I would be very happy to go back and visit a whole bunch of you. So
you can go visit now. America's awesome right now.
I will still be around, but I will not be visiting anytime soon.
I went there last summer. It was fantastic.
Okay, good for you.
I'm going there again next month. It's gonna be. I love America. You can't let a president decide for you.
I love America too. I didn't say I don't love America. The fact that I'm not going, I don't want to go now, doesn't mean that I don't love America. You know exactly what I don't love, and everybody knows what a lot of the Americans don't love it. So
he's the best, of course.
Tom lives deep in the heart of MAGA. Is that right? Because I know that South Carolina tends to be much more, the conservative, whereas North Carolina is more kind of like, yes, there's conservative areas, but also liberal, whatever. But you would know better than me, Matt. I'm not familiar with the Carolinas all that well. I've never been to the Carolinas, so let's see. Comic Guard Boston had said bye-bye, and he was still there minutes later. I think that what Dan is saying is that we should live a balanced life. If you enjoy art, then there is no need to sell it. If your family is fine, you should enjoy your hobby if possible as well. I think also that's what I was thinking you were saying, Dan. But what I'm again want to reiterate to, I guess, Dan again, but
you're scared of a fire or something happening to the art.
Right. It's that
Very illogical, but that's okay.
No, but it's you're saying if you enjoy the art, there's no need to sell if your family is fine. What I'm saying, again, you should know by now, my family is fine. But as I told you guys earlier,
you want to get a house.
No. Vivian has always been very nervous about the amount of money that we tie up or that I tie up in artwork. For her, it's always bothered her. But, she loves me and she trusts me. So she just always, she never said anything. She just lets it go and lets it go. But I know she loses sleep over it. Trust me. Okay. She's a worrywart. I know her like the back of my hand. So after all these decades, I'm just saying, you know what? I've collected for my own enjoyment, but I know how much it has affected her in a negative way. And for that, and she's been an amazing wife, an amazing partner, as long as we've been together. So for me, I feel like it's time for me to stop being selfish. I always said, even before I met her, I always knew that whatever I was collecting when I was like 50, I would probably want to start selling it off and stop collecting, regardless of whether I was married or not. Anyways, so that's been always a thing in my mind. But I am married, and I know that I'm at that. I've passed the age at which I always told myself I'd like to start kind of whittling down, whatever, and getting out of it. And on top of it, I do have a wife who I know it bothers psychologically, and so yeah, I'm gonna do what I got to do. Trust me, guys, I'm gonna be happy one way or another. Not only am I gonna keep art that'll make me happy, I'm also, like I said, I know it sounds crazy. Like you said, here's the illogical part, Dan. But even as I can envision myself, I can absolutely envision myself as I'm selling. Right. And the money's accumulating. I can see myself still. Ooh, look at that piece. Ooh, I should get that. I'll still buy stuff. That's just, I can't help it. Right? I love to collect art. It's just that I'll buy a lot less than I own. You know what I mean? So that's it.
I guess, because you have, I think, over 1,000 pieces. I'm not sure how many's listed on CAF. Some, right? Am I right? Like hundreds and like 900. I'm not sure. There's like a lot listed there.
Me?
Yeah.
You know what I realized? It was in the neighborhood of, for years, it was in the neighborhood of 750 or something like that. And I kept telling myself, oh, okay, gosh, given what I don't have up there, for sure I must have 1,000 pieces. But then I recently went back to the gallery and I realized, oh shit, I've been wrong all these years. I didn't have 700 and whatever pieces in there. The reason it looks that way and it tells me that is because I had forgotten that years ago, I put up my Tom Grummett want list. And the Tom Grummett want list adds up to like 350 pieces or something like that. Yeah. So once you get rid of that, I really only have 350-ish or 400 pieces on CAF. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So nowhere near as much as I thought I did,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's why I got rid of my want list, because it was like making my numbers inflated, and I wanted to get my numbers down. So I think I had like I wanted the gallery, and I was like, what?
Monetary value or the number?
No, piece count.
Oh, piece count. Okay.
Yeah, because I look at the piece count and I'm like trying to keep it low.
Right? No, Sheldon. Well, some of us, very few of us, are artists, but most of us are just collectors. Sorry, Dan. Yeah. Dan,
I like to draw. Yeah.
Dan draws. He's one of those who does draw. I mean, not commercially, not commercial purpose, for fun, for enjoyment. But he's a good artist too. But most of us are just collectors. Yeah. Body touch. Sorry. So I'm sorry for the interruption.
Oh, no, I was gonna say you had 1,000 pieces, but if you only have 350 pieces, then it doesn't. I was gonna say you have so much more than me, quantity wise.
Oh, quantity wise.
Even if you got rid of half, you still be like ahead of me, kind of thing, quantity wise.
Oh,
so yeah.
Right.
So then you'd still feel like you did something, like you accomplished something by getting rid of stuff, but still have a lot to enjoy.
Right. No. Listen, I who knows? I have no idea. There's no way I'm going to spend any.
I only want the one piece from you, so I'll probably never get it. But other than that, you know.
Thanks, Rick. Thanks, Peter. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Have a good one. Yeah,
You want to start a new topic?
Sorry, what?
You want to start a new topic, or you want to say goodnight?
Well, I left it up to you.
Oh, I don't know.
I was just kind of catching up to the comments here.
Sure.
Hold on. So Pizon or Pizon, just let me know actually with Pizon, is it emphasis on the first syllable?
Forget it. Don't stop. No more questions on the name.
Just let me know if it's Pizon or Pizon.
Who cares?
French name. Look at that French name. But he's saying my partner is about to start applying for Canadian citizenship through the new law that allows it through great grandparents. I've not heard about this. Her last name is a very common name in Pierresville. Okay.
Where's Pierresville?
Okay. Good luck to her. Good luck to her.
Hope she up. What's Pierresville?
I don't know.
Never
heard of it. French. But yeah. Interesting. Have fun to you too, Scott. Smack in the middle of Montreal and Quebec City. So somewhere along the way. Okay. Got you. Thank you, David. Appreciate it, man. Be well. Enjoy the rewind.
So do you want to discuss the real stuff now that everybody's leaving? It's a good time.
Never collect anything except
the secrets to collecting art. Stay tuned for 10-step method. How to collect art properly to make millions. Learn more in the next few minutes.
So he's asking a question, Steve.
Yeah.
He always has these long ones, though. Never collect anything except for utility or as outright business if you don't irrationally, sincerely, very much love what you are collecting. Is that the correct conclusion to draw?
Sure.
I don't think I said that. I don't remember anybody making that claim.
No, I think it's a combination of all the things we said. I say you should collect things because you love them. That's irrational. And then, or if you're buying stuff because you need to use it because it's logical. Sure. Whatever. Collecting comic art is, I guess, a very unique thing because it's all the 90% of the collectors are 99% of collectors are men. We're all between the ages of 40 and 60, except for a few exceptions. You know, mostly, I hate to say, mostly white guys, some Asian guys, right? It's a really niche, thing to collect, and right. I'm sure, in the future, it'll be different. There's not a lot of variety of people collecting it, so.
Sheldon wants to know, is there anywhere that you show the art that you draw? Instagram?
Nope.
It's gone.
One day.
Once upon a time, Sheldon, there was, but not now.
Yeah.
Duke catching a second win.
Damn, no, I'm trying to get off. I'm waiting for you to stop reading comments.
It really does, Marcus. Millions, you say? Let's discuss how to buy art for newbies. You know what? Just FYI, Pizon. Next week is a hangout episode, right? That's the name of the show. Okay, Comic Art Hangout. On those shows, I come in with nothing pre-planned, no topics pre-planned. That show will be the day after 24 hours after assuming I get back on time. I get back from Mexico. And so I'll be wiped out from traveling. So that's perfect time for a hangout episode. We just hang out. We shoot the breeze about whatever topics anybody, you guys want to talk about. So if you want to come back next week and bring something up a little bit more specific, because there's not that many newbies here in the audience. So it's got to be entertaining for everyone. But if you want to ask more specific questions that relate to newbies, I'd welcome that. Okay, that's next.
I would say my suggestion would be get a heritage account. Do a following for all the art that you like. Don't buy anything. Watch it for a few months and just see what happens with those things that you followed. Where the prices end up to get a sense of value, right? Because you'll be surprised when it starts off at $1. You don't know where it's going to end. But that would be my suggestion. Just kind of get an education right before you jump in.
True. Yeah. Always spend time. And I know most newbies don't like to do it. Even the veterans don't like to do it. Spend time learning about the values of art. which is basically done by looking at, start with, let's say, heritage, simply because it's a simple way you can access a lot of artwork with actual auction sales, prices. Start looking it up at, look at art dealer sites, look at what they ask for art, look at what sold art sells for, familiarize with yourself with, as much as possible with the prices that people ask and people pay for the art you are interested in. It absolutely takes time, but hey, if you love what you're doing, if you love the hobby, every time you have some free time, spend some time doing that. Familiarize yourself with it. That's the best advice I can give, because so many people come into this hobby and they want us to give the answers on a silver platter. Like, hey, how can I figure out how this random piece of art is worth and how much I should pay for it? It's like, do your homework and you should figure out what that kind of art is worth.
I would also, if I would give a second piece of advice, buy the most expensive piece of art that you're interested that you can afford. So like, don't go for the cheapest piece of art that you can. Like, if you have $100 to spend, don't buy like $5 $20 pieces. Buy the $100 piece that you like. Whatever your budget is, it doesn't mean in the world. It's in your budget.
I don't agree in that. I wouldn't say it that way. I would say, certainly, if you're buying, whether it's characters that you collect, you want to collect a specific art featuring specific characters, or whether it's artists. Well, even if it's artists, you're going to go for your favorite characters from your favorite titles by that artist anyways, right? So it all comes down. That's why I always say,
but of the things you like,
it always comes down to the character anyways. But I would say do that, but don't buy. I wouldn't say what Dan says. I wouldn't say buy the most expensive piece you could afford. No, but I would no, because then people push themselves to overspend. I would say, if you really, really like it and you can afford it, buy it. That's how I'd like to.
No, but I'm saying, if you set yourself a budget, you say, I'm going to spend $500 or $200 or whatever the number is, right? And you can find a piece that fits all your criteria. Don't be afraid to spend the whole thing in one piece. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, good. Fair enough. Just to answer quickly, Goo says, do your kids like the art in your collections? My daughter doesn't give a crap. She doesn't hate it, but she's never been bitten by the bug. She reads comics from time to time, but that's she never got bitten by comics bug. So yeah, she doesn't care about my art or whatever. Really, either she has art that I've purchased for her. She has a Joe Jusko painting that I bought for her because she's named after the character in the painting. And like I said, I hopefully realistically like to leave my Hulk 272 cover behind for her. We'll see what happens, honestly, though. Too early to say. Because if I did get more than exciting enough amount of money offered to me for it, absolutely I'll let it go. Whatever.
I mean, it's not the same thing, but there was like an auction like this past week from Japan, and they sold like a sketch of Yu-Gi-Oh's head, like a head sketch. I don't really know how big it was, by the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh, and it sold this head sketch. It was like, anyway, $78,000, right? It's not a published piece. It's not something that was used for a card or anything. It was just a sketch that he did for somebody. It was in color, but it was just a head, like no body, nothing, right? Like just a neck up kind of thing. Yeah. So, and I think younger people might be interested in something like that. Like my kids couldn't care less. Like they think it's nice, but no attraction to the art.
Right.
Like, yeah. Although my son said to me today, he says, yeah, you can leave this stuff for me. I'll sell it when you're dead. So.
Yeah, they think of it in monetary terms, and
yeah.
Exactly. On average, I've noticed big character splash pages are more costly than covers. No. Especially for newer runs. No. Covers are generally 99.9% of the time the most expensive. Then then double splash pages, then splash pages. Yeah, and then panel pages. That's how that goes. And yes, you are going after artists and characters. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much, that's understandable. My first.
Ruben, I'm gonna cut you off for my part of it because it's getting late. So
you're wiped out. Okay, so you know what? Hold on. Hold on. Because you kept asking me, oh, do we do another?
I was kidding you. That was like me being joking around. Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't gonna smile when I joke with you.
Okay. Hold on. We'll cut out now. It's a good time, anyways. Absolutely. First piece will be between 15 and 2,000. That's the one you're gonna. Okay, that's good. That's a nice. It sounds like a nice piece to start with.
It's way too much.
I'm buying the most expensive piece I can afford. Too late, he says. I'm buying the most expensive piece I can afford. Thanks, Dan. There you go. All right, man. You're all set. Whoa, still here. Yes, sir, Carl. You know us. Finished Housemaid. It was not a bad movie. I heard it was actually very good. So I'll check it out at some point. Dan should be a regular co-host. Oh, yeah, that's never going to happen. Going all night, Carl. Yeah, time to duel. I was convinced not to leave any comments tonight.
Marcus,
Stanley
Cap will end when you stop commenting. I'm convinced that's like the sign of the zombie war's coming or something.
Advice to buy sounds right, said Steve. If you really like it and can afford it, yes, that's what you buy. Thank you guys for the show. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Keep it going, Dan. Are you kidding? He's going to be dead tomorrow when he wakes up.
I'm dead right now.
Peter, I thought you left, Peter. You said you left. They'll still be here when I wake up in the morning. But yes, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for doing this. It's been a lot of fun. Did you have a great time? Like, be honest, though.
Yeah. I woke up at 6 this morning, so I'm still awake the next day.
So you're dead now.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's fun. We had some great conversations. So I'm really happy. Out of curiosity, is there anything that you were hoping that we would have touched upon, but that we didn't get to?
No, I think we covered everything except for AI. That's the only
the AI thing. Okay.
AI. I have like a whole concern about AI, but we leave that for people to discuss among themselves.
Yeah, exactly. What are down? Okay. Yeah. Good night, Sheldon. Good night. Take care, Goo. Those crazy Canadians. Great show.
I just realized something, Rubén.
Yeah.
The way you say good night and hello to every person, it's not the same, but it's almost like Cab does when he leaves a secondary comment to everybody's comments.
Right. Yeah.
But you do it in words on a video.
Exactly. It's the same thing. No?
You feel compelled to do it.
I feel that compulsion. Yes. It's like an obsessive.
You gotta let go. This is not necessary.
This is why I've never been medically diagnosed, but this is why I've always said, if I got myself checked, who knows? Maybe they would say
I have some doctors who are in the chat that could tell you. Talk to Jeff.
I could be medically diagnosed as
Jeff. Confirm this for us when you watch this later.
Compulsion. I don't know. You can talk football on your own. Thoroughly enjoyed the show. You guys are great. Good night, Dan and Rubén. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for not only being here, but thank you for being so interactive with us and commenting so much. I appreciate that. Keep commenting, everyone. Still going. Marcus, yes. Barcelona beat Real Madrid. Good night. Good night, Carl Troy. Good night. And let me leave you guys out, as I always do, with next week's thumbnail, please. So remember that next week will be just a hangout. We'll relax and chill. And again, as I always say when I leave town for the weekend, should I suddenly not show up and it's 8 o'clock and it's, 5 or 10 minutes past 8 o'clock next Sunday, you guys know I'll be in Mexico. So if I don't show up here next Sunday, something went wrong. I was delayed or canceled flights or whatever.
You met a sexy Mexican mama, and that's what he's doing now. Yeah, probably. Plus,
yeah. So that's it. But obviously, more than likely, I'll be here. But just in case, you know why. If I didn't show up, you'll know why. So thanks again. Let me put this thumbnail up. So that'll be Comic Art Hangout, episode 49, when I get back from Mexico. So I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. It really, really was a really, really great time for me. Had a lot of fun. And so hope you guys really enjoyed Dan's appearance. It's been far too long coming. And he really made it great. So hope you guys like
guys, pay attention to the photo. Rubén can see got a photo from the future and he brought to you now. This is like image of the future. I don't know why you're wearing a t-shirt outside at the beach, but okay.
Oh, and JC, one quick comment to JC, in case you're still here, Juan Carlos, if you're still here, JC, I forgot because about an hour ago you posted a comment I wanted to get to. You asked us if we had any thoughts on the you asked us if we had any thoughts on the Action Comics #1 sale. Okay. Of course, I wanted to kind of bring it up to you guys to see what you guys thought. Tonight wasn't the night for that. So if you can be back next week, JC, definitely that'll be one of the things we will bring up. I'm really curious to see what you guys think and what you think in terms of how that may affect the future of the art market, if at all, whatever. $15 million, new record, Action Comics #1. Yeah, so be back next week if you want to talk about that. And yeah, that'll be fun. So that's it. That's it. Have a great trip. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, Goo. I appreciate that too. I will be back next week, hopefully on time, and we'll do it all again, guys. All right, so let me put this back up. Thank you. Don't forget Nikki's on the big giveaway, $1,000 worth of art on Friday, this Friday, and then be back here 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific. Thank you so much again, and have a great week, everybody. I am out, and as always, go blue.